the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby. in the lead.
Enemy in sight! Enemy in sight!
Killer drone on standby.
The road to the 2023 World Championship continues. This is the Garena Qualifiers that the whole world has its eyes on. We hope you have your drinks and snacks ready for as the players in Group B are ready to put on a fantastic show for us. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Wasabi, and we are going to be your casters for the day. Wasabi, how are you feeling?
I am very, very excited. Yesterday we saw Group A and now we are moving into Group B and we're actually going to see teams like Kagendra, Alibaba Clan, Omega, Suits eSports, Powerhouse, and Xenon, WDC Xenon play today.
Absolutely. So Kagendra versus Suits eSports, that's going to be the first series of the day. But we do have a little bit of an unfortunate news for you guys. It's not going to be 5 series. It's going to be down to 4 because one of the teams cannot show up for their game day. I think their device had an issue and they've chosen to take an L. So it's going to be a disqualification. We're not going to reveal which team that is just yet. Halfway through the show, I guess you guys will find out. But that's going to be the update first. It's going to be slightly shorter of a day, but the action is still going to be hot. We promise you most of the hot fights that you guys are looking for are still here. It's just that we don't get to see just one team today. But it will continue in a couple of days.
Yep, and I'm actually really looking forward to one of our matches that's happening later on today, specifically match number 3, because that's actually going to be a rematch of the 2022 regional championships and also a rematch of Garena Masters Season 5, where Omega is going to go up against Powerhouse.
I do agree. Now, I wouldn't go back that far because if we throw our memories back that far, even before Garena Masters Season 5, it was a very different kind of Smart Omega. The kind of Smart Omega that we have now in our hands is a little bit iffy. They have been blowing hot and cold in the recent times, and we have seen a little bit too many of those up and down performances from them. It's a flip of a coin as to whether or not they're going to walk away with a victory. But Powerhouse, on the other hand, has been super decent and consistent in the recent past. But I do agree with you, Wasabi. It's definitely going to be one of the highlight series of the day. But this is the live schedule that you guys can anticipate. 19th down to the 24th of September. It is all out group stages. It's in a single round robin. We've only got 2 groups here, 6 teams within each group, which means each team plays 5 matches. And at the end of those 5 matches, we tally up the points and the top 3 teams from each group move on to the playoffs that will take its place between the 29th as well as the 1st of October.
Yep, and guys, don't forget that these teams who are playing here today, they're fighting for a spot to go and advance into the World Championships, which will likely be happening in the United States. So they're definitely trying to get into that because there's only 2 teams that will qualify among all of the teams that we've seen play yesterday and are going to see today.
I think one of the biggest successes is already just telling people, dude, I flew to Seattle to play a video game, right? That in itself is such a beautiful story. I flew to Seattle to play a mobile game. Bigger story. I flew to Seattle to play in the World Championship of a mobile game. I think, everybody's going to lose their mind. Everybody wants to take a photo with you. That's one of those things. There's some of those things that people are looking for within the groupings here. Of course, it's not going to be an easy battle. Once again, like we said, 6 teams in each group, a total of 12 we've got now. We're trying to down it down to just 6 teams from Group A and B that'll be advancing to the playoffs. And only 2 teams will get to flex that they play mobile games at the World Championship all the way in the US of A.
Yep, but aside from that, there's also going to be, of course, a huge prize pool for them to share later on in the World Championship. So I'm sure not only flying to the United States, but also to get a part of that prize pool is something that they would be looking forward towards.
Absolutely. And I am looking for a opportunity to see exactly who's going to be taking the cake here. WDC Xenon, WDC Free Slot. These are the 2 representing the Thailand region, Kagendra as well as ABC eSports. I know some of you guys are confused like, Alibaba, what? Yeah, that's exactly what ABC eSports stands for. 3ED, not DED. They are still alive in the competition. They represent Taiwan, Hong Kong, Macau. Tau region, the three evil dragons. And of course, the majority of the teams representing SGMYPH. This is the Four Suits Esports, West Point Mama Loking, Smarter Mega Esports, Sacred Scatty, Powerhouse, Wolf, as well as the Broke Boys Club.
Yep. So again, these people are going to try to qualify into the playoffs and later on to the Worlds, and only 2 teams will make it into the Worlds. So these guys are definitely fighting up for a slot in that. And today we are actually going to be seeing specifically Kagendra, Four Suits Esports, Alibaba Clan or ABC, WDC, Xenon, Omega, and Powerhouse as part of Group B. Yesterday, we saw Group A, so that's why you can see a couple of the scores up there already. We saw a couple of heated matches and a couple one-sided ones as well, but it was overall a very fun game to watch yesterday. So guys, if you didn't see that one, I suggest you look at it in your free time.
Absolutely. I mean, those matches back in Group A, some of them truly shocking, some of them so beautiful. West Point Mama Lokings, as usual, dominating the group stages. They went through Garena Masters Season 5 unbeaten, and they're looking to do the exact same thing here as well within their group. But of course, today's focus is purely going to be on Group B. Out of the 6 teams, 1 team will not be participating. Once again, there has been a couple of issues that they were facing with their devices, and they need to skip over today. Instead of bringing in a replacement, they have just chosen to take an L. And I don't know if that is a good sign from the squad. And I think at this point, I can reveal it to you guys. It's going to be WDC Xenon with that issue. So ABC was supposed to have 2 matches. They are going to end up only playing once today, but they do take a 3-0 default victory over WDC Xenon. So that's still basically a win for WDC that they're not going to be sweating much about.
Yep, definitely. And well, guys, right now you're gonna be seeing the schedule for today. First is gonna be Kagendra versus Four Suits Esports, followed by ABC versus WDCX, or that one's actually the match that's going to be canceled. So we're gonna go straight into Omega versus Powerhouse, followed by Four Suits Esports versus ABC, and then lastly we're going to see Kagendra versus Powerhouse.
That is most definitely correct. And you've already mentioned the series that you are looking forward to, Smarter Mega versus Powerhouse. I've seen that quite a number of times already. I think we can all start moving away from that battle. Kagendra versus Powerhouse. That one I definitely want to check out, right? Let's see exactly what the Powerhouse of Indonesia can do to the representatives of SG. These boys have been so solid for the longest of time now, and it'll be really great to see how they match up against each other. Search and Destroy, as usual, will have to be rotated through 5 maps, which means the teams get to ban out 2 maps each, 1 map each, and then, of course, head on in there for that selection. Hardpoint will be going through Apocalypse Takeoff, Summit, Hacienda, as well as Arsenal, and I'm actually hoping to see Arsenal today for a change, Wasabi.
Well, you know, that map's relatively new compared to the others, and not much people like playing it, but every time we do go into that map, it's so chaotic because of the size of the map, and it's huge. But right now we're gonna take a look at the players from Four Suits Esports getting ready to battle it out with their opponents, and you can see that they're already getting ready, charged up those phones, got their earphones on so that they can communicate with one another properly.
I have questions with my relationship with people who keep stickers on the back of their phones, like, you know, the sticker that originally comes with the phone when you purchase it. So, Baki, you are on the list that might not make it through, my friend. You got to peel that sticker off. Jokes aside, I think the team.
Let me check my phone. Okay, I'm fine.
You're fine. I'm pretty sure you're fine. You're not that kind. You're the fancy kind. You're probably gonna throw on, an extra, bit
I have
of
my
stickers
own
there
stickers.
or something. Yeah, exactly. Some glitter on there or whatever. You're gonna bejewel it up. I'm very sure.
No.
No, you're not. You're not that type.
No.
Hopefully, Baki gets a little bit of an upgrade on the cover for his phone later. Kagendra. It's going to be starting things off today here. And Four Suits Esports probably going to face their wrath. But let's see how they fare up against Kagendra. If Kagendra can take a pretty easy series against Four Suits, then I'm going to get even more excited as to what they can do against Powerhouse later on. If Four Suits Esports puts on the kind of show where I start questioning some of the moves from Kagendra, I'm going to be a tad bit disappointed. I've been following this squad for a while now, and Kagendra has been the promise from the Indonesian region to not just dominate stage 4, but to take it all the way into stage 5, to make Indonesia as a nation proud and to really represent their service. So this is a big statement here if Kagendra does not show up strong.
Yep, definitely. But right now, we're going to take a look at the maps and modes. First, we're going to see Takeoff, followed by Slums and a Raid for the last game. Again, it's going to be a best of 3, although we're going to see all 3 games, and it's just going to be a matter of who wins which game. But, as you were saying, it's going to be a very interesting match for Kagendra and for Suits Esports, because Kagendra is a really big team for Indonesia, and they really have to step it up, especially against Four Suits. But I think this is very interesting because Four Suits has had a lot of roster changes. They have 2 new players. One of them, it's their first major tournament. The team chemistry is kind of iffy right now, and I talked to some of their members, specifically Chari, and he was saying that they have a couple struggles right now. They're trying to fix it up. This was about a week before this tournament, so last week, and he was saying that they're trying to fix things up, but their roster is new, and so the chemistry is changing, and they don't really know if they'll be able to adjust in time. So hopefully they were able to figure something out there and fix that up, because they are going up against giants right now.
Oh, I mean, you can say that again. Kagendra truly is a giant, formerly known as Dunia Games Esports. They got thrown into the lower brackets by Almighty, and I believe it was ABC that sent them home. That was in the previous Garena qualifiers on the road to the 2022 World Championships. This time, Kagendra is back with a vengeance, right? And we did see in their own qualifier, their own stage 3, Kagendra not once but twice beat down Alibaba clan and gave them absolutely nothing. First, it was a 3-0 in the upper bracket finals, and then later on in the grand finals, whooped them 4-0 as well. If you are looking for the creme de la creme of Indonesia, Kagendra is the one. Let's also take a look at the operator skills here and see how they fly, Wasabi.
Yep, as far as I can see, they're pretty similar aside from the equalizer, and I think it's Annihilator that's different between the 2 teams. And so it's pretty similar, but again, it's going to be down to how they're able to time it. You guys know that I always say this time and time again. It's going to be a matter of how well they're able to put these operator skills into use.
I absolutely agree with you. Equalizer, a little bit of the closer quarter combat. If you're really bringing it into the hard point, jumping on in there, your reflexes need to be super duper fast. If you do have those, if you've got perfect aim as well combined in there, the equalizer is going to be your best friend. In some of those maps where the range is going to be a little bit of an annoying issue, you've got a lot of players trying to play headies against you, especially when you're going into somewhere like Control, at Crossroads Strike perhaps, that Annihilator can come in super duper handy. Now, we're starting things off, of course, later on in a little bit between them at hardpoint, and we know for a fact Kagendra is a very aggressive hardpoint team. Four Suits Esports, on the other hand, they've shown some bouts of weakness, and we've seen this even in Garena Masters Season 5. How do you think the 2 teams are going to fare, Wasabi?
Well, honestly, I'm hoping for the best for both of these teams, but again, it's a very tall order for the players of Four Suits Esports. And not to mention that Kagendra has had a clean run in their Major Series Season 9, which is their equivalent of Garena Master Season 5. So they had a clean run, while Four Suits, on the other hand, I can't really say the same.
Let's see exactly how things pop off here, because at the very start, it seems to be a little bit balanced with Four Suits Esports finding the break on the hill. Power positions have all been taken over by Team Kagendra, but the objective itself within the hands of Four Suits Esports. Finally, all of those smokes come out. It's going to be Sebio as well, attacking from the back. Fran will trade him out, and in the meantime, the rest of the points on the first hill is going to be soaked up, not by Kagendra, but Four Suits Esports. This is a fantastic way for the Philippines to start things off on.
Definitely a fantastic start from their team, as you said, AJ. But, they have to be able to maintain it and keep it up. But right now, they're going to give the scrap time to the players of Kagendra, giving them the opportunity to soak up some time there. But the players of Four Suits making the smart move to go in for the early rotations towards the next hill, they're going to get the spawn here. And that's going to allow them to set up early for the next hill to open.
Let's see if or not P2 will go the way as to how Kagendra is hoping this too, because they are trailing in terms of lives here as well as the points. And they set up the right-hand side of the hill instead of left. The favorable spawn still held pretty well by the players on the side of Four Suits Esports. Nobody trying to break their anchors just yet, but their ankles get broken instead as Kagendra hops on through the scaffolding, clears house, and takes over the hill. And they go through the hill to take the anchor spawns away. What a play by Kagendra, and you can't do that if you don't have solid mechanical skills.
Definitely. I mean, that's a good turnaround for them. They're able to set themselves up by 10 points over Four Suits right now. 20 seconds left on the clock. That's going to give them some time to make that gap a little wider. But now, Four Suits trying to push in. They're all going in towards the point right now. 3-man push, and they're going to be able to break in for just a couple of seconds. Not really able to maintain it, but with 8 seconds left, they're starting the rotation into the next hill.
Yeah, what a play on this P2 by Kagendra. They have taken that, launched themselves in towards the lead, and now they're going in for the anchor spawns as well. Player number 4 in blue, Zen. This is going to be a crucial fight for him, which he wins out against Baki. Joke, on the other hand, managing to take one down within the area itself of the hard point, but that's not going to hold them there for too long at all. Kagendra right back in it. 49 more seconds to go. They hold on to the hill, and it is all through a methodical break off that anchor spawns, that generators, and this is just going to supply that manpower. Player number 3 in yellow. It's going to be up to Sebio, but they all get slain. Nobody else backing him up to take the anchor spawns. 30 seconds to go. One more chance.
Yup, they have another chance to go in for a push, but right now it's not looking very good for the players of 4S. And right now, the players of Kagendra, they're holding down the power positions as well as the hill, and they have a very good hold of the area, not letting any player even contest the second. And they're going to get the last, while the players, of course, try to get the next power positions for the next.
My
next hill.
goodness. Early rotation here, Wasabi, and it looks like Kagendra has also broken that and taken it away from Four Suits Esports. Here comes the Freddy as well. Are we going to soak up one or two? Sebio was already low, so Clove takes that elimination. The Predator missile is wasted. Me6, on the other hand, with the Growl, is going to be holding on to a very cheeky position, and that's the spot where you want to hold on to if you don't want to allow your opponents to break it from the side of generators. So the players on the side of Four Suits Esports are going to struggle a tad bit here, and they have been struggling through their gunfight. So this is a little torturous at this point.
Definitely, it's going to cause a lot of damage, but now the claw coming in unfortunately gets taken down, and Reef here pushing in with the Fennec, going to be able to clear out the area, waiting for backup before going in for the final push. They're going to make a break into the hill, and they take it from 4S Suits, and now they're starting to rack up points, making that gap wider and wider. Now 4S Suits, they had a good start earlier, they were on top, but right now they're starting to let it slip away as the players of Kagendra get closer and closer towards the 200-point mark.
You definitely can say that again. I mean, look at Sebio. He's only on those 6 frags. He started off really hot, but he's really slid off the map here. 148 to 32. All of a sudden, from that P2 until now, it has just been Kagendra's play, Kagendra's map, Kagendra's game. And Four Suits Esports desperately trying to catch up with them. They all got faked out with that initial P1 dominance. And Four Suits Esports, they thought they had this one in the bag, but they just got slapped across the face by Kagendra, and they haven't recovered from that shock just yet.
Yep, and now you can see, oh, that's going to be painful right now. Four Suits, they finally get the hill back to their side, starting to rack up points, and this is the same thing that happened a while ago. They were able to really dominate in this first hill, and now they're trying to do the same thing to catch up to Kagendra. But I think they're having a little bit more difficulty when it comes to the other hills in the map. They only do really well in this first one, and they have to change that if they want to be able to stand up against Kagendra.
Yeah, Kagendra was just playing around on that first hill as we started off the game. They were just trying to test out the firepower of Four Suits Esports. The moment they knew where they stood against Four Suits Esports, you see them just going to town with them. 171 to 45. Four Suits Esports has not been able to show up ever since P1. Earlier on, we saw a beautiful P2 break coming through from the scaffolding. But look at this. Gods of RNG. They give away the favorable spawns to player number 2 in blue, and then he rotates on in. Reef gets slain out. Nobody's anchoring it down for the side of Kagendra just yet. They want the hill first, and they want to focus on the spawns a little bit later on, and that plays against them. Four Suits Esports thanks them for that mistake, and they take the advantage.
Small mistakes could cost them, and right now Four Suits is taking advantage of it as they hold down the hill with 3 players there. But you know, Kagendra, they're not gonna stop pushing, and right now they're trying to make a break into the hill, and they're going to get it. The players of Four Suits are gonna fall to their knees here, unfortunately, giving the last 20 seconds to the players of Kagendra. And now Four Suits, they have to change things up. They have to look for another strategy. They're starting to step up their game compared to a while ago, but it's not enough just yet. They have 60 points to their name, but that's not enough when you're comparing to a team that has 200 points.
I'll have to agree on that. Clove circling around and don't get sliced out. Baki had the melee in hand, didn't really go in for the slice just yet, and will get traded out on top of everything else. Great place by Clove. Did that hunter-killer drone get sent out? Yes, it did, and it finds Joke as well. Clove just doing so much for the squad. Everybody else just taking a couple of seconds before hopping on in. 53 more seconds to go, and the boys are right back in it. This time it's going to be the Purifier play, disabled by Joke and his claw. That's a great counter, and this is the point where the players of Four Suits have an extra chance.
Yup, and right now, actually, you know, Kagendra, they all are using their operator skills right now, trying to clear out and get into that 200-point mark as soon as possible, because they know that when they reach that point, it's going to be easier to close up the game. But now, this is a chance for Four Suits to step up their game. They have to be able to stop the players of Kagendra from earning points now if they want to have a chance, because it's slipping away now from them, because the players of Kagendra, they're getting closer towards the 250 mark where the game is going to end, and unfortunately it looks like there's no break coming from 4S just yet.
It's just very unfortunate because yes, they do get the scrap points, and that's literally just 2 out of so many that they could have earned. You just saw a very one-sided attack coming through from Four Suits eSports. Nobody wrapping around, nobody taking that backstep, nobody taking away the favorable spawns from the side of Kagendra. And if you played like that against the Indonesian Giants, they're going to smile all throughout this matchup because you're making it extra easy for them. A couple of fundamental mistakes here made by Four Suits eSports that should not be spotted out here at a stage like this. Let's see if or not they can find some space for recovery. Even if they do, it's going to be one hell of a battle. And they're not winning out as many of those gunfights. It's just going to be torturous, Wasabi.
Definitely, those gunfights play a huge part of being able to hold down hills. And right now, it's going to go to the side of Kagendra as they win majority of their gunfights. 2 more points to end the game. Contest for a second, but just not enough. And Kagendra is going to win the first game of Hardpoint.
And the secret to this is boba milk tea and a cup of coffee and a little bit of baby powder on the table as well. Take a note.
And your own personal electric fan.
Absolutely. You got to keep those fingers nice and dry, okay? You don't really want to put too much of baby powder on the screen. That's a pro tip. I mean, great stuff out of Kagendra. I think it was just spawn control that they played so well. Initially, they weren't going for that at all. I mean, they were going for the power positions. And Four Suits eSports, on the other hand, we just mainly focused on taking the objective. And the moment where Kagendra immediately started to spot that they were winning out a majority of these gunfights, you saw the objective change from taking the power positions to just hopping on into the battlefield, taking those points away from the hard point and slaying out Four Suits. And once that mentality changed over, Four Suits eSports found it really tough to keep up. But I also have to say, Wasabi, I'm shocked that Four Suits didn't really try to control the spawns much on takeoff. You didn't see them overextend. You didn't see them rotate. You didn't see them try to play cheeky against Kagendra at all. They made it even easier for Kagendra to dominate them.
Yeah, unfortunately, there wasn't that many strategies that we could really call out for the side of Four Suits. I mean, there were times that they were just pushing from one area again and again. I think that was the second hill. And they didn't even bother or think to rotate into maybe the scaffoldings or the other entrance or to somehow sandwich the players of Kagendra. And I guess that's where they faltered a bit. They weren't really able to step up their game, considering that Kagendra, a very big team from Indonesia, undefeated in their whole major series. The players of Four Suits didn't think to change up their strategies at all.
I'm a little surprised by that approach coming through from Four Suits eSports. It's a team that's not made up of rookies. They know how the game of Call of Duty Mobile is played. They know how to manage those spawns. I think it just got a little too scrappy and they got dragged into the very moment where they just wanted to play some solid gunfights. You can't let that happen to yourselves. And this is why a coach is very important. This is why the mental strength of that in-game leader is just so essential to keep the team glued together. And we saw Kagendra, on the other hand, even though they were dominating the gunfights, they didn't let go of the fundamental aspects of playing hardpoint. You saw them rotate around. You saw them take those anchor spawns, especially at P3. And I do agree with you, P2, it was just a very one-sided play coming through from Forsuits Esports. But you saw that even more obviously on P3. Aurora launch, P3, you saw the generator spawns being taken over by Forsuits first, but it was a very early rotation. Kagendra just played it nice and cool, got there in time, broke the spawn first, took over the spawn out of their hands at generators, and then hopped onto the hill. And they played each and every single gunfight while standing on the hard point, whereas Forsuits Esports were just visiting, just saying hi from the door and then getting shot down. So it was really great plays. We saw the operators there. We saw Baki really put up a good show. But if you're going to be winning out gunfights from outside of the hill, then you're not going to be giving your team anything much at all. So I'm just a tad bit shocked that this is what Forsuits came up with in the first game. But maybe it's to catch Kagendra off guard. That's all I can assume, because I don't know how else to justify that.
I hope you're right, because, as I said earlier, they have a couple roster changes and it's really thrown them off. So hopefully, maybe you're right. Maybe they're just trying to throw the players of Kagendra off, attempting a reverse sweep. But I hope they try and step up their game going into the search and destroy game, as well as the control, because this is such a big game for them that they need to win. I mean, it's their first game in Group B, and they want to be able to start the series with a win, or with at least a positive outcome.
And this is what makes Kagendra even more dangerous. They've got that one objective player in the name of Reef, but you can see the amount of time clocked in here by the rest of the players on their squad. 1:38 coming through from Zen. Me6 clocking in 1 minute 26 seconds. These are all insane timings. Even Clove with a 1 minute on there. Fran was the only one just kind of roaming out around the battlefield, trying to anchor down those spots for the squad. And it worked in their favor so many of those times. But they didn't really need to overexert themselves. The team of FSC, you can see not a single player hitting that 1 minute, because once again, unfortunately, they were playing a lot of these decent enough gunfights to keep up. We can see a little bit of difference in terms of the number of eliminations taken from both sides here. Of course, Kagendra getting more of the fights won on their side. But a majority of those gunfights were played from outside of the hill. You're not going to run away with hardpoint like that.
Yeah, definitely. But you know what I find quite surprising here, AJ, is that Clove is the MVP of Kagendra, and this is actually Clove's first time playing in Stage 4. This is his debut, and he's known as a prodigy, and you can definitely see this in the way he was able to play that hardpoint game.
There's no surprise at all. Clove is definitely a veteran. In terms of age, he may be a kid that has come to a point where he can participate in some of these bigger tournaments, but his talent has always been there. He's always been that glowing light for any of the squads that pick him up, and he is going to be putting on a wonderful show for all of us. I mean, even at this point as we're watching, he was already reaching close towards that 50 frag point. I can't wait to see what Kagendra can do against a team like Powerhouse and later on West Point Mamba Low Kings. I think this is the West Point Mamba Low Kings version, the Indonesian version of West Point Mamba Low Kings, I meant to say. And watching them take each other on would be quite beautiful. Even production is like, okay, you know what? Kagendra won. You don't need to know what Forsuits got. There you go, 81.
But actually, that's exactly the same thing Kali told me. Kagendra is the West Point Mamba Low Kings of Indonesia, and with their clean run and this amazing match that we saw, I think they are definitely claiming that title.
Yeah.
But we have to find out if there's going to be a team from the SMP region that's actually going to maybe stop the win streak of Kagendra, and vice versa. Someone might stop the win streak of Low Kings as well.
Clearly, based on what Forsuits Esports did earlier on, it seems like they are going to have a tough time being that squad to stop Kagendra in their tracks, because it was just such a dominating run. I mean, map control fully from them, and the decision-making from the side of Forsuits Esports helped them out in no way whatsoever. But we go down now into a SND matchup. where Kagendra will once again dominate through their gunfights. We've seen this so many times in the Indonesian region, but I'd like the pace a little bit better for this Frankenstein squad of Forsuits Esports. They have got the quality to get it done, but I guess I do resonate with your thoughts as well, Wasabi. When you've got a recent roster change, so close to such a big event like this, going up against the creme de la creme of all of the other regions, you are going to struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a hard adjustment, especially with how late their roster change came in. I mean,
Yeah.
it wasn't it's a relatively new lineup, so
Yeah.
there's always going to be those miscommunications, something that you're not used to.
Yeah.
Maybe your old teammates used to do this but your new ones don't,
That's
and
true.
you have to adjust to those type of things in very little time while preparing for a major tournament like this one.
And I mean, it's like the first game jitters, just like that. When you get into a brand new team, you either do really, really well or you struggle a little bit to find your rhythm. Obviously, the struggle is there for Forsuits Esports at this point of time. But even if the struggle was not there, I didn't think Forsuits Esports was on that same level as Kagendra when it comes to the firepower. Strategy-wise, anybody can learn strategy. But mechanical skills, this is something that's going to take months, I mean, years now to match up to what Kagendra can do, to match up to what some of the top squads from each and every single region can pull out there. And Forsuits Esports, their players, yes, they do have a little bit of the experience, but they just do not have enough of that pro experience time clocked in, going up against all of these other monsters and just really refining their game style out there. That's an unfortunate thing, but this is still experience that they are picking up for themselves. We might not see the best version of them now, but as the competition progresses, perhaps we can see the growth of Forsuits Esports. But I want to see instant growth. I'm that instant noodles kind of guy. I want to see it right here in S&D.
Well, not every team can pull off an instant growth, but let's see if they're going to be able to show that here, because we are going straight into the search and destroy match. Right now, the first round is starting off, and you can see that the players are just slowing things down right now, holding their places, holding those power positions, trying to get an early pick before pushing in.
I mean, it's a very aggressive defense, I have to say. Kagendra straight up into the mid part of the map. Memorial has been taken over already, stacking a triple man stack on the B bomb side with Fran just holding onto the mid angle. And this is a crossfire setup between Fran as well as Clove as well. A is going to be wide open. Chari with the bomb has got the opportunity to just dip in quickly towards dumpsters and check out. If not, the space is cleared. Baki gets a beautiful snap off of Me6. This is just going to start things off on the side of Forsuits a little bit better now.
Yep, and now things are starting to move as the players of Forsuits push into the point. Unfortunately, they're going to lose a couple of those gunfights. We're going to be down to a 2v2 situation. Fran's going to get one there on Chari, and that's going to make it all down to Joke, who has to clutch this up if he wants to be able to win it for Forsuits.
I want to theorize that Kagendra is definitely comparable to West Point Marble Kings, but unfortunately the Indonesian scene does not have as many annoying teams like what SMP has. I think that in itself is pretty evident with the number of teams that have qualified through 4MY-SGPH. And I mean, of course, Kagendra's scoreline has been pretty phenomenal thus far. Just like West Point Marble Kings, they have been pretty perfect in their run. But even better was the fact that down until the grand finals, they did not drop a single map. And that is going to be one of the key points here that we will be taking on when we see them take on much more bigger squads. But if you take that sort of stats and you still stack it up against Forsuits Esports, you can see how the engagements are working out. They initially lost at one man, but even one man down, the adjustments from Kagendra was just so convincing that Forsuits Esports just struggle to find that one round for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, again, this is what you were saying earlier. The players in Kagendra, they're veterans. They know what's going to happen and they know how to make those adjustments. And that's what they have over Forsuits. That's the advantage that they have. And they're putting it into good use, and you can definitely see it now and in this game. And we are actually going to be down to a 4v5 situation here. The players of Kagendra trying to line up their shots, but none of them lining up just yet, even with the wallbang.
Nobody's going to get that lucky, but Clove blows the car up, finds a little Chari in it. Unfortunate for Chari. Clove's going to look for another one, and I believe Joke is on the opposite side, waiting to snipe his head off. Maybe find a little bit of revenge for eliminating Chari from this round. But this time, Forsuits eSports starting off on the back foot. 2 men down. Can they find the recovery? Just like Kagendra, but Me6 finding Baki just makes this a little bit more impossible.
Definitely, it's gonna be a tough situation. I mean, 2 versus 5 is very difficult, but now we are going to see Joke fall down. 1v versus 5 is even harder, and Reef gets that last kill. 2 points to the side of Kagendra. Forsuits needs to change things up. I mean, they need to find a counter to be able to win maybe a couple rounds for Kagendra, maybe even the game, but they have to do it soon.
2-0 thus far. Kagendra barely breaking a sweat in this S&D matchup, making it look as decently easy as the hard point at takeoff earlier on. This time, super aggressive. They go and meet the players of Forsuits halfway through, and they immediately scramble the attacking squad. The bomb has been brought forth already. 1 player dropped out in the open. This is a quick plant and then recovery coming through from the players of Forsuits eSports. Kagendra now in a sticky position because of their overextension, and Joke punishes Me6 as well.
And now, it's gonna slow things down as the bomb gets planted on B side. Now they push in. Chari, unfortunately, faced with 2, is going to get knocked down. And we are actually gonna see a backup come up, and Forsuits is gonna win a round.
Brilliant play by Forsuits eSports to recover from that situation. I think it was brilliant for Kagendra to overextend, push in towards the church area. But Kagendra, the moment they were spotted, Forsuits eSports scrambled back towards Garage, found that instant recovery in terms of a defensive position, and of course pulled off fantastic frags to get that round. But this time it's going to be straight up a rush towards A, and a quick instant plant once again. Forsuits eSports getting better and better at this S&D.
Yep, they're trying to catch the players of Kagendra off guard. Went in for the quick plant, and now they're holding it down. But the players of Kagendra playing very risky, pushing in. It's going to be down to a 1v1 situation. Reef versus Joke. Who's gonna spot who? And Joke gets the kill. That's going to be another round win for the side of Forsuits, tying it up at 2 points for each of these teams.
And this is the pace that Forsuits eSports is so comfortable with. Twice now, they've gone in there for a rushed plant and recovering instantly from the bomb site, pulling back, trying to play for a very cheeky defensive position post-plant. Is just a winning format here for Forsuits eSports. Kagendra this time is going to respect Forsuits, and they're going to be waiting to bait them out. I like the switch up here from Kagendra as well. I mean, if you've been punished twice already, why would you attempt the exact same thing? The Indonesians just not going to fall for it again.
They know how to make those adjustments, and one of them is slowing things down. But we are going to have to see who among these 2 teams are going to be the first one to make a move, and who is going to get the opening frag for the bloodbath to start. Now, we can see a couple of our players using snipers here, trying to get those early engagements, but none of them lining up just yet. They have to wait for someone to peek an area, because right now, none of them are really coming into contact with one another just yet.
And that just shows great positioning and map understanding from both sides here. Those wall banks are not going to connect because they're not going to be standing in those spammable spots. Even Me6 as he picks a shot.
Ooh.
He didn't even see Joke. Took a quick flick. Found one through the wall. My God.
That was an absolutely crazy kill. But right now, that's going to open things up for more engagements to come through. Kagendra going to line up all of their shots, taking down the players of Forsuits, and stopping the momentum built by Forsuits in that last 2 rounds. Now, Kagendra's going to take that back to their side, trying to stop Forsuits from earning any more points. But let's see if Forsuits is going to be able to make those adjustments once again.
I mean, Me6, that 6 shot just instantly shut down the spirits of Forsuits eSports. Fran this time opening up with a very decent one against Joke. Overextension by Reef. Getting cheeky with this. And it looks like all 3 players are going in for the push. Catching one on the backstab. Baki is holding on to the wrong angle. Will be caught out by Reef as well. Instant shutdown coming through courtesy of Kagendra. And the switch of pace catches Forsuits eSports off guard.
Yep, and an easy defuse going to the side of Kagendra, bringing them up to 4 points. And I don't know if Forsuits were really ready for that. I mean, the players of Kagendra, they just rushed straight into the engagements, didn't have a doubt towards themselves. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they could pull it off, and they did it amazingly. And now let's see if they're going to try to do the same thing.
Kagendra this time on the attack. Bomb moving straight in towards the bomb site at B. Big engagements as Baki and Chari gain a momentum for Suits eSports. Chari fighting one Esto, backing him up as well as Chari gets traded out by Fran. It's in a 1v2 now. All up for Me6 to find the clutch for the squad.
Yep, and the bomb has actually been dropped by the B side. But right now, we're going to see if Esto or Baki can be able to line up their shots and take down Me6. And just like that, they get the kill. And it's going to be a 4-3 standing between these two teams. Now, for Suits, we've seen them make the adjustments twice. Kagendra making the adjustments as well. And it's a pretty close game compared to that hardpoint match we saw earlier. And now, this is the time that Suits has actually a good chance of stealing a map away from Kagendra.
And I really like the way Esto went out there for that slide challenge. Got that advantage against the sniper. So quick scopes not on the side of Me6 at that point of time. Reef and Zen though, this time stepping it up. Chari Esto out of the equation. A little bit of a punisher for Suits eSports. Grenade up in the air. Does it land on a head? Unfortunately, no. They find a grenade landing on their own spot though. But thank goodness all of those trophies were played. 35 seconds. And look at these attackers just stacking the bomb.
Ooh, yeah, and the bomb's actually planted on that B side already, which is going to make the time tick down. Kagendra still has 4 players on the map, but Suits is down to 2. And so they're slowing things down, trying to play for kills. And Sebio gonna get one on Fran. That's gonna be location and information given to the players of Kagendra. He has to run towards the bomb because 10 seconds left. Not enough. Gets faced by Clove and has to pay for it. Now Kagendra's gonna win that round. That's 5-3.
A couple of more rounds and it's all over for Suits eSports. Needs to think of a little bit of a magical play here. Perhaps execute a strategy of Kagendra against them. Rush through A, meet them at Graves, take the backstab. But this time it's going to be an A rush instead. It's all up to Chari to give that information back to the rest of his team members, and he gets Zen. Fantastic play. Sebio backs them up, but the timing's just not on Sebio's side as he backs away as the players on the side of Kagendra just appear. And look at this fake. They've made so much of noise at A, but they trail right back towards B. And the spot is opened up by Fran. He sends the information right back. Grau in the hands of Fran. And he's going to be overextending towards the compounds of Suits eSports as the bomb should get planted any moment now.
Yep, I mean, that was a very smart play from the players of Suits, but Me6 here scoping out the area is gonna actually find out that they've faked their push towards B side and now towards A side, and now they're gonna start moving. The players of Kagendra, they're gonna get that bomb planted down at the B side.
Bomb's down. 38 seconds to go for Suits eSports. A 5-man retake versus man disadvantage on the side of Kagendra. As Zen was eliminated very early on. It's going to be the hit mark on the joke. And the finisher comes on through from Me6 as well. Beautiful use of the secondary. Chari panic sprays. And Fran will punish him. Baki trading out Me6. Esto stepping up. And the players of Kagendra, they all fall. With 15 seconds to go for Suits eSports. And the defusal brings this 4-5.
You know, this is really surprising me, and in a good way. Like, I am so happy that Suits is actually stepping up their game and getting this close to beating Kagendra. They definitely have an opportunity to do so. They just have to play a little bit more consistent, because sometimes we see good plays from them. Sometimes they make slip-ups, but they have to be able to play more consistently if they want to win this game. And right now, we're going to see the next round starting up. No engagements just yet as they try to slow things down, just holding their positions.
This time it's going to be a slower stack on the attacker's side. Kagendra. Beautiful lineup. Bomb not making the decision just yet. And they understand that they made a mistake earlier on. They were 1 man down. They forced a plant. They were punished by Suits eSports. This time, oh, mama! You can't miss those. I mean, he clearly had that on spot. The wall just didn't want to allow those bullets through. No wall banks just yet. The Kagendra aiming to get the numbers advantage first before they force a plant. Me6, what a shot once again.
Now it's going to be down to a 4v5 with that amazing shot, but things are going to slow down. Bomb not planted yet. Kagendra not trying to make a push into the sites just yet. Mi6 playing it a little risky, going closer towards that A side, but the rest of the teammates over at that B. Now it's going to be a matter of who spots who first, and it looks like Mi6 is going to decide to back away for now.
We do apologize if you guys are facing a little bit of a lag on your side for the broadcast. We're going to try to sort that out. In the meantime, the players of Kagendra trying to sort out the final two. Sebio as well as Joke. Beautiful snipe coming on through Joke. Hitting Reef where it hurts. And now it's all equal for a 2v2. 22 more seconds to go. This is all equal and still doable. Overextension. One finds Zen. Drops Sebio. Backstab by Joke. It's in a 1v1. Joke's quick scope. And the heading counter by Clove doesn't go down just yet. 7 more seconds. Clove wasting time. And the round is won by Kagendra.
Unfortunately, out of time to make a good play to win that 1v1. But that's going to put the players of Kagendra on a match point. 6-4. This is the last chance for Four Suits to push for overtime. They have to continuously win the next couple of rounds if they want to do so. But Kagendra, on the other hand, they are looking to end this game as soon as possible. And right now, going for a very heavy push towards that B side. And they are going to get a couple of opening frags on the players of Four Suits, bringing it down to a 5v2.
I swear to God, I can't see anything on my screen right now, so please, I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if I missed out a couple of calls here. Sebio and Baki still alive and kicking in a 5v2. Defenders, they have got no chance of doing this unless both just go absolutely ape on their opponents. Kagendra, but they're running out of time. 26 more seconds. Baki finds Mi6. That's a good starter. He gets tagged up a little bit as well. Can't get super aggressive. But they have no time to waste. 19 more seconds, clocking down. Baki pushing up fourth with the LCAR-9. A crossfire setup. Sebio's going to get taken down, and the game comes to an end as Kagendra wraps it up 7-4.
Well, big plays from Kagendra, and they're going to win the second game of today. That's going to be both Hardpoint and Search and Destroy to them. Now, Hardpoint was a little bit closer for the players of 4S, but not enough to win the game just yet. And looking on how that game went, as well as the Control game, the Hardpoint game, I'm not sure how Control is going to go down.
Based on how, I wouldn't say one-sided, but based on how the fights were skewed towards Kagendra in that hardpoint matchup, I want to say that they're going to find a little bit of dominance there. But clearly, when Four Suits Esports is comfortable on a map and they get to play a pace where they're comfortable with, they can surprise Kagendra. So this might just be all in the court of Four Suits Esports. We have to remember when Kagendra overextended, trying to play a little cheeky, Four Suits were able to punish. When Four Suits switched up their own pace, they punished Kagendra as well. Kagendra is not a immortal squad, and Four Suits Esports have proven that through this SND, albeit they still, of course, walked away with the victory, but Kagendra can still bleed. Control is a potential here if Four Suits does everything right later.
Well, again, that's going to be a very tall order because Four Suits, we've seen them make a couple mistakes here and there, and they're not really the most consistent team here. And again, as you said, they have to play everything perfectly if they want to win the Control match. Hopefully, they'll be able to put up a good fight. Winning all, on the other hand, I hope they're able to do it, but it's going to be a very difficult situation that they're going to be up against, especially considering how well Kagendra is able to handle their gunfights, their engagements, positionings. They definitely have a slight upper hand here.
And on top of everything else, we need to also take a note of all of the list of mistakes made by Four Suits Esports earlier on in that hardpoint matchup. They weren't anchoring down the spawns. Now, in Control, you don't need to anchor down the spawns, but you really need to play your positions well. Now that you've got a little bit of a more dynamic spawn available on Control, you need to be very careful as to where you engage from and how you control your part of the map so that you do have a little bit of extra, no pun intended, control over the segment that you're focusing on. And we've seen as well teams who split up a little bit too soon when they are tortured in terms of firepower against a squad. That, of course, turns out to be a disaster. Four Suits Esports really needs to gauge what kind of form do they want to play this. Are they going to be that SND squad that can refrag and counter all of those plays by Kagendra? Or are they going to be the form that we saw in Hardpoint? Because if they're going to be weaker in those gunfights, the team needs to stick together. They can definitely let go of B if they want and just mainly focus on A, on those defensive runs. On the attack, it has to be very put together. 5 players together, maybe at worst case scenario, a 1-4 split, and that one player just needs to be one that can handle all of his gunfights. A little bit of distraction should help them on those attacking rounds as well. Very doable for Four Suits Esports if they do not stumble.
That is true. I think they definitely have the skills to do it, the skills to pull it off, and the players that know what exactly they have to do. But it's going to be a matter of the timing and just overall those small little details that people tend to forget or miss out on that they have to be able to perfect. It's those small little moves that can cost or that can cost you the whole game that they have to finalize going into this next match.
So a 7-4 scoreline. It's a defeat for Four Suits Esports, but a much more decent scoreline to walk away from when you do take a defeat. The 250-81, clearly things were very wrong on there for the side of Four Suits Esports. The rotations were weak. The control of the spawns were pretty much non-existent. And they were being pushed and swept, I have to say, left or right by the waves in that ocean. But this time around, as we drop into control raid, they have to find control of their own compound, be it on the attack or defense. Let's take a look at their operators as well. It's going to be pretty much equal this time around. No equalizers.
Yep, they have chosen the same operator skills for both of these teams. And that's going to actually play a huge factor because that's going to mean that it's not going to be a matter of which weapon is better, but a matter of who is better at using these weapons that we have here. And, again, I think another advantage Kagendra has, especially in relation with these operator skills, is that because they're able to win a lot of their gunfights, they're a very streaky team. So that means they're able to build these up faster as well as the score streaks. And Four Suits, on the other hand, they're going to struggle. They're going to, if they lose a lot of their gunfights, they're going to have a hard time building those up. And it's very, very important to have those going into control.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, and this is why Four Suits Esports needs to really guard how they approach on the attack or the defense. I mean, if they're going to be running in blindly, pretty much like what kind of happened in that hardpoint matchup, you are going to give the operator advantage to your opponents. And Kagendra are already super annoying and deadly just on their regular gunplays, right? You give them a super tanky operator that allows zone control. For example, the War Machine, you're asking for trouble. The Sparrow in control is super deadly as well. So those operators, you can't control it, but you can allow yourself to not really get, to fall prey to some of their streaks as they're slaying nonstop out there on the battlefield. And one thing that can counter this is, and we've seen this mistake, unfortunately being made by a couple of teams, the inability of the tactical usage as they approach any one of these objectives. I think the smokes as well as the flashes, the stuns, the whole barrage needs to be brought out here by Four Suits Esports because they need every single upper hand against Kagendra.
That is true. The tactical skills play a huge factor. I mean, those grenades, you can easily get a kill and a life off the charts if you're able to land those correctly. And so those have to be able to be placed into good use. And as you said, the smokes to block off the sites. But right now, as we enter the game, we can actually see them making use of those tactical abilities. And now they are all heavy on that B side.
Let's see if or not the engagements are going to go the way of Four Suits here. Everything's equal for the time being. Kagendra, just the better ones on the defense. And now the attack once again, Esto. But overextension by Zen and Me6 will give them be right back. And look at Kagendra just not stopping there. Just continuously pushing the boundaries, pushing the line of defense or the attack, I have to say, from Four Suits Esports back into their own home base. And this is a very aggressive defense team coming through out of Kagendra. Is this going to punish them or is this going to give them that perfect control? We'll still have to wait and see. Four Suits Esports have managed to counter that and B is now wide open.
Well, for now, Kagendra, they're going to have a slight advantage when it comes to the number of respawns. But Four Suits, on the other hand, they are taking the B site by storm right now. They've gotten one segment already, trying to make it two. And they've cleared out the players of Kagendra. But just as I say that, the players of Kagendra go right back in to take it back. And the players of Four Suits, they're going to be forced to make another push and counter the plays of Kagendra if they want to be able to get that B site and the time extension that comes with it, because there's only 30 seconds left on the clock.
16 more lives left here for the defensive team. The single segment taken away from B gives Four Suits eSports a little bit of a lifeline here, but lives being dropped once again. The time is moving on. Kagendra once again with that perfect defense, and this is what I did not want to see out of Four Suits eSports, which unfortunately we do spot. It was just a single pointed attack towards B again and again and again, and when you bash your head into that wall so many times, you're about to crack your skull eventually. Four Suits just had theirs cracked. Kagendra walks away with round 1.
Well, that was a relatively fast game or round of control, but hopefully, Four Suits learn from their mistakes. It was just the first one. They still have time to make those adjustments, and hopefully they do it soon, because right now they're going to be placed on the defending side, and the players of Kagendra going heavy on that B side. It looks like they might just be able to get the first segment early on in the game.
Spawning a little bit closer towards B, and this is the opportunity for Four Suits eSports to stick together. You can see player number 5 in yellow, Baki, trying to control the mid-segment of the map, but he just hangs around a little bit too long to be punished by Fran. The rest of the players, though, are on the hill, stopping the bleeding. Reef playing the heady, and he's not going to be able to take Sebio out of the equation just yet. Sebio just being super annoying, but the flash will obscure his sights, and this is Kagendra using their tacticals freely out there, something that I expected Four Suits to abuse.
Yep. But now you can see that actually the players of Kagendra, they're going to be able to capture 2 points on the B side already. And it looks like Four Suits is just going to give away that last point as well. And that's going to be a capture for the side of Kagendra. Now, Four Suits, this is a smart move from them, because that means they just have to focus on that A side and no longer on that B side. As long as they hold it down, stay alive, they'll make it out of this. But it looks like they're having a little bit of a difficulty with the staying alive part, as they lose a lot of lives to the hands of Kagendra.
You can play this tactic against a team that you can dominate when it comes to the gunfights, but I think when it comes to some of these more complicated matchups, you can't really absorb all of the attack on that one hill and leave the other one absolutely untouched. You have to complete both, hopefully around the exact same amount of pressure, and leave that one final segment. Leave your opponents, leave the defenders guessing as to where you're going to take that attack, and that kind of element of surprise will really be on the side of Kagendra. But they're not even bothering to pull off such cheeky plays, mainly because the gunfights are so one-sided. Four Suits eSports in a fast-paced battle cannot keep up with the Indonesians, and Kagendra is going to run away with this. What a quick round of attack. Kagendra now 2-0 up.
2-0, and unfortunately, a very big difference between the two teams in that last round specifically. I mean, Kagendra, they had about 20 lives on their side, while Four Suits only had had none anymore, and we ended that round really, really quickly because of how Kagendra was able to change up their play style. But now we are going to be moving into what could be the final round of this control match if Kagendra is able to continue the plays that they've pulled out so far. Now they're starting to invest into their operator skills and score streaks to lower the lives that Four Suits have, and now it's working pretty well for them.
And this time on the attack, Four Suits eSports doing much better on the attack. And a little bit of an overextension coming on through, but the Predator missile will be able to take care of that. And look at this overextension coming through from Reef. He wants to go not for a spawn trap, but just to torture these players here on the overextension coming through gallery, and he will be able to defend B to perfection as he finds the first one. Can he find the second as well? Should be able to wait for that backup. In the meantime, though, Four Suits eSports have barely done anything. The markers on A will be cleared, and Kagendra trying to play the perfect defense.
Yep, no progress from the players of Four Suits just so far, and they've lost a lot of lives already, and it's not looking very good for them anymore. Now, the players of Four Suits, they're trying to stay alive, trying to play a little bit more cheeky, catching the players of Kagendra off guard, but unfortunately, Kagendra's just going to dominate majority of those gunfights and make the players of Four Suits pay for it. As you can see, the kill feed is all blue, and now they're starting to pull out their operator skills as well, and the players of Four Suits, they're taking a lot of damage right now.
You can start the countdown, baby. 3, 2, 1, bye-bye, Kagendra! The clock is past on 1. Hunter killer, don't do it. No, Hunter killer drone finds the slay, but the clock is still paused. Finally comes to an end. What a unfortunate one for Four Suits eSports. mainly because in that S&D matchup, we saw signs of life from them. They still could not end it up with a victory. And we wanted that to really build up a lot of momentum for them as they got into control. But we can see that it just switched right back to the pacing of Hardpoint earlier on. Majority of the gunfights dominated by Kagendra. And I will have to say, nothing special from Four Suits Esports in terms of the strategic approaches. On defense, I agree, I understand. But on the attack, nothing flashy. They didn't keep it fresh. They took it as a very one-sided attack against Kagendra, and you are gonna be punished. And that's exactly what happened out there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's one of the game modes that they definitely have to put a lot more work into to be able to improve. But for now, we are going to have the winner of the first series going to the side of Kagendra with a clean sweep. And they're continuing to maintain that clean sweep since the major series season 9. And now we are done with the first series. AJ, what do you have to say? I mean, I was really hoping for a little bit more from Four Suits, especially during that search and destroy game. We saw a little bit more action there, but they were really never able to close it up. So what advice can you give them?
I mean, no disrespect to Four Suits Esports, but, you know, we've hyped the boys up in Garena Master Season 5 as much as we could. But down here at Stage 4, we have to call it down the line, right? Kagendra was just so much better, not just with the gunfights, but the strategic approach to each and every single one of those situations. Even on S&D, you saw them keeping things fresh by countering the plays of Four Suits Esports. When Four Suits was able to pull away a couple of rounds, you saw Kagendra making those fine adjustments to make sure they went back to winning those rounds. Four Suits Esports, on the other hand, they had an idea. They came in here to execute that one idea. When that idea failed, you saw them just kind of go into shambles. This is something that the Four Suits Esports team cannot sort out within Stage 4. If they can't do that, then they're going to struggle a tad bit. I think before they get into this next series, Four Suits really needs to think as to how they're going to approach and probably have a coach or at least a pro player that maybe is not at Stage 4. Help them out to assess the other teams. Just see exactly what's going out there as the third party. Because sometimes when you're in the heated battles, you make some decisions which just don't make sense at all. Post-match, you're thinking, I shouldn't have done that. But if you're not going to have someone who's out of the situation doing the thinking for you, then you're always going to be in a situation where you regret what has been done. Four Suits in that position right now, unfortunately, Wasabi.
You're right. I mean, when you're in these high pressure situations, you're not thinking straight. And in a game like this, you have to be able to make those decisions quickly. So you need someone to help you learn how to adjust to this. Maybe a coach, maybe someone to guide you. But for now, unfortunately, it's going to be Kagendra taking the sweep over Four Suits. And AJ, you know, I want to throw something at you.
Tell me.
When I was talking to Chari, he told me something interesting, and I want to ask your opinion on this. He said that they almost got Badman and Epox from DVK to play in their team, but ended up with Joke and Sebio. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think they should have went with Badman and Epox, or was Joke and Sebio the good choice?
I think it's a no-brainer that Badman and Epox will definitely be the better choices. I think their mechanical skills far outweigh whatever Sebio and partner could bring to the table. And I think that's also clearly shown here. But I don't think just those two players added on to the current squad of Four Suits Esports would be able to make wondrous changes and shut down Kagendra in a 3-0 or whatever. Perhaps the scores could be a little bit closer. Maybe Hardpoint would not be a 250 to 81, maybe a 250 to 150. Maybe Control might be a 3-1. But Kagendra is just way too good to sort out just with a couple of roster changes. So yes, it could have done them a lot of good, but I don't think the overall scoreline would go ahead to change all that too much.
Thank you for answering my question. But right now, we are actually going to be taking a look at the MVP of the match on the side of Kagendra. Going to be Clovey here with an average KD rating of 2.54, which is absolutely huge considering that we're already in Stage 4. This is the pros of the pros of the pros, the best of the best of the best, and he's still able to pull off something like this.
Unfortunately, it's not really apple-to-apple comparison yet. I think the level where Kagendra is at, I think we can only get the proper KD rating when they go up against a team like Powerhouse or Smarter Mega. But of course, at the end of the day, that's exactly how Stage 4 is. These are the teams that have qualified. And you are going to see, over exaggerated numbers like these. If they were to take this off of a team like Powerhouse, or maybe even a team like, okay, against ABC, I think it'll be definitely doable. They have done that before. Maybe against WDC, and I'm not talking about Xenon, who did not show up today. I'm talking about the other WDC who's in Group A. That would be something to shout about, but just not at this point of time. So this is the main reason why I'm looking forward to the final series of the day. That is when we will really see what sort of a threat Kagendra is within the competition, how strong Powerhouse as well as the SG scene is within Stage 4, and potentially make a prediction as to who's going to be, or which are the two teams who are going to be the ones to qualify through for Stage 5.
Yep, we have to wait and see to exactly clarify on that. But once again, guys, our second match is going to be cut short as the players of WDC Xenon are not able to show up due to a problem with their devices. And so they're going to take an L on that, giving the win to the side of ABC or Alibaba Clan. And that means we are going to be done with two series already. And it feels like we just started, but well, we are going to be going into the third match after a very short break. And we are back for Garena Call of Duty Mobile Regional Qualifier Stage 4. And today is going to be the second day of those qualifiers. And we're going to actually be seeing Group B. We're done with two matches already. And we're going to go straight into the third one of Omega versus Powerhouse.
I'm looking forward to this one, Wasabi. This is once again a rematch that we have seen play out one too many times. I love both teams, but I'm bored of the matchups already. I am just mainly looking to see how the region of MYSGPH match up against Thailand, Indonesia, as well as Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan. But of course, it's the format of the competition. We'll just need to take this one, right? Whether or not this matchup is going to matter, absolutely matters, right? Because each and every single team, they've only got 5 series to play. They need to win at least 3 of them to get that guaranteed spot in the playoffs later on. And if you lose this, obviously there needs to be one loser that walks away from the series. It is going to hurt, but it's going to hurt their pride a little bit more. Powerhouse International looks absolutely solid as they step on into the competition. Smart Mega, on the other hand, some surprising turnaround. I expected a much stronger squad leading up to stage 5, but surprisingly, what we saw at Garena Masters Season 5 wasn't exactly that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Powerhouse, as you said, they're very strong, they're very solid, they have very good runs for them in Garena Masters Season 5, but I have to agree with you. This is not the Garena, this is not the Omega that I know and for a long time. I mean, they're still a good team, but they're not as solid as they used to be, and their plays are not as consistent as they used to be.
I wish it was, and I wish the storyline of them hiding their strats is a real thing out there, but it's just going to be all for naught if we don't see those improvements coming through from the squad, right? Smart Omega now, regardless of whatever their performance has been for Garena Masters Season 5, it can all be thrown out of the window because stage 4, the qualification is still there. And as long as you do not falter within stage 4, you can get to the world stage once again and show the world exactly who you are. They want a little bit of a comeback. They want a little bit of revenge this time around. They want to go all the way through. They don't want to allow Team Powerhouse to be the representatives who do manage to get a little bit further than them. So I'm guessing we're going to see a little bit of a heated fight between the two. But of course, Powerhouse International, with the recent changes that they've brought into the squad as well, they're looking super solid. I mean, it's now no longer a team that has been mainly focusing on the Singaporean players. They've brought in 2 import players from the Philippines, and they have been so fundamental to the matches thus far. We're talking about Skird as well as FDX. And these 2 players, not just mechanically, but even through strategy, they have been with teams who are world championship caliber. And that sort of quality within the squad of Powerhouse prepares them even better for the next stage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Powerhouse is the only mixed nationalities team, and though that could cause some miscommunications between the teams, I mean, there's language barriers and other stuff, but nonetheless, they were able to power through it and actually become one of the top teams, not only in Garena Masters Season 5, but also right now. And you can tell that they are one to watch out for, one that you have to be scared of. But on the other hand, the reason why I'm actually looking forward to this match, as I said earlier, is because it's going to be a rematch. And the reason why I'm looking forward to it is because, when you lose to Powerhouse, although this was a year ago, Regional Championships 2022, with slightly different lineups, and then you lose to them again in Garena Masters Season 5, you are going to want that revenge so badly. So maybe this is the time that Omega is going to start showing all of their strats, if they were really hiding some of them, and find a way to defeat Powerhouse.
Of course. I mean, if you are a Smart Omega fan, that's definitely what you're hoping for Smart Omega to really rise up to the occasion. And once again, the more recent results between them is a little bit more applicable because both have managed to maintain that exact same roster from Masters 5 into stage 4. And we did see Powerhouse knock Smart Omega down into the lower brackets. It was a 3-1 victory. And then Smart Omega kind of won that first matchup, first in the lower bracket round 1. And as luck would have it with how those matches were drawn at Season 5, they had to go up against Easier Bookie. So obviously that was not an easy matchup. Easier Bookie is so much more deadly this time around. And Easier Bookie kicked Smart Omega out of the competition. This all started though with Powerhouse knocking them down into the lower brackets first. So if that scoreline in a best of 5 was so convincing, I'm guessing it's going to be the exact same here as well. And even that one match taken by Smart Omega, that was a legendary fight between these 2 teams. The scoreline was a 250 to 249 on Summit. I mean, we all know how Summit, you get snowballed, but that was such a heated battle. The snow melted on the map on that day. And, it was just all-out chaos. That was won by Smart Omega and then later on swept 3-1 in a gentleman's sweep. but it could have ended at 3-0. So that really shows how good Powerhouse is and how many more questions Smart Omega needs to answer before they can get through stage 4.
You're right. That was such a close match. And it could have also just been a little bit of luck on Omega. Now, I'm not saying they're a bad team, but it was a 1-point difference. It could have been Powerhouse who won it or Omega who won it. But we'll just have to find out who among these teams are the strongest as we go into this next match. And right now, you're gonna take a look at the lineup of Powerhouse. We're gonna see Bingo, FDX, Incendio, Irfan J, Shut Up, and Skurd playing today.
And of course, within this squad in itself, you can look at each and every single player as the leading role. You're going to have your captain Incendio. You're going to have your clutch king Irfan J. Shut Up, one of the best snipers out there on the battlefield, who's a super flex on those SMGs as well. You're going to have FDX to back him up. You're going to have Skurd, the veteran player with so much of knowledge stored in his head and mechanical skills, just like muscle memory. He pops off. And if worse comes to worse, they have to depend on Bingo. Bingo is your super sub. Bingo's the kind of guy who just steps on in, gets the job done, shocks the world, walks away. Powerhouse, they live true to their names. They are a powerhouse.
I mean, when you have it as your name, you have to claim the title, and they are definitely showing that they deserve the title of Powerhouse.
Yeah.
And, as you were saying, they have a very, very solid players here. But once again, they're going to be going up against the players of Omega. These are known players in the community. We've seen them time and time again. It's going to be Idra, Candy, Kevs, Risky, Tin, and Whoopi for the players of Omega tonight.
And of course, if you want to look at the best sniper in the Philippines, you're going to be tuning into this matchup. Whoopi, once again, back to his old ways. The guy knows how to snipe. We saw him really focus on getting those SMG plays, wanting to be the objective player for Smart Omega. He has been the all-rounder because he has needed to be the all-rounder. They brought Rage in, and of course, they had to let Rage go. When Rage was let go, they brought Risky right back onto the squad, and this team has been so good ever since. And of course, the addition of Tin on the squad as well allows Smart Omega to take some of these high fragging matches and make it look like it was a piece of cake. You've got your anchor down in the form of Idra. You've got Candy continuously out there, just roaming around. The mechanical skills out of this guy, so phenomenal as well. Every single player, a star in their own accord. But the only problem with Smart Omega has been the inconsistent plays. The 50-50 every single time they step into a matchup against a big squad. And I mean, of course, it's an acceptable sort of a performance thus far, but for the fan base, which is phenomenal in the Philippines, they want more out of this team. So the pressure is on their shoulders to go out there and consistently perform. That's what we want to see. Can they do that? And we are going to be starting things off at Takeoff. This is a great map to see both of these teams played off. We saw how important those rotations were earlier on Wasabi. It's going to count here as well.
Yep, not only the rotations, but also the power positions and those gunfights. And with both of these teams being such big names, we are going to have one hell of a fight here in Takeoff. And followed by that, we are going to see Search and Destroy Express. And lastly, Standoff for Control. And let's see exactly what's going to happen here. As you said a while ago when we were giving a little bit of a history lesson here, the players, when they went up against each other in Garena Masters Season 5, Summit was a close game, but they also played Hardpoint Takeoff, and that one wasn't that close. I mean, Omega had only 114 points, while the players of Powerhouse won the game. So let's see if this is going to be the same storyline where Powerhouse is able to take the win and Takeoff, or will Omega show off more strats and newer strats and be able to make those adjustments needed to win the round?
I totally agree with you, Wasabi. I think Smart Omega got whooped in the Takeoff hardpoint matchup. 250 to 114 is no joke. And when you're a top flight squad like Smart Omega, you don't expect a scoreline like that. Powerhouse definitely crushed them. Thankfully, we didn't see a match after that because you would have seen the effect of that heart-crushing maneuver executed by Powerhouse. But of course, it was a best of 5. The match ended 3-1. It was a gentleman's sweep that Smart Omega got kicked down with into the lower bracket. Powerhouse, of course, stayed in the upper brackets. They went on to be the number 2 seeded team from the Garena Masters Season 5. So great stuff out of Powerhouse, and they've shown us that they've got the quality, not just to beat Smart Omega, they've also shown us the quality of being able to 3-0 easy our bookie to meet West Point Marble Kings in that grand final. So when you've got quality like that, out of a team like Powerhouse, it's definitely going to be a challenge for Smart Omega. Everything needs to be done right. Those rotations need to be timely. You cannot pull it off too early. You can't leave it for too late. You can't just say you want to play the objective and not play the power positions. You can't just play the power positions and not send in enough players on the objective. You need to have a perfect balance of every single element, because you can bet your life that's what Powerhouse will be doing.
Yep, because balance is key for everything, especially when going into games like this one. And we're just going to have to wait and find out which of these two teams are able to maintain that balance better than the other. And if, again, there's that rumor of the players of Omega hiding strategies. Is that true? Is it not true? Are we going to see them show off their strategies here? Or are we going to see them fall to their knees against Powerhouse once again, especially in the rematch of Takeoff?
Absolutely. Express standoff that's going to be for S&D and Control. We have all seen the standoff control quality out of Powerhouse thus far. This is going to be a little bit of a challenge coming through for the team of Smart Omega as well. If you want to look at the overall grand scheme of things, standoff out of 7 maps played at Garena Masters Season 5, Powerhouse won 6 of them. So that's a little crazy that one that they did drop was in the hands of West Point Marble Kings, but we all know West Point, they are a totally different level at this point of time. We'll circle back to them a little bit later on. But let's take a look at the operator skills here that are going to be brought in later on as well.
Yep, I think there's a little bit of a graphics issue as 2 players on the side of Powerhouse have a Purifier, but more or less it's going to be a similar battle when it comes to the operator skills when we go into the game, and it's going to be down to where exactly they're going to decide to use those skills. Like the Purifier, that's going to really help out in those close range hard points, like the second point, the third point, those that are inside buildings. And on the other hand, the other operator skills might help out in longer range, like the first hill, where it's very open and you need to be able to hold down that whole area.
Yeah, operators are very annoying to deal with. Some operators can take you out in the same equation as well. Some of those operators will be absolutely torturous for your opponents to deal with. But the fact of the matter is, we're not just going to have a one operator showdown, which Garena is definitely very famous for, right? Like, we pick up that one meta gun, and every single team within Garena will run that one meta gun until we are forced to drop it because they've nerfed that gun. The same exact thing was happening to operators. So being forced to have a totally different lineup here, where each and every single player has to pick their own specific operator to use within the matchup, does kind of even out the playing field just a little bit, but it does not take out the sting from those operators. Some of the operators are going to be slightly lesser effective than the rest, but it's all going to be up to RNG. It's all going to be about the decisions, the timing of the investments of those operators are going to be so crucial. My goodness, Wasabi, we've seen some absolute waste in terms of operators. You see those 3-4 operators being invested at the same time just to protect one hardpoint hill. They get slain out. Their opponents have been wise in terms of those investments. You see them just investing 1 or 2 hill after hill. And usually the team that's a little bit more resourceful with how they bring in those investments are the ones that walk away with the victory. It kind of reminds me like saving your money. You know, you gotta save for a rainy day. That's one of the things that a lot of teams don't do with their operators.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, these are life skills. Even if it's just in a game, you can still apply it in life. And you're exactly right. You need to learn how to save and invest properly in those operator skills. But not only that, also when you use those tactical skills. I mean, some of these teams, they just throw it randomly, not thinking where it's going to land, instead of using it properly to maybe clear out a hard point, maybe kill off a player that you know is in a certain area. And that's something that these players need to make adjustments with, and they have to be able to perfect if they want a clean game.
And I mean, I'm split in terms of kind of agreeing or disagreeing with that. What I do agree with, Wasabi, for sure, is the timing of those tacticals, right? you can keep it fresh. Some of those rounds, for example, in an S&D, you can go guns blazing. You can go for a rush straight up on a site. You can anticipate where your opponents are going to appear from. For example, on a very standard map like Firing Range, where almost every single pro team have already got those lineup of grenades pretty much practiced a million times already, you can pull those off. But we've seen teams who don't really want to rush into sites, tossing in those tacticals as well as lethals. That's where I've got a problem with this, because in the later parts of those S&D rounds where you could really use the extra assistance from a tactical or a lethal, you don't have it. And then you just have to depend on your gunfight. And if you're especially stuck in a 1v2, 1v3 situation, it's just going to be a little bit more torturous. You don't have that extra oomph. You don't have that extra bit of advantage. So in that regard, I totally agree with you, right? Some of the teams really need to be a little bit more concise as to how they invest some of these extra items, apart from, of course, those operators in itself. It will not just be indicative of how good they are, how proficient they are when it comes to this strategic approach towards these rounds, but it'll just show how resourceful they are in terms of using each and every single element within the game in itself, instead of just wasting them.
Yeah, exactly. And if these teams are definitely at par with each other, which I think they are, that small difference, that small thing that you're able to learn may make the difference and put you on top. So we have to see if maybe they're listening right now, maybe they're able to make those adjustments, but I don't know. I think that's a little too soon for them to hear. Maybe on their next matches, they're going to be able to make that adjustments, but we'll have to see their strategies in this first hardpoint match first.
I've got my fingers crossed here. I really want to see a better performance out of Smart Mega. I mean, I think I've had a ton of fun thus far throughout my whole career as a shoutcaster, casting these Smart Mega matches. They're just super fun. And there used to be a time where Smart Mega just used to absolutely wreck team after team. And then you come across some legendary series where the back and forth is just so supreme between these titans, where if you've got a best of 5, it's going to go down to that game number 5. If you've got 5 rounds within control, you're going to eat up each and every single one of those 5 rounds. But Smart Mega just hasn't been keeping up with the pace of that fight like how Powerhouse has, which is just so weird, because I think the investment that Smart Mega should have had thus far through the branding and all should be a little bit more than Powerhouse themselves.
I mean, I definitely think that so as well. So let's see if the talk about them hiding strats is true or not. But for now, it's going to seem like the players of Omega are going to be the first ones in the hill. But on the kill feed, on the other hand, it's going to be Powerhouse winning a majority of their early gunfights.
And Powerhouse do soak up a lot of these points as well. One final engagement. Backstab comes through from player number 3 in blue, but Irfan J sorts Whoopi out instantly. And 3 players. Look at Powerhouse. You can see the ideation here. Stacking that hill number 1. Making sure they've got each other's backs. And each and every single one of these players not watching the exact same angle. They have got each other's backs by making sure everybody is holding on to a specific spot off that map. And Powerhouse has been able to soak up a majority of these points. As they get slain, they instantly hop on right back to that objective. Final 5 seconds, and this is where they still go in there to soak up the few final points. Powerhouse on the early rotation to P2 as well, doing 2 things at the same time. Smart Mega showing up a little bit slow.
I mean, with the players of Powerhouse winning majority of their gunfights and pushing Omega to the further spawns, they are going to take some time to rotate into that hill. And Powerhouse is taking advantage of that, and they're really racking up the points now. But players of Smart Omega trying to go in for a push right now, unfortunately, they're not going to be so successful in doing so because they're only pushing in one side. They're not trying to go in for a split push, maybe catch the players of Powerhouse off guard. And the players of Powerhouse are doing really well in predicting where Smart Omega is going to be coming from.
Let's see, 63-9, Smart Mega. They do find a good play. They take away the anchor spawns, and that's courtesy of player number 5, Kendi. But Kendi himself gets shut down by Skirt, and the rest of the players on the side of Powerhouse continue to soak up all of these points. Final 10 seconds more, and it looks like Powerhouse has gotten the deed done. And an early rotation once again into P3 as well. Mommy, someone help Smart Mega, please.
They definitely need a lot of help. I mean, Look at that scoreline right now. Smart Omega only 9 points, while Powerhouse close to the 100. And they're building up their score streaks, really making the players of Smart Omega pay for it. And now, the players of Smart Omega goes for the early rotation. They get the hill for the first couple of seconds. But as soon as Powerhouse starts pushing in, they're gonna start losing a lot of their gunfights right now. You can see that it's a little bit contested, and the players of Powerhouse are able to break right into the hill.
At 19 to 19, 36 more seconds, and they find the break. Favorable spawns taken over by Smart Omega. Finally, they find a little bit of control, but Powerhouse powers their way through into the hill, winning out their gunfights. They don't have the favorable spawns, but they do have the points on their side. And now, do they walk through this hill and break the spawns in a straightforward attack against the players of Smart Omega? Yes, they're gonna do exactly that. But Shut Up will falter halfway through, but all of that extra pressure brought out of Powerhouse keeps Smart Omega on the spawn that they did try to control. This is just a one-sided matchup that I never thought I would see.
This is absolutely crazy. I mean, you're right. I didn't expect this as well. I expected a better play from Smart Omega, but unfortunately, they're not living up to the standards right now. And you can see they're starting to fall little by little. Players of Powerhouse just defeating every single Omega player that comes into their sight, and they're able to dominate majority of the hills that they go into. Despite the late rotations from the side of Powerhouse, they're always able to go in for the retake.
Oh, FDX Powerhouse 128 to 22, more than a 100-point lead, but FDX takes himself out. You cannot throw the hunter-killer drone like that, sir. Irfan J, on the other hand, will fail as Tin walks in with the purifier. The souls of Powerhouse get purified as Smart Omega take over the hill. 3 players now. Overextension by Irfan J will falter as well as the players try to wrap around. All of a sudden, Smart Omega has woken up. They start winning out a bunch of their gunfights.
And they have to keep doing so if they want to have a chance of winning this. They have to play more consistent, continue the streak that they're on right now. They're gonna get the scrap time, get their points up to 50 points right now, but they have to be able to get the next couple of hills to catch up to Powerhouse, because as soon as they get closer towards that 200-point mark, it's gonna be harder and harder to catch up. Smart Omega going in for the early rotations, trying to get that first hill. They're gonna get their hands on it for a couple of seconds, but it goes right back to the clutches of Powerhouse.
Smart Omega trying to counter the triple man objective stack by Powerhouse by just spreading out all around the objective and slaying from the outside perimeter. But this is just not working on their side because they are able to find a couple of those eliminations, but the point just keeps getting cleared time and time again. But it seems like Smart Omega, if they can't pick up the point, it doesn't matter as long as Powerhouse can't run away with this matchup. That's the intention that they're looking for here. Perhaps they can succeed at this. Now investing 2 objective players as well, but FDX hitting it hard, getting the double for himself. They continuously slay each other out, and this has been one of those first few times that I've actually seen so few points being soaked up from this P1.
I mean, it's absolutely crazy. I mean, this P1 is very hard to hold down, but nonetheless, Smart Omega and Powerhouse going back and forth for it. It's going to be absolutely crazy. And Powerhouse game the last couple of seconds on that hill, but Omega making the smart choice to start moving to the next hill, setting up. And unfortunately, despite the early rotation, despite the setup, the players of Powerhouse is going to be the ones opening up the hill as they pull out their operator skills. You can see Irfan J here with the purifier watching the entrances, just making sure that no one gets close into that hard point. And Kev's trying to go in through the window, unfortunately faced by another operator once again, and these are just smart investments from the side of Powerhouse.
Operators whooped out here by Powerhouse, whooping out Smart Omega from the hill as well, but the bleeding gets stopped. But Powerhouse still continues to dominate through Shut Up this time around. Incendio, the captain himself, whipping out the war machine, now stepping up onto the hill as well. Finds the elimination alongside FDX, helps him out 188 to 58. A 130-point lead that Powerhouse has now. We've talked about a 60-point lead being nothing in a hard point, but a lead like this is absolutely something. Final 7 seconds. Powerhouse does not get the hill. They stop the bleeding for a little bit and still goes back in for scraps. And that bit of distraction is going to stop Smart Omega from going in for the super early rotation. In the meantime, Powerhouse is already stacking the money hill P3.
They know this is going to be a big one for them. They know they have to be able to get as many points as possible to set them up to win in the next hill. That's why right now they're going to hold down the area. But Cavs pulls out the Sparrow. Unfortunately, wasted investment there. And the players of Powerhouse continuing to hold down the hill. But Omega breaks right in, takes the hill from them. They're going to hold it down right now, trying to reach that 100 point at least, and they are so far doing pretty well, especially with their investments that they're pulling out here in this current hill.
And 90, Smart Mega slowly waking up, but have they chosen to take a couple of too many extra snoozes? You know, when your alarm rings early in the morning and you hit snooze, 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 and by the time you wake up, you realize, holy mama, it's 12 p.m. That's exactly what's happening to Smart Mega at this point of time. They're finally waking up, but it might just be too late. A 100-point solid lead for Powerhouse. Just 50 to wrap things up now. Early rotation into P4 is going to be strong coming through from Powerhouse, but no operators to play with. Smart Mega, on the other hand, have got one in the hands of Kendi. Freddy's going to be dropping by. Kevs gets taken out of the equation, and this just gives an extra stack for Powerhouse.
Powerhouse now in the hill. This could let them end the game really, really soon if they're able to hold it down. But Omega trying to go in for the consistent contestant to that hill. They're going to pull themselves a little bit more time. But you're absolutely right, AJ. This is a little bit too late. We're seeing life from Omega, but it's a little too late. If it came out earlier, they would have had a good chance to stand up against Powerhouse. But right now, Powerhouse, they're holding this area down really well, using the War Machine to block off the entrances as well, knocking a couple of players out of the
221. And it looks like it's about to be game over unless Smart Mega goes Super Saiyan on the boys of Powerhouse. 14 more seconds to go. The game has a potential of ending on this P1. P1 where it all started. P1 where it was dominated by 3 objective players so beautifully out of Powerhouse. Final 4 seconds going to be soaked up by the team in yellow as well as they set up for P1. 2 players on the perimeter. And Smart Mega hopping onto the hill even before the objective gets activated. Powerhouse nicks off a couple of extra eliminations, holding the back lines before they open up the hill for themselves.
Now, this is where Smart Omega's life is on the line, because if they give up that hill, Powerhouse might just be able to close up the game. So it looks like the players of Smart Omega, they're just gonna try to stack up on that hill. But right now, the players of Powerhouse are just too much for them to handle. They're going to be the ones holding it down, not looking to end the game just yet, playing at the surrounding areas, trying to get the kills. And unfortunately, it's not looking very good for Smart Omega. Powerhouse only needing 8 more points.
Yeah, Powerhouse barely jumping onto the hill. They just want to play a couple of slaying missions here before they end the game. But they think a little bit is enough. Irfan J, Clutch King, 2 more gunfights to win. Out he gets slain and held on to this one single point. Smart Omega now with the opportunity to really go for the biggest run of their lives. But Powerhouse says, stop dreaming, boys. Time to wake up. 12 p.m. is late enough.
Well, unfortunately, it wasn't the match that we were looking for, but the match we expected. Powerhouse going to dominate that first hardpoint game by a huge amount over Omega, and unfortunately, they were just a little too late to the party, a little too late to stepping up their game.
And Powerhouse were just there all along. They did so well. The P1 initial start to the game would have been soul crushing for Smart Omega to deal with. And look at this. Not a single player from Smart Omega clocking in 1 minute at the hard point. You know there's a problem. I don't know what the problem is. Smart Omega needs to figure it out, because Powerhouse is going to have an easy day if this is going to be the scenario. SND, I'm expecting Smart Omega to wake up and the rise of Whoopi to be the factor that challenges Powerhouse a little bit later on. I mean, fingers crossed FDX as well as Shut Up Don't Wake Up as well, because that's going to be quite the tough fight for him then.
It would be a very, very tough, but you know, that is something that we can expect from Powerhouse. I mean, as their name says it, they are a powerhouse and they are here to show it. And we have to mention that in Garena Masters Season 5, the search and destroy match that we saw there, it was a huge difference. Omega only getting 3 points while the players of Powerhouse getting 7. And if the players of Omega doesn't bring out a new strategy, doesn't change things up, it might just be the same storyline again.
I mean, the strategy was a little soft, but I wouldn't say it was horrible. But the way they were engaging the gunfights, there's something truly wrong. They are not looking like their old selves. I don't think they are new devices. Perhaps there's some new settings that these boys are messing around with that they're just not getting. but it's just not going to fly, especially against a team like Powerhouse. So mechanically sound. I mean, just look at that. I mean, shut up at that one point as we're looking now, 44 eliminations already. He was just on a prowl. The rest of those players all equal, just more than 30 bombers on their side. The rest of Smarter Mega, on the other hand, clearly facing troubles in terms of finding those engagement numbers against Powerhouse. They did try to put up one valiant effort towards the very end, but of course, just way too late for them to make any sort of comeback. And they had to give that hard point away because of a little bit of a slow start. S&D Express, this is where they have to wake up early. And Powerhouse, they start off on the defense. So this is a beautiful blessing for Smarter Mega. They can dictate the pace at the very start.
Well, as long as they know how to dictate the pace properly, then they might just be able to take advantage of that. But once again, you know, the players of Powerhouse, they're a very aggressive team, and they can, no matter which side they're on, attacking or defending, they can definitely just go straight into those engagements. And considering how the gunfights of Omega is, Powerhouse has a huge chance of winning those gunfights if ever they do go into an engagement.
I'm actually shell-shocked watching that matchup. I did not expect engagements like that from Smarter Mega at all. And at this point of time, I'm the creator of the hiding strats theory. I am going to tell you guys, they are not hiding strats anymore, because if they're hiding it, I don't know for which world championship it is, whether it's this one or next year's one. If it's for next year, I get it. If it's for this year, they need to start showing us some solid stuff out there. And it wasn't even a strat hiding issue out there. It was an engagement issue. They weren't winning out gunfights. Point blank, that was the problem for Smarter Mega. But in a slower pace, I'm expecting it to be totally different. Let's see if they can match up. FDX Incendio starting things off alongside Irfan J. And okay, maybe next round.
I mean, as soon as the game starts, we're going to be down to one player. Whoopi running for his life, staying alive. But Skurd finds him, gets the kill early on. And that's the first round done in a matter of maybe a minute or so.
My goodness. I didn't expect that to happen. Once again, Smarter Mega, the attackers, they don't really need to rush straight into the compound of Powerhouse. FDX punishing Kendi as he runs straight in. Tin, beautiful trade out into Skurd. The bomb will go ahead to drop back. Incendio finding risky. And I'm not too sure as to why Powerhouse is just... Sorry, I'm not sure why Smarter Mega is playing into the confines of Powerhouse and just getting the players shut down one after the other. And now a man disadvantage on top of everything else. Kept finding FDX, putting a couple of bullets. My goodness, the quick scope. What a turnaround. And Shut Up finishes off the final player. If this continues to happen with Wasabi, Powerhouse is going to be smiling year to year because Smarter Mega is just giving it away.
I'm at the loss for words. I mean, Smart Omega, after being the giants of the game for so long, they're getting beaten really, really badly right now. And it seems like they don't really know how to properly counter this. So as the game progresses, we'll just have to find out if they're able to change things up. But so far, it's not looking very good for them.
A little bit of a slower pace. Man advantage! A two-man advantage at that as Whoopi finds their Fun J. Tin, grenade, does not get taken down. Potential trophy played well. And Kev sets up the trophy beautifully as Shut Up shows up. Cannot find the second player. Incendio, beautiful scope. Traded out by Tin. Numbers still on the side of Smarter Mega, and FDX shows up out of nowhere. Beautiful scope. We'll find the first one. Bomb's going to get planted at the very same time, though. 40 seconds more for FDX to sort things out. But look at the backstep coming on through.
Yep, but now they come into contact with another. And unfortunately, Whoopi's going to falter, and it's going to be down to a 2v1. Will FDX clutch this game up? It's going to be a matter of a couple seconds before we find that out. But now he's heading towards that A side, trying to check the corners, making sure no one is around. But as he pushes into here, he's going to be faced by two players. And there you have it. Smart Omega winning their first round for this game.
Beautifully played, but FDX had an opportunity there as well. You did see him get the clutch onto Whoopi. And even before that, he found a frag. And even after that, in 1v2, he found that and got traded out as it set up a 1v1. The 2v1 advantage the Smarter Mega had has been converted. And I would be absolutely disgusted if they had lost that one as well. So good on them. They've pulled this back to a decent side as Kendi finds Incendio this time around. One more opportunity. Shut up will not be found. And he whips out the 50 Gs only to get punished in with the Fennec. It's just a little bit too lethal. The rate of fire out of this gun is too much to deal with. Whoopi on the opposite side will find Shut Up as well. And this time, Smart Mega, beautiful comebacks.
This is what we were looking for. This is the type of wake up we were talking about. And Smart Omega is definitely showing it. They have a huge man advantage right now. 4-1. FDX left to clutch it up again. But this time, the bomb is going to be planted on the B side. And FDX, he only has a sniper, which is going to be a little bit difficult for him if he doesn't play this slowly.
Let's see if or not the Powerhouse within FDX allows him to clutch this out. I think I was asking for too much in 1v4. Beautiful snipe. They retrieve the 2 rounds pretty easily. And it's all equal now, Wasabi.
Well, even if it's an equal match, this is what I wanted. You know, I wanted a close match between these two, and it looks like Smart Omega starting to step up and give that to us. And now we are going to see the next round started off. FDS getting one on Risky, putting Smart Omega in a disadvantage. But big plays here as the players of Powerhouse stack up on that B side.
Good grenade laid out here as FDX gets clipped. 10 position. Beautiful grenade, shut up, and the connection will not be found as Tin slides away. Great reposition to counter that. And now the players on the side of Smart Mega slowly wrapping around towards B. They want to drop by the ticketing area eventually, but let's see how they shut this down as 3 defensive players await them.
Now we can see Whoopi getting a shot on Shut Up, but now he gets taken down by Irfan as well. And it's going to be down to Candy. Last man alive, low on health. He has to be able to stay alive, but we can see Irfan J here on the hunt trying to find him. Unfortunately gets spotted, but FDX with the backup. And the players of Powerhouse take the momentum back to their side.
3-2. This is what I call an S&D matchup. Now it's a little bit more equal. I guess Powerhouse was a little too aggressive and Smart Mega just were not ready. Got caught with their pants down a couple of rounds. They finally smartened up. This time it's going to be a beautiful stack circling around towards ticketing. And back and forth we go with Smart Mega gaining the advantage with numbers.
And now, the advantage on the side of Smart Omega. This is their chance to tie things up once again. Incendio, last player alive, backs away. Actually, what? Incendio is the last player alive. Slows things down. Risky here, trying to scope out for where Incendio is, but unable to line the shots up just yet. Gets spotted. Incendio gets the kill there, making it a 2v1 situation.
Captain Incendio, as annoying as ever on the snipes. He was the third sniper of the team for a reason. And what a 180 Incendio! The guy gets the clutch. 22 seconds. You shoot those bodies, boy. You deserve it. What a play by the captain.
Well, you know, I would expect nothing but nothing less from him. I mean, he's a great and amazing player, not to mention captain of the team, as you said. And he has to be able to pull off things like that. And he is definitely stepping up for the team right now. Easy defuse on their side, putting them up at 4 points already. Smart Omega at 2. And this is where Smart Omega has to change their strategies once again. They were able to pull 2 points away, but they have to continue changing up their strategies, adjusting to the plays of Powerhouse to be able to win this match.
It's a little cheeky shot out of the snipes, just did not connect as Risky gets shut down. Beautiful plays, but Powerhouse will find their player traded out as Whoopi shuts down Incendio as well. So no more captain clutches on that retake. It's now a 3v3. Bomb in the hands of Scared. They rotate right back towards A, and one player can put an end to this. Candy misses that first slide. Oh my god, timing. Candy misses that second slide as well. And he spots nothing as the bomb rotates over perfectly towards A. Bomb will get planted. And the timer is not on the side of the attacking team. Smart Mega has got the numbers to make this work. Candy, grenade goes wide. grenade, and oh goodness me, shut up. Almost got that headshot, but will be able to take the advantage either way. Reposition Skirt right in front of him. Grenade courtesy of Shut Up. Doesn't find the connection. Tin backs him up from the back, and Whoopi will drop FDX. Skirt gets the trade in a 1v1 now. Whoopi, can he find the clutch? Already out there for this fake on defusal, gets the quick scope, Skirt out of it, and Whoopi single-handedly puts on a show. What a play from Incendio earlier, and Whoopi this time round just makes Smarter Mega stay in this matchup.
This is a very good showing from them after that hardpoint game, and as long as they keep it up, they will have an opportunity to win this match. But again, they have to be more consistent. Right now, they are trying to show that to us, but Powerhouse is a tough team to go up against, and they are definitely struggling a little bit. They're starting to catch up, but definitely still struggling a little bit here.
No doubt at all. Crazy stuff for sure in this S&D matchup. Candy. Opportunity, beautiful shot. Shut Up taken out of the equation. One more for him as FDX now. Trades 10 out. Whoopi getting cheeky out in the open. Irfan J doesn't take him out of the equation just quickly enough. Kevs finds FDX, and this should be Smarter Mega's round as Incendio now left all alone. Yeah, he can clutch it out, but in a 1v4, can Captain get it done again?
Well, let's see if he is, because he's about to come into contact with a lot of them, and unfortunately time just runs out, and there you have it. It's going to be a tie between these two teams, Powerhouse and Omega at 4 points, and it's going to be a matter of who wins this round to get the lead. Will Smart Omega finally take the lead over Powerhouse? We'll just have to wait and find out, because Powerhouse, again, when you put their backs against a wall, they step up, and this is one of those moments that they definitely have to step up.
Tin opportunity. Shut Up just a tad bit quicker than him. Unfortunate for Tin. Now can be all alone in a 1v4, and Shut Up doesn't make it any easier. Powerhouse powers through 5-4, breaking away from Smarter Mega. Looking for the match point right after this. Bomb in hand, Powerhouse in control.
This is definitely a time where Powerhouse gets to dictate the pace now. Considering that a while ago that Omega was the ones attacking, now it's going to be Powerhouse, and this is going to be a little bit of a change. So let's see if Smart Omega is still going to be able to win rounds from Powerhouse, or will they have to fall? Will they have to fall again? Right now, things are slowing down. People not pushing, just holding their angles to get an opening pick before pushing.
This is a slower pace for both teams here. And the attack is down one man. FD, and my goodness, Risky, you cannot lose out fights like that. FDX on the jump shot. Snipes Risky out into the next round. Numbers all equalized already. Bomb still hanging back. And it looks like it's gonna be picked up finally with Skirt keeping an eye towards A. It's gonna be Whoopi guarding the site. And Kev slowly with the opportunity to find a backstab. Whoopi finds the first. Beautiful repositions as well. Anticipating the backstab. Gets a double. Shut up on top as well. Whoopi, can he get the triple? Waits for the opportunity. Backed up by Kendi as well. Smarter Mega have the site on lockdown. The bomb needs to move and find the rotation, but not allowed by Whoopi. Shut up. And the inconsistent decision-making coming through from Powerhouse this time round will be punished by a single man in the name of Whoopi, who's raging on. 15 eliminations so far.
Absolutely crazy. I mean, he's carrying the team, 15 kills to his name, and now last player alive on the side of Powerhouse is going to be Irfan J. Will he be able to clutch this up? But with the players of Omega playing for trade, staying very close to one another, I think it'll be hard. And Candy gets the shot on Irfan and ties it up at 5 points for each of these teams.
My, oh my, what a fight. This is what I wanted for the hard point. This is what I wanted for the series, but I'm going to take it as I get it. Can't complain about the past now, can we? Smarter Mega smartening up. Finally, Powerhouse still finding a way to shut down one of their fiercest rivals. Bomb, beautiful circle around towards 8, but the defensive stack by 2 players here. It's going to be mainly Whoopi once again to get the deed done. And he's backed up by Kendi through the scopes on the opposite side of that north platform. Whoopi approaching very dangerously. Finds Shut Up's back. Puts him down and through the ground. Rotates around outside. Drops a beautiful smoke. That's going to be the distraction as he continues to wrap around.
But unfortunately, spotted by FDX, Whoopi falls and Irfan J taking Kevs as and Kendi down as well. The advantage again going to the side of Powerhouse as they stand up against Omega. 3-1 risky. Last player alive with that Locust and Hat. 15 seconds for him to clutch it up. Will he have enough time to get those 3 kills and the defuse? Unfortunately, not.
6-5 match point. But the equalizer is not impossible here for Smart Omega. Whoopi needs to stay alive. He needs a little bit of backup. He cannot be the primary fragger for the squad because he's just way too valuable at this point of time. Needs to walk in alongside Tin. Tin needs to take one for the squad and hope and pray that Whoopi can trade out those numbers for him. Whoopi's still alive and kicking here, but the numbers on the side of Powerhouse just way too stacked against him. A clutch he cannot walk away from. Kendi is there to give him that support. Let's see what Whoopi's up to. Shut up.
Well, it looks like he's trying to go for the backstab. Unfortunately, gets spotted by Shut Up. Gets taken down. Kendi, last player alive now in a 1v4 situation. 30 seconds left on the clock as bomb gets planted over at that B side. About to face Shut Up. Gets a hit marker. Unfortunately, not able to confirm the kill just yet. Ooh, and Shut Up lines up his shots and gets the win for their team.
Ay caramba. I expected back and forths. I expected overtimes. Powerhouse said nope. We end it right here. Thank you very much. We've got some dim sum to grab after dinner. We've got a team dinner over Zoom. So perhaps you might want to join us, Smart Omega. We can celebrate your loss and our victory, they say, maybe. Mustachio helping them.
That's a little mean.
But no, Smart Omega, I mean, this time they definitely woke up, right? It was not a one-sided matchup like that hardpoint game. But as I say that, though, the one that really woke up was Whoopi. 16 eliminations. He outshined everybody, including the Powerhouse themselves. The rest of the members on the side of Smart Omega, on the other hand, just continued to hit the snooze.
Yep, and well, especially Tin here, only getting 4 kills, I definitely has to step it up because if you want to be able to win a game like this against a big name like Powerhouse, every single player has to carry their own weight. It can't just be Whoopi that you rely on. You have to be able to play. Everyone has to be able to play consistently. But on the side of Powerhouse, as we take a look at it, it's going to be a little bit of a different story. Shut Up and FDX definitely doing a heavy carry with 12 and 13 kills respectively. But you know, the assist and backup from the rest of their teammates also helped them a lot. I mean, they were able to get those diffuses, those assists, and those other things to assist their teammates to be able to win their game.
And just like how Powerhouse needs sugar, spice, and everything nice, Smart Omega needs more Whoopies on their side. That's all I can say. But this was that play by Captain Incendio. Beautiful shot, 180, spots the player, flicks it, Kev's headshot on top of everything else. That overextension just didn't do Smart Omega much. But Whoopi found that reverse clutch in that very following round, proving that he is going to be a threat. They did find those rounds back to find the equalizer. And I thought it was just going to go into overtime, maybe a little bit more back and forth. But the way that Powerhouse started, too aggressive, just like how the game started overall. And the way Smart Omega started that final round was just like how they started the game, just way too soft. Powerhouse will take this easy victory, 7-5. And we now move on into standoff. Series has been won by the NYSC squad, but Philippines has got one opportunity to pull it back.
I mean, this is their last chance, so they definitely have to step it up. I mean, you know, Search and Destroy was close. We definitely thought they had a chance of winning that. But at the end of the day, they're not really able to close it up. They're not able to play consistently to win the map. And that's what we need to see change for these players going into match 3. And we're going to take an early look at the operator skills for match 3. Pretty similar between these two teams. So it's going to be all down to how well they're investing into it. And as we saw in the hardpoint match, Powerhouse has a little bit better strategies and investment timing when it comes to these type of things compared to Omega.
And I think just something's not clicking for Smart Omega this time around, right? I don't know what it is. They need to figure it out. They've got the coach, they've got the team managers, the brands behind them and whatsoever. So they really need to put their heads together and brainstorm how they can overcome not just Powerhouse, but all of the rest of the competition. Because if you're going to struggle against Powerhouse in this manner, then the promise is just not there for your squad. And I'm not talking about just in stage 4. I'm talking about what you can do at stage 5. Because I believe even Powerhouse is going to go through a tough fight later on at stage 5. If you can't match up to Powerhouse at this level, they haven't even gotten ready for the world stage just yet. They're still, tweaking it here and there, polishing some of their plays, polishing some of their approaches. And even they, who are continuously putting work into their plays, if this is what Smart Omega is going to be coming up with, I don't think the journey is going to be easy. In fact, the journey is going to be non-existent by the time we get to the end of stage 4, unless we start seeing some drastic changes out of Smart Omega. And I can take that hardpoint match loss for sure, because Smart Omega has just not been showing up on hardpoint recently. But the S&D loss, I don't know how I can accept that easily, right? Because Smart Omega, that was the game mode that they should have ripped away from Powerhouse.
Definitely, that was their best shot of winning a map against Powerhouse.
Yeah.
But they just let it slip away by a little bit. There were some mistakes there that could have definitely allowed them to actually win the game, but
Yeah.
they just messed it up. There were a couple of rounds where Smart Omega had the advantage, but they didn't win the round. And that really cost them at the end of the day. But right now, we're going to head straight into the control match as we see our players start up. Powerhouse going to be on the defending team and Smart Omega on the attacking side.
Let's see if or not Smart Omega can power their way through Powerhouse this time around. We're going to start things off at the Granny's house here as Tin rotates round towards the top. It's going to be the spawn trap that he tries to pull off of these players. And what a play thus far. Smart Omega, they are torturing the players of Powerhouse just a tad bit here, courtesy of Tin, Risky, and Kendi winning out their gunfights as well. And look at this, a 6 life deficit here for the side of Smart Omega.
And this is the same story from Hardpoint. They are not that consistent when it comes to their gunfights, and they're definitely paying for it right now. But they have to change it. And right now, they're slowing things down. Risky here, slowing it down as well as Whoopi. They're trying to be able to take advantage of their positionings to be able to maintain the lives that they still have in their hands. But unfortunately, it's not enough. Right now, the players of Powerhouse is going to make them pay.
Powerhouse, just 12 lives left here. Early on, Tin did a number on them, overextending, finding that spawn trap. And that has just slowed the capabilities of Powerhouse down by a lot. I love this aggressive strategy out of Smart Omega. A quick hit and run strategy executed down to perfection. But B is going to be sneaked away little by little. And FDX winning out a big, punching boxing glove fight there. He turned it into a boxing match. And it's just melee galore by the way things are looking. It looks like Smart Omega wants to let go of B. Nope, they finally wrap around and find that secure defense. 8 more seconds to go. Powerhouse needs to do something.
Powerhouse only down to 3 lives left and barely any captures that will give them a time extension. And unfortunately for them, the first round of control going to the side of Smart Omega, something we definitely didn't expect, but we are going to definitely enjoy seeing them to step up their game against Powerhouse. And maybe we're wrong, AJ. Maybe this is the match that they win, but they have to be consistent in doing what they did if they want that to happen.
I will have to agree with you. I mean, I really, at the end of the day, don't care what sort of map Smart Omega pulls away. I just want to see a tough fight. At the end of the day, means nothing to me as to which team represents Garena, as long as the team that does represent Garena brings the trophy back home, baby. That's all we're looking for here.
Amen.
So the quality of the squad needs to be top-notch for sure, because the threat that lies beyond stage 4 is a threat that many teams just can't even imagine at this point. 23 lives left here for Smart Omega. This time they on the attack, and Powerhouse doing a fine work here at defense. Very much perfect on both sides.
Yep, Powerhouse definitely doing better. It's staying alive, but it looks like Smart Omega still has a slight edge over them when it comes to the gunfights, and that's definitely a huge improvement over that hardpoint game that we saw. But right now, we're going to see the players of Smart Omega trying to capture both the A site and B site, trying to fight for a time extension, but it looks like the players of Powerhouse are going to go for the gunfights instead.
Let's see if or not Powerhouse can continue to keep this momentum up because they're not overextending. They're just keeping within their own confines, just sending out one player to just see if he can tease and slow down the pace. And he turns that into a little bit of a spawn trap that does slow down a little bit of what Smarter Mega can do. And now double in life. Powerhouse surely has the advantage here. 12 more seconds to go. And Smarter Mega may need to wait for the next round to do something about this.
Yep, it's going to be a 1v1 standing if the players of Powerhouse is going to be able to win this. And with only 3 lives left on the side of Smart Omega and 3 seconds on the clock, it's definitely going to be a win to the side of Powerhouse.
Beautifully played. Pretty straightforward pretty straightforward defense by Powerhouse. Nothing special from both teams here. A straightforward control round. Unlike what Smart Mega beautifully executed in that first round, piling on so much of pressure on Powerhouse, keeping them within their own spawns because of that initial spawn trap. And this time Powerhouse is not going to allow them to pull anything like that off. And all out, it's just one-sided in terms of gunfights. Powerhouse leading through 6 eliminations before they get a couple of lives traded out.
But, you know, they are going to step it up right now as they pull out the Annihilator. FDS gets 1, make that 2, and he is continuing on the streak. Unfortunately, gets knocked down, but able to make a difference here when it comes to the life count. Smart Omega at a huge deficit now. They have to be able to slow things down to be able to stay alive. Powerhouse, on the other hand, making good decisions and good plays. They're going to try to capture either the B site or the A site for a time extension now.
Whoopi getting the double for himself, but Smart Mega really low on the lives. They are on the defense, so this is going to be pretty deadly. I'm not too sure as to why are they going in for a spawn trap, as they are already low on lives. They have to play a little cheeky. I guess that's their version of cheekiness. A will lose the first segment, followed by the second one as well. Shutup's going to be holding the outside perimeter. Whoopi's going to be a little bit too late, but as I say that, he finds the slay. Beautiful one. Risky taking down 2 players at the same time, and that stops the clock. That stops the progress on A. But 4 more lives left here for Smart Mega. 33 seconds. Powerhouse definitely have a huge advantage.
I mean, Powerhouse doesn't even need to play for the objective anymore. They just have to kill that last player. But then, making it a difficult job for them. Getting a 2-kill streak right now. Irfan J pulling out the boxing gloves. Trying to go in for it. Gets the kill with the boxing gloves to end the round. And that's 2 points to the side of Powerhouse. 1 to Smart Omega. Will Powerhouse close up the game here as they are in match point?
Irfan J is my spirit animal. Irfan J is my COD M spirit animal. That's the version of me running around all the time. Melee abuser, yes sir, here I am. FDX, beautiful corner, grenade by him, and Whoopi takes a double instantly. Incendio with the beautiful trade, 26 to 27 lives. Smart Mega on that 1 deficit, but they are on the attack. Powerhouse have the advantage. 1 more round for Powerhouse, and we are done with this matchup with a 3-0.
Well, we'll have to see if it's a done deal or Smart Omega pulls something out. But right now, it doesn't look like they're stepping up just yet. Powerhouse with a slight numbers advantage and a lot of time to play with. They're doing very well in defending the sides. Though they've left B side open, Omega hasn't pushed towards that area. And so they still have a clean board for them to play on.
Let's see if or not Smart Omega can pull a cheese strat off here. Just sending in 1 objective player. It's not going to be making much of an impact at all. Whoopi's by him this time round. Tin will get burned down. Purify investment coming through from Irfan J on the other hand. And you can see his careful plays. Instantly spotting a potential attack here on A once again. Whoopi's going to get burned down as well. Finally traded out by FDX, but the damage has been done. But A, though, that 1 single segment being pulled away is the lifeline for Smart Omega at this point.
If they're able to capture that A site, they'll get a time extension, and they still have about the same number of respawns left. So that's something that will really help them by a lot. And right now, they're just about to get it. But unfortunately, the players of Powerhouse find out what they're up to and try to stop the progress. It's going to take a little bit more of a push from Smart Omega to finally complete that A site. But unfortunately, Powerhouse stepping up their game, gonna clean out their progress. And Smart Omega down to 5 respawns left.
Yep, 4 more lives left here, and Powerhouse down to the exact same as well. This time, Kendi, Annihilator gameplay. The boys have to stay hidden away. 8 more seconds, and this is gonna allow Smarter Mega a little bit of extra room to capture this. Kendi with a double. The guy's still alive and kicking, and so much of pressure being played just by him. 2 more lives left here by Powerhouse. Tin makes that one, a single defender, and it's the Clutch King Irfan J. Can he clutch out this round in a 1v3?
Now it's going to be 3v1. It turns into a search and destroy here. 57 seconds left on the clock, but Candy gets the last kill. And that is going to bring us at a 2-2 tie. And whoever wins this next round is going to be the one who takes home the win.
Now this time, Smarter Mega is going to be on the attack. Advantage, obviously, with Powerhouse on defense. Smarter Mega was pretty cheeky earlier on, going for the overextension, trying to play the spawn trap well. But Shut Up opens things up with a double fork himself. Make that an almost triple, but Irfan J steals that elimination away from him. And it's going to be an overextension coming through from the team in yellow. Powerhouse, super cheeky. Smarter Mega getting tortured.
Well, Smarter Mega, they were able to change things up earlier. They just have to be able to do it again here. But Powerhouse with the 5 alive advantage over Smarter Mega has a huge advantage. But now, Shut Up, making it even bigger as he gets a huge double kill there. Pulls out the drone here to get another one, but unfortunately it doesn't line up just yet. But he continues to bring terror on the players of Smarter Mega, making that respawn number for the side of Smarter Mega go down and down and down.
Hunter-killer drone on the prowl as well. Will find the wall. Nothing much from that. 4 players from the side of Smarter Mega slowly trailing towards the private backyard, accessing B. And they're going to be putting the clock on a pause. 40 more seconds, and the first segment has been sneaked away. Second segment gets completed as well. The defense non-existent here for Powerhouse. It looks like they want to play a supreme stack onto A on defense. But 7 more lives left here for Smarter Mega. Make that 4, and there's just no way in hell Powerhouse does not win this. Look at the disparity in numbers.
Ooh. I mean, Powerhouse doesn't have to defend. They just have to kill, and that's exactly what they're doing right now. Trying to find that last player, and it looks like it might be FTX who gets that last kill. Incendio just having fun shooting randomly. Risky. He's going to try to stay alive, getting a triple kill there, and not dying just yet.
All they need to do is just torture him long enough so that he doesn't step back up onto the objective. Irfan J flanking around from the back. He wants to punch Risky's head and perhaps knock him out instantly. Oh, they turned it into a boxing match. Skirt running away. Risky will catch him from the back. HBK, a little cheeky. 5 players, boxing match. Risky punches down the first one. It's going to be the third one as well. But Shut Up finishes it off. Shut Up, no way, bro. You spoiled the party, Shut Up. What in the world?
Shut Up didn't want, I don't know, maybe he didn't have a boxing gloves, but he just wanted to end the game as soon as possible. And well,
I'm
he just
canceling
pulled
Shut Up.
out he just pulled out a Fennec while everyone else was using their boxing gloves. And well, unfortunately, Shut Up just was a little bit of a killjoy there.
Yeah, Shut Up.
A little bit.
Shut up. Come on, man. Shut up. What in the world? Shut up. But of course, hilarious plays as usual. Powerhouse powers through their matchup against Smarter Mega. And we know who the powerhouse is now between the two. No doubt at all in terms of what Smarter Mega could do. And especially that first round, playing supreme amount of pressure, winning out initial first few points, just made it seem like it's going to be an equal matchup. And then Powerhouse just absolutely steamrolled them.
Yep, Powerhouse proving that they deserve the title and they are going to trump over Smart Omega once again, sending them down to, to the dumps without giving a single chance to Smart Omega to win any of the maps that were played.
This is a good time for a moment of silence, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for your boys, Smart Omega, because I'm pretty sure they're going to have a rough time looking at the chat. They're going to have a rough time looking at the comments that are coming their way. When Smart Omega, they start winning up a couple of matches, all of a sudden, the fans out of the woodwork, they just appear. I mean, from every single crevice within this world, the fans of Smart Omega, they just appear like magic, like Harry Potter appeared. Okay, but Powerhouse just stepping up, shutting them down, and Smart Omega showing up inconsistently, brings the trolls out of the woodworks as well. And unfortunately, that's exactly what Smart Mega needs to face unless they step up their gameplay on the battlefield. A lot of people are expecting, wonders from this squad. But that might just be too much to ask for as the team continues to struggle to find their way out there.
They definitely under delivered in that match, and we definitely expected more from them, but unfortunately we just didn't get that, and they definitely have to work harder to be able to show up or go back into their prime that they were in before.
Yeah.
But for now, it's going to be Powerhouse that dominates the stage as they take every single map from Omega. And not to mention, they were just way more consistent in every single game compared to Omega.
But I have to say, it was not as one-sided as the hardpoint matchup. In S&D, it was a little bit more equal. And of course, they did manage to fight their way back through in control as well. So props to Smart Omega for, at the very least, stepping up from whatever we initially saw within that first game, which I would have to say would be disappointing if you're a fan of the brand, because there were many instances there that Smart Omega could have, very smartly maneuvered around, won out their battles. They just weren't playing it in at points. There were just open hills that Smart Omega just was not hopping onto, and Powerhouse didn't need to because they just had the stack of numbers. And I do not agree with this. The MVP of the match should have been disqualified from this title. Shut up. Jokes aside, 1.68 KD rating. Amazing stuff out of the guy. 30 average kills, 20.67 average death for a average score of 1.68. That's definitely an error on the average score. Total 3 MVP count. Shut up's definitely the Powerhouse in Powerhouse.
Yep, and he also not only got the MVP overall, but also 3 MVP counts, which means he won MVP in every single map that was played tonight against Smart Omega and helped carry the team to victory.
I mean, it was great stuff out of them, right? Smart Omega just seemed pained at multiple scenarios. And Shut Up, of course, was going to take each and every single one of those opportunities available for him and run away with the matchup. The rest of the team members, all they needed to do was keep up with Shut Up and just play their own individual roles. It's just that Shut Up was in the perfect position to find those slays. 1.7 KD in the initial hardpoint matchup, 12 eliminations in S&D, a 1.3 KD. He ended control on this guy. He's a pretty phenomenal beast.
Definitely a beast that you have to watch out for. I mean, he will eat you alive if you come face to face with him. And that's what he did to the players of Omega. But that is going to be our 3rd series done and dealt with, which means we are almost through the night. But the night's not over just yet. We still have 2 more matches coming up.
I really hope that the fans of Smart Omega realize that the true strength of Smart Omega is not only in the players, it is within their support as well. But unfortunately, we see the fans kind of just, waving back and forth as the wind blows left and right. They're kind of swinging on and off of the Smart Omega bandwagon. I think if the support is a little bit more stellar, the confidence will go soaring through the roof. And we're going to see the OG Smart Omega here once again. But of course, that's not going to be today, as that's the only matchup Smart Omega will be in play for. Powerhouse eSports takes on ABC. This is going to be the next matchup. Earlier on, we didn't see ABC take a 3-0 through a disqualification, so we didn't see their performance. But now we get to see them dance on the battlefield.
Yep, 4 Suits unfortunately didn't really do well up against Kagendra, but let's see how they do up against ABC. Will it be another story here, or will ABC still dominate over 4 Suits? Now, they did a little bit of a better fight, but I guess we'll just have to see and wait for what happens later on. But before we see that match, we are going to be taking a short break.
I managed to find a Smarter Mega fan out here, pretty sad that the team lost. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, he's about to break into tears. Look at the sadness on his face. A true Smarter Mega fan from day one, Wasabi.
I mean, it looks like he's on the verge of crying his eyes out right now and definitely needs some comfort, just like the fans of Smart Omega who saw the beating that Smart Omega took from the players of Powerhouse.
Absolutely. Zeus is... This is like, let me go now, daddy. I gotta go. Okay. But this is my casting partner. He's always lying down in the background. I try to get rid of him because he's a little smelly today. I haven't showered him for the past week. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're going to keep him here with us as we shoutcast the next matchup as well, okay? Forsuits Esports takes on ABC Esports. And this is something that I'm looking forward to seeing because we've seen what Kagendra can do thus far, Wasabi. Now we get to see what the team that got 3-0 by them is capable of within the competition. Because if they are able to make a lot of noise against Forsuits Esports, it gives us a little bit of a benchmark as to how strong the Indonesians are. Of course, the real benchmark, of course, will be when Powerhouse takes on Kagendra later.
Definitely, but we'll have to take it match by match. First is going to be Forsuits Esports versus ABC. Then later on, we'll find out what happens between Kagendra and Powerhouse. But again, we have to watch out for this next match because Forsuits, they did not do their best against Kagendra, but ABC, we haven't seen them just yet. We don't know what they're bringing. Will they be better than Forsuits or will they falter against Forsuits? We'll just have to find out. But once again, this team is built by a lot of known names. I mean, we have some players from Dunya Games, some players from other teams that are known before, and it's just a group of different players merged into one team.
I'll tell you the truth. There's going to be some biasness here, okay? I love ABC Esports because my man Jeff is back. Jeff is playing for ABC. It's been a while. I missed him because he left Powerhouse, but you see the handsome boy right there alongside Evelyn, Gonzi, Swaggy, Tricksters, as well as... Swear to God, I'll have to learn how to pronounce that last name. But Jeff Pro is back in the house, baby.
Definitely, yeah. I have to learn as well. Is it
Vels? Vels. You don't pronounce the Y, right?
Vels? Well, we'll have to wait for the comments to correct us on the proper way to say it. But this is going to be the lineup for ABC Esports. And you're right, Jeff Pro is going to be on the lineup on this one. He's going to make a huge difference. But not only him, we also have to watch out for Evelyn as well as Gonzi, who have a huge potential to be able to make this team part of the great ones.
Absolutely. And of course, they're all smiles now. Jeff Pro might be a little bit disappointed because the team of ABC had a lot of promise, but they just could not match up against the superstar squad of Kagendra, the #1 seeded team out of Indonesia. And ABC, through the 2 series, one in the upper bracket finals and in #2 in the grand finals, could not take away a single map from their Indonesian brothers. So that really kind of puts them on the lower end of that power spectrum. But up against Forsuits Esports, there's still a potential here that the Indonesians do manage to run away with quite a number of those points. We know what President Jeff Pro is capable of, mechanically out there on the battlefield. We've seen a couple of games from the ABC Esports squad as well. Major Series Season 9, they were pretty phenomenal getting all the way up to the grand finals. Apart from ABC and Kagendra, the rest of the teams were just playing in a league of their own. So these two, the creme de la creme out of Indonesia, definitely, ones to watch out for. But how far can they go? Will Stage 4 be their best achievement thus far?
Well, we'll have to find out. But Forsuits also has a couple of roster changes that we mentioned earlier. And now you're going to see Aski, Baki, Esto, Tari, Joke, and Sebio on the lineup for tonight. And this was the same one that we saw earlier, but they didn't. Again, they struggled up against Kagendra, and ABC, being another giant, is going to be also a hard team to stand up against. We just have to find out if they're capable of changing things up and showing a little bit of a fight, maybe taking a map or 2 away.
I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing a equal battle between the two. It would be heartbreaking if Four Suits Esports cannot match up to what ABC Esports brings to the table, but only heartbreaking from an aspect of I'm not going to have a lot of fun watching a back and forth matchup, right? I want to see this be super equal only because it's great, big fun. But if it's going to be pretty one-sided, at least it gives us a pretty good idea of what a cracker of a playoffs it's going to be, because once again, we do have the creme de la creme in here already, but through that, we're still going to get the absolute best moving on forward.
You have to get the absolute best because again, they're fighting for a slot in the worlds and only
Yeah.
2 teams will go to the worlds. And you're going to be going up against the best of every single country. And you need to be able to not only dominate your region now while we're still here in the Garena Regionals, but you have to be able to set yourselves far apart considering that you're going to be going up against even stronger teams in the world. But now we're going to take a look at the maps and modes for tonight. First game happening in Takeoff Hardpoint, followed by Search and Destroy Slums and Control and Raid.
Okay, can we auto-ban Takeoff, Slums, and Raid for today, please? Can I see some other map in rotation so that we can see exactly how well they have mastered it? Of course, jokes aside, Summit Arsenal banned out, Apocalypse Hacienda taken out of the equation by both sides, leaves us with Takeoff to play, and as there are only 5 maps in rotation. In a best of 3, this is going to be the scenario we end up with. So everyone's going to be going for their comfort picks. So no surprises there. Meltdown Tunisia removed for that SND from the side of Four Suits Esports. ABC Esports not really wanting to play on firing range or express gives us Slums. And we have seen the engagements. Once again, very comfortable map it has turned out to be for pretty much all of the pro teams. Everybody knows the spots. Everybody knows the defensive and the offensive plays. But the question is, who's going to get the aggro plays on defense? Because that has by far been one of the most fruitful plays that we've seen in the competition.
Yep, and it's also going to be down on who is going to be able to execute their plans better than the other one. Because as you guys know, there's a lot of things to consider when you play this game. It's not only about your strategy and your gunfights, but you have to be able to adjust to what's happening on the go, on the fly, and work well with your team. Teamwork is such a huge factor in these types of tournaments that changing the roster like Four Suits did could break their chemistry and really cost the team the whole tournament. So we'll have to see if they're changing that up.
And as far as Four Suits Esports is concerned, I think this is a big opportunity for them to learn as much as possible from this experience, to try to take away as much as possible from whatever that's available from these other squads, right? Don't play a fight to see exactly who's the better side. Obviously, that's going to be something that we, talk about, but really play to their own strengths in each and every single one of these games. And, just approach these hard points in a tactical manner, because we've seen even Smarter Mega capable of making mistakes on Takeoff. I hope to not see that out of Four Suits Esports. And the only way you're not going to be falling into mistake after mistake is by really taking advantage of how this map has to be played. Power positions first on P1 if you're not going to be able to engage straightforward.
You're right. They have to take it step by step, not overthink anything, and just make sure that you're taking things slow, one hard point at a time. But for now, the first couple of points going to the side of ABC Esports, and Four Suits on the other hand, trying to break into the first hill is going to struggle to even get a couple points on the scoreboard as ABC tries to dominate this first hill.
Yep, let's see if or not Four Suits Esports can find some sort of a break here, because it was a single-side stacked defense out of ABC as they attacked the objective, and now all being anchored down by Gonzi alone. Gonzi in a little bit of trouble here as the bleeding gets stopped. The players on the side of Four Suits Esports on the hill, and they swivel around to find the elimination, but it seems like ABC Esports are already off and about to set up this P2.
As they set up the P2, the players of Four Suits gets the scrap time, but they're going to try to make a break as they push towards the point right now. Unfortunately, no success yet for the players of Four Suits, but ABC, they're being so consistent with every single hard point so far, this first one and the second one as well, and they're just racking up points after points after points, making that gap wider and wider, and unfortunately Four Suits is struggling here.
Yep, this is a beautiful play out of ABC in terms of the positions that they hold on to. Nobody's anchoring down the spawns, but they don't really mind because they've got the numbers spawning out from the back here on the right-hand side, and it's still going to give them quite a bit of advantage. Hunter Killer Drone goes on out, but it will be shot down by, I believe, Baki. Swaggy gets taken out of the equation as well. 64 points now for ABC Esports. Slowly but surely, they are running away from Four Suits.
Four Suits just aren't able to keep up with ABC, and ABC is really making them pay for it. And now, even Four Suits, they're getting the early rotation. Look at this. They're getting the early rotation in the next hill. But I guess it's because of their gunfights once again that they're not able to hold it down. Same problem that Omega had earlier. When they lose their gunfights, they lose the hill as well. And Four Suits, they are just falling into that same hole that Omega was in. But hopefully we'll see them turn it around as they hold down this hill right now. But the players of ABC go in and push into the hill, trying to take it from the players of Four Suits. Swagsy here with the Purifier, trying to clear out the area and get the hill from Four Suits.
This is such a careful approach by both of the teams here, and I don't know if ABC is the one that's to blame for this. You look at the number of eliminations on both sides, pretty underwhelming because the number of engagements out there on the battlefield are just not popping off left, right, center, right? It's a very methodical approach. Four Suits really guarding their lives as they go into attack esports and the hill. ABC doing the exact same thing, really making sure the numbers are not down. And that's just gonna evolve into a game where you are going to have a lot of lives. You're going to make sure you stop your opponents from overstreaking or getting those operators too early. But nothing's much is going to change because ABC Esports was still initially winning out all of those hills and getting those points, getting the slays from the hill as well. You look at the number of operator stacks here. 3 operators on standby to make the world of difference. And Tricksters brings out the first one.
You're right. I mean, Four Suits was able to get that third hill, but it was because they placed investment on that hill. They were able to pull out a couple operator skills that helped them get that 50 points that they currently have. ABC, on the other hand, they have the lead and they haven't really placed that much investments. Now they are going to pull out the Sparrow to clear out the area and get the hill. But they are still, no matter what, with or without engagement, are gonna win majority of their gunfights against Four Suits. And Joke here pulls out the claw to clear off the area. They're gonna get the hill for a while, but as soon as that operator skill is gone, they're getting pushed by ABC once again.
Well, we'll find one with the Annihilator hit. Can he find another? Yes, he most definitely can. And that's the only thing the Annihilator is going to be providing for the team of ABC Esports. A little bit flat, if you ask me. Hunter Killer Drone will miss its mark. In the meantime, the players do not. And ABC Esports will dominate the initial few engagements at this P1 on reset, even though the hardpoint has not opened up just yet. You see the aggression out of the Indonesians, and this is quite admirable. Four Suits Esports, all they need to do to undo this sort of an aggression is to find those long flanks around, pull off those backstabs, and force the team of ABC Esports to spawn out on the extreme right-hand side of the map. This is going to give them a little bit of a leeway here on P1.
But that's a problem with Four Suits, and we saw this in the first game earlier today as well. They're not really good with those rotations. They don't really know when to pull off that backstab, and you can see the same problems happening here. They're not going in for those rotations, and they're not able to stop the plays from ABC because of that. And now you can see that ABC, they have a huge dominance, almost double the points that the Four Suits currently have, and they're continuing to just play for the kills, trying to build up their score streaks, not even trying to play objective that much because they know that when the time comes, they can easily end the game.
This is a pretty decent run for ABC. Four Suits Esports doing quite well to catch back up with them. But as we travel on towards P2, ABC, they need to find a better wraparound towards the favorable spawns because Four Suits is taking the lead this time around, attacking from the right-hand side. ABC, there seems to be the weaker side to play this hill on, but you can see player number 5 in blue, Swaggies. Purifier fails. He gets dropped. War Machine.
Ooh.
This is the second hope for the squad. Does he stand? Yes, he gets the first one, but the damage has been done on the lower end. On the top, you're going to see the claw being invested by Jeff Bro as well. 19 eliminations already. Tricksters brings out for a double on the Pretty, and ABC takes control yet again.
They have a very strong way of pushing. I mean, they know exactly how to play their positioning right. The backup comes right in time every single time to win the engagement, and ABC just has a solid plan of what to do. But Four Suits, they're trying to catch up. They're trying to change things up to catch up with ABC. Unfortunately, it's not working out as well as they thought. They're able to rack up 82 points already, but when ABC is getting closer towards that 200 points, 80 is nothing.
Yeah, finally, it's starting to be a scrappy matchup like I anticipated when it comes to the gunfights, but the Hills just dominated pretty much one-sided out of ABC eSports, 168-82. Four Suits eSports really try to battle their way in here, but they are being stopped at the very entrance in itself. The anchor spawn is going to be taken over by player number 3. It's going to be Seb, and Seb gets taken down as well as the players of Four Suits eSports find their way to squeeze a couple of players into the hill, and they now force ABC to spawn out from across. This is going to give them a little bit more leeway here. Four Suits eSports, this is the opportunity to soak up 30 seconds on this hill.
Huge opportunity for them, but unfortunately, they're not taking advantage of it just yet. And Chari pushes in just in time. Backup as well from Sebio, but Gonzi and the team pushes in, takes it right back from them. 15 seconds left on the clock, going to the side of ABC. And the players of Four Suits are trying to push in, trying to get that scrap time, but they can barely get into the hill. 5 seconds to their name, while the players of ABC start rotating into the next, and that's going to be a little bit of a rotation wasted on the side of Four Suits.
I think this is a big win from Four Suits eSports already. This is a major recovery as opposed to how they started off this matchup, but they have to put a pause to ABC's run right here, right now. It's going to be a very aggro matchup. Sebio, you got to check your corners, son. Tricksters punishes him from across. Gonzi will take the backstab as well. Gonzi, cheeky angle, once again punishes the players on the side of Four Suits eSports, who trickle in one after the other to fight for the hill against a squad that's stacking the hill. That strategy is just not going to work out anytime now.
Strong push from the side of Four Suits might just be able to break into the hill, but we aren't seeing it just yet. Jeff Pro here with the claw to block off the entrances. None of the players of Four Suits even going in just yet, and now Joe pushes in. He gets to stay alive, takes a couple of players down. Wasted investments on the side of ABC, but will it be enough? Because Four Suits now, they're starting to rack up the scrap time. 10 seconds to their name, but ABC, they just need one more hill to end the game, and if Four Suits doesn't go in for the early rotations, they're gonna lose this match.
ABC trying to make it a little bit easier for themselves as well, taking away the scraps off of the P4. And now on the setup for P1, Preddy hanging up in the air, gets a lot of information, and that's a great strategy as well as data play coming through from Four Suits eSports. Now they know exactly where the positions of the ABC players are. All they need to go is just win out their gunfights, take away those power positions from them, mainly on that second floor of that left-hand side there. If you can win that control room, you are going to have a big advantage. Baki's going to be taking over the top floor of Aurora Launch, and you can see player number 2 in yellow, Joke, is going to acquire for his team the other power position as well. This gives great big impact to the match. Four Suits eSports, a easy run on this hill if they can keep this up.
Four Suits gain the power positions, able to stay alive for a little bit longer, but ABC takes the hill right back. They only need a couple more points to end the game. Four Suits not giving up just yet. They're gonna contest into the hill, getting 10 seconds right now. Trickster trying to clear out the area, but fails to do so. Four Suits maintains the hold here, and if they're able to keep this up, move on to the next hill, they might just be able to catch up. But it's again a very tall order as the players of ABC are already in that next hill, getting ready for the hill to open up.
This is what I expected out of Four Suits eSports earlier on. Now they need to deal with ABC eSports with the favorable spawns off of the speed too. 10 more seconds to end the game. And this is where you're going to see all those operators as well as score streaks fully invested, because ABC is expecting to end the game right here, right now. Stacking the hill with multiple players. 5 more seconds to go. Four Suits eSports nowhere near. Joe pauses the clock just for a single second, but the finisher is there by Gonzi. The game comes to an end, 250 to 144. Valiant effort from Four Suits eSports, but it just wasn't enough. The startup from them, just like Smarter Mega earlier, was just a little too slow.
It was definitely too slow, but you know, considering the way that we saw 4S suffer in the first match, I think this one was a huge improvement on their side, and they definitely did way better up against ABC compared to Kagendra. And here, you know, ABC, you can see they have everything on their side. They have the kills, they have the time on the point, they have the assists as well, but the players of Four Suits didn't give up. And, you know, I think You're absolutely right, AJ. This is just a learning opportunity for them. Even if they don't lose, if they don't win, they are still trying their best so that they get to learn and improve for future tournaments.
Absolutely. I mean, how many times have we seen brands like ABC, Dunia Games out there? We've seen Smarter Mega falter so many times. We have seen Powerhouse. They've made it mostly for those big events. But, we've seen many big teams falter one too many times. Forsuits Esports has got nothing to feel ashamed of. They've made it up to this stage. Of course, you are going to encounter bigger, stronger teams every single step of the way. It's going to be very difficult to remain prominent each and every single one of those matches. But I think Forsuits Esports, they started off on the back foot and they found that recovery earlier. It seemed like they were just a little bit too afraid to jump onto the hill and play these crappy gunfights against ABC Esports. They wanted to take a more methodical approach. They expected heavy gunfight capability out of ABC Esports. But once they started to wrap their head around and figure out that, wait a minute, they're not as hard as Kagendra, then you saw Forsuits really step up the gameplay. And of course, overall, ABC just outplayed them by a little bit. And it's definitely the better side as far as this hardpoint and takeoff was concerned. But if Forsuits was a tad bit more confident with the approach earlier on, with those power positions, as well as investing the objective players to that P1, I think the game's trajectory could have been a little bit different here, Wasabi.
It could have been. I mean, the players of Forsuits, they have so much potential as a team, considering that they've had roster changes. They don't have that many resources available for them. They're a new team to the relatively new team to the competitive scene, but they're still able to put up a good fight against ABC. They have so much potential for them that they might just be able to improve and become the bigger ones in the next couple of tournaments, as long as they continue to work on what they need to improve on. But that is going to be the first hardpoint game done and dealt with. We're going to be moving into slums for search and destroy, and as things slow down here, maybe 4S will have a little bit more time to think, a little bit more time to strategize, and maybe they might just pull this one away.
It's Joke's time to shine. I'm depending very heavily on what he can do within this matchup. I think he stepped up not once but twice in the game against Kagendra, but there was a clear difference in terms of firepower. We even saw the rise of Esto, surprisingly, earlier on as well, and I think we did see him really pop off in a couple of those hills. I think it's going to be dependent on these two players for this next XND. And we've seen them in performance. They could take away 4 rounds from Kagendra. There's a high probability they walk away with this map on their side. I think ABC Esports has been great, but they have not been overwhelmingly strong like how Kagendra presented themselves against Forsuits earlier. So once again, confidence is going to be key here. And they also have to make sure they learn from the previous Indonesian experience, They're going to keep it fresh round after round. They're going to keep you guessing as to how they're going to be taking it. So if they're on the defense, I expect to see a very, very tight-knit defense that does not go towards the objective at all. Maybe try to play the retake, wrap around, play cheeky like how Kagendra punished them earlier on. These are the kinds of things that you need to learn from, because those strategies are exactly what gave Kagendra the win over ABC Esports. So how quickly can Forsuits absorb all of these learnings is going to be indicative of whether or not they walk away with the victory next one.
That is the huge question right now. I mean, imagine if Forsuits somehow pull off one of the strategies that Kagendra used up against them. They might just be able to make ABC pay and really show off their strategies in the search and destroy match. And you're absolutely right. Considering how they were able to take 4 rounds away from Kagendra, and they did way better against ABC in the hardpoint match than against Kagendra, they might actually win this match.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw them winning out gunfights. We actually saw them, pulling away the hills in such a confident manner, not really just soaking up the scrap points hill after hill. A huge difference from that matchup against Kagendra. So yeah, very, very possible here, Wasabi. Once again, it's going to be dependent on whether or not these players, especially Joke, wakes up in this matchup. I think we saw a great performance from him in this first match. Unfortunately, he could not take a victory. I think the startup was a tad bit too late. I believe even on that P2 play where they were having that anchor plays, they were losing out on a majority of their gunfights, and that obviously ate away at their confidence, but you can't allow that to keep you on the back foot, right? And I think they turned up the heat a little bit when we went over to P3. That's where we really saw Forsuits Esports wake up. But SND is just not that kind of match. Every single round, you need to be awake, you need to be aware, you need to play it down to the T. I'm pretty confident for Four Suits Esports here, but I mean, ABC just proved that they can pull the victory away, so it's still going to be a tough fight no matter what.
It could have just been a warm-up thing or not, but we have to see the players of Four Suits step things up in this game because it's starting right now and it looks like the players on the side of ABC, they're going to rush into the game and actually push into the area of Four Suits early off.
They are playing the Kagendra strat. Okay, GG. Four Suits. I am wondering what they're going to be pulling off here. Now, the bomb on the ground. Four Suits got caught with their pants down. And now it's all out ABC Esports, guarding them, keeping them within their confines of their own map. And the bomb very safe behind 3 players.
3 players watching the area, but will the players of Four Suits be able to pick them off one by one? Coming into contact with one now. Joe gets the shot lined up. Now he needs to take one more, but unfortunately doesn't see Tricksters with the sniper. And it's going to be down to Sebio and Baki here to get the bomb and clutch it up against Trickster and Swags. But Swags makes Baki pay and Sebio is now all alone.
Sebio, bomb in hand. No advantage. One sniper, one Fennec player. The assault rifle has got the range and the amount of firepower to take down both of these players. He's gonna force a plant even though he's at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. I'm just curious as to how he's gonna handle the situation. He needs to back away quickly, and he does exactly that towards Ghettos. And this is a potential surprise here. But look at that Indonesian player stacking up each other, and Trickster's easy one spots him out. LCAR9 delivers the final blow. And ABC Esports acquires round number 1.
Easy defuse and easy win for the side of ABC, but a good effort from Four Suits. I mean, we did see them step it up a little bit more, but we need more than that. We need to see a huge strategy coming from their side if they want to be able to win against ABC. But now, after finding out how ABC likes to play, maybe they're gonna change things up a little bit more as well. ABC slowing things down, staying in their own areas, not pushing into the site just yet. Four Suits, on the other hand, they're playing it a little bit more aggressive.
ABC looks exactly like Kagendra. The gunfights may not equally match up, but what a beautiful defensive play this time round. Just baiting out the plant from Four Suits Esports and now playing that retake. One player already on the defusal. The rest of them pushing on up. Well, alongside Gonzi. Are we going to see this come on through? Player number 3. And Tricksters gets it. Da! Yes, he does get it done. I thought he took his finger off the trigger.
Well, it looks like the players of ABC were still able to get the kill though, but right now we are going to be going into the 3rd round so far. Four Suits unfortunately not able to get any of the rounds just yet, but this might be their opportunity. We see some smokes go through to block off the sides of these snipers. Jeff Pro not able to get any kill just yet, and this is going to be the difference. Players of Four Suits going for a quick plant over at that B site, and that is going to be information given to the side of ABC.
Great play once again from Four Suits. Quick plant, and then they retreat back, but this time not too far back. In a position to punish the players if they do show up. Backstab Gonzi, double chow. Gonzi gets a double for himself on top of everything else. Final player, Sebio. And the life is there as he hits the double. Defusal though by President Jeff Pro. And this is just legit ABC Esports. 2 rounds back to back with the defusal as Four Suits Esports fails to guard the bomb once planted.
We're entering the mid game now, and if Four Suits wants to change things up, they have to do it soon. They have to start winning their engagements and winning those rounds, because if they wait any longer, the players of ABC Esports is just going to make it a 7-0. But right now, we're going to see a first couple of engagements in favor of the side of ABC as the players push towards enemy lines, and Jeff Pro getting a big 2-piece there, making Four Suits down to 2 players.
It's like watching the beautiful waves of the ocean sweep the beach round after round. ABC, one's pulling back, the next one overextending, one's pulling back, followed by an overextension, and it keeps catching Four Suits Esports off guard. They just do not know what to anticipate next. They can anticipate defeat unless Sebio or Baki can just wake up and go beast mode right now.
I mean, can they? I think that's a huge question. Can they? And they have to be able to line up every single shot and back each other up as well. But against 5 players like the players on ABC, I don't think they stand a good chance unless some kind of miracle happens right now. But for now, they're gonna slow things down, staying in their base, not pushing too far just yet. Sabio goes for the engagement, gets one on Jeff, bro. That's going to make things slightly easier. But Baki needs to line up this shot if they want to have a good chance of winning this.
Hit mark onto Baki. Swagsy will not be able to take him out just yet. Great trades coming through from 4 Suits eSports. The attackers will push the defenders way back in a 2v2. Now Sebio fights well as they try to retreat. Gonzi left all alone now. The aggressive plays do falter as 4 Suits eSports slow the pace down and find this revenge play.
1v2 in favor of 4 Suits. They're able to turn things around really quickly. But Gonzi here catches them off guard and gets the win. Unfortunately, 4 Suits just didn't spot him hiding there behind the bomb. And he knew that it was the perfect time to strike and take them down.
Production is really lucky I can't swear on an official broadcast. Those are the kinds of plays that brings out the monstrous Mustachio. Well, beautiful engagement against Esto. Takes him down instantly. Cheeky play gave them the 4th round, man. I mean, Gonzi, masterful ideation. 4 Suits eSports didn't even think about checking the console. Baki will be able to find a trade. And a 4-3, the numbers advantage to 4 Suits, the attackers.
They have to be able to maintain it, but now it's going to be a 3v3 situation as Swaggy ties it up. Swaggy here, he is trying to play it a little bit more sneaky, just crawling around the area, making sure that he gets to spot the enemy first. 4 Suits, on the other hand, is going to slow things down, holding their positions. As you can see in the bottom, in the mini-map below, they are just not pushing towards anywhere just yet. They know that it's a risky move, and they have decided to just slow things down.
Risky is not playing on this game. So it's Smart Mega. Dad jokes aside, ABC eSports 4-0. A very slow-paced in terms of defense here. They don't really want to over-aggress. And because of exactly this, tricks this 2 easy shots. Just had the scope in, 2 players appear out of nowhere. Like a magic trick, he drops them like they hot. ABC eSports 5-0 up 4 Suits. They almost make it look like those rounds are winnable and then get their hopes crushed.
It's very unfortunate. They're always so close. They're always on the verge of winning a round, but they're never able to close it up. And now this is their maybe second to the last chance to do so. They have to figure something out right now because ABC's already up at 5 points and 4 Suits has nothing on the scoreboard. They're just choking round after round, and unfortunately it's not a good thing for their side.
This time it's a little bit of a slower attack. Pulled out here by 4 Suits eSports. No, Baki, why would you do that? Well, punishes him. R90, beautiful shot. Shotgun is going to hurt from a distance like that. Esto backs away. Baki, advantage. Sorry, Viel with advantage and Esto dropped down. Quick scope will not find it. Chari trades it out with a double. CBR4 initially with the tag of the ADS of that scope. And the CBR4 is the perfect weapon. But Chari and Sebio now. 2 more players versus 3. Bomb slowly but surely inching towards B, but with no backup whatsoever.
Let's see if they're able to pull this one off. The players of 4S pulled out a 2v5, almost won that one. Let's see if they're going to be able to win a 2v3 situation. Sabio here, inching closer and closer towards one of the enemies here, Gonzi. But the guns do not line up just yet, and he crawls around to avoid making too much noises and doesn't get spotted by the players of ABC just yet.
Just like Shakira's hips don't lie, the Indonesians are not lying when they say they are going to take this match seriously. ABC
Ooh.
Esports, beautiful plays, and Gonzi couldn't deliver this time around, but President Jeff Pro does exactly that. Beautiful plays. Gets the Trix is annoyed. Trix is like, oi, my defusal, but Jeff Pro earned it for sure. Cheeky stuff. Match point. And ABC Esports one away from wrapping Four Suits Esports up.
It's an unfortunate game for the side of Four Suits. This was one that we really expected them to have a good chance of pulling away, and we expected them to at the very least, put up a good fight. But from the looks of it, 6-0 is not a good one, and it looks like ABC is gonna try to end and close the matchup now as they go in for a quick plant on that B site and bring the lives of Four Suits down to 4.
Oh, mama. Ooh. I can't sing like the guy, but this is just so painful because the opportunity was there, but ABC Esports, dude, it's not just them, Kagendra as well. On S&D, they are just so hard to figure out. You need to be well prepared mechanically to deal with them at the snap of a finger because you just don't know what sort of a pace the Indonesians are going to arrive with. And ABC Esports is putting the final nail in the coffin and the beautiful smiles on their faces. They deserve it. They deserve it because this was a fantastic game for sure. And what we expected was a win out of Four Suits Esports because they did manage to take away 4 rounds off of Kagendra. But look at this. Not a single one pulled away from the weaker Indonesian squad.
Worst of all, Esto with 0 kills in the whole game. I think that's where, again, every player has to pull their own weight. And Esto getting 0, Chari only getting 2. They're not going to stand up against ABC if they don't win their gunfights. Well, we didn't spot this earlier, but that is going to be the root cause of why they lost that game.
And also because ABC was just so damn good. I think the strategy was sound. I think the execution of those plays was great. And even when ABC overextended and they initially started getting punished by Four Suits Esports, you saw the adjustments. You saw the cheeky plays. You saw the recovery. You saw Gonzi with his mad plays. I mean, everything went the way of ABC Esports. I feel bad for Four Suits. They definitely tried, but there was just no magic like what ABC showed us.
Definitely needs a little bit more work, especially in that search and destroy. Maybe the game against Kagendra was just a fluke, but they have to change that. They have to learn from the mistakes that they made and learn how to deal with teams that are so good at rushing, playing aggressive like ABC.
Yeah.
And you can see here some highlights of the game. You can really just tell that ABC knew how to play the rush game, how to pressure the players of Four Suits, and the Four Suits just couldn't handle it.
I mean, I think it was a couple of attacking rounds that were really misplayed by Four Suits as well. And I believe that was the second and third round where they rushed on in for the plant. ABC gave that away, but they should have expected a little bit of a trap to be sprung here by ABC. They got the plant, they immediately retreat back to garage, and I expected some sort of wraparound, but there was just no wraparound. Everybody was just sitting by garage. Everybody was anticipating and overextending ABC. But why would ABC overextend? You already planted the bomb. That's the objective. And ABC attacked the objective. They got the defusal. And when you thought that Four Suits would learn from that lesson, here comes round 3. They do the exact same thing. Of course, a little bit of stronger engagements because this time they push out more than 2 players to kind of hold the perimeter of the bomb itself. But they just do not anticipate the final player out of ABC sneaking around. President Jeff Pro gets the defusal and a one-sided S&D. Crazy stuff out of ABC.
Very crazy indeed, but I'm quite sad that we're getting a lot of donuts tonight, AJ. I was hoping for a little bit more action, closer games, but unfortunately, none of them bringing that to us just yet. We have to wait for the last and final match to find out if everything's gonna be donuts or are we gonna get 2-1 in this next match later on.
You know what they say, a donut a day keeps the boring match away.
But the donut is the boring match.
No, I was very impressed. I mean, I think it was great plays on that hard point. In Four Suits, they had a couple of opportunities, wasted opportunities, but ABC shined. In that S&D, it was flat out 7-0. It was super one-sided, but ABC shined. That's exactly what we're looking for here. Who's going to shine through stage 4? the Indonesians are looking like diamonds at this point in time.
Yeah, but right now we're actually going to take a quick look at the operator skills for the third match of Control. It's going to be about the same between the two teams, not much differences. And again, considering how ABC was able to dominate that hardpoint match as
Yep.
well as the search and destroy match, it's not looking very good for the players of Four Suits.
I do agree. It's not looking great at all, but I'm getting excited. I have been so curious as to how the Indonesian region is going to match up against MYSGPH. And if this is what we're going to get, I'm going to be super excited, right? Because at the end of the day, this is the battle of Garena. We want to see the creme de la creme of Garena, take the best of matches against each other. And we clearly want to be able to see who's strong in what modes. And the more of these one-sided matches we get to see a couple of those strategies shine through. We get to see more of those players from the side of the winning team shine on through as well. And that has been pretty much what ABC has been doing in the past two matches. If we do have yet another Control that is one-sided, it's going to tell a very convincing story of what the Indonesians are capable of.
Definitely, that's going to be a big story for them. Imagine if the two Indonesian teams, ABC and Kagendra, become our representatives. But, well, probably not. We'll have to find out which one from Group B is going to be the one that dominates overall. But for now, we're going to go into the Control match. Four Suits faltering a little bit in the early game as they lose to a 5-live deficit to ABC Esports.
ABC is not even choosing to play. The objective is overextending every single point here, and they just want to rip away the lives of Four Suits Esports. And Ace is going to be tickled a tad bit. And in the meantime, look at the position held here by player number 5 in yellow, Baki. Just the mid-ground. The defense was falling apart here for the rest of his team members. And the attack was falling apart for the rest of his team members on A. Wasn't really backing them up. But this seems to be finally the play that he is going with. And as he plays his role, wrapping around, dropping by the attack, this gives a major impact towards the capture of A. And this is going to go the way of Four Suits Esports.
Four Suits has a slight advantage right now. They're about to capture that A site. They have the numbers advantage to their side. And ABC, they're starting to pay for not playing objectively and not playing properly in the earlier half of the round as Four Suits takes the advantage. And now, this is their opportunity to steal a round away from ABC after that gruesome search and destroy match that we saw earlier.
What more can we find? Lives all equal. One side ripped away. ABC Esports needs to play the perfect line of defense here. Not drop more than they can afford. 11 more to deal with as well. Finds their equalizer against Chari. Positions all on lockdown, but no power position play, especially at that laundry side, which is a little bit surprising out of ABC Esports. On the prowl is going to be Gonzi as well, as Jeff Pro delivers a double for the squad. Chari's going to be showing up. Swag's just on the circle around, and finally the tickle comes through on B. Cleared out by Jeff Pro as well as Swagsy. ABC Esports doing everything right towards the end of this round.
Four Suits down to 4 lives, and it's not looking good because they're getting surrounded by the players of ABC. Now, 3 lives left for them to play with, but Gonzi making them pay with a huge double kill, and he's gonna spot the last one as well. But Chari stays alive here, trying to fight, but gets spotted eventually, and the first round going to the side of ABC.
This is a beautiful match played by ABC for sure. Starting very aggressive at first, and they quickly learned their lesson. The moment they started getting pressured, the moment you saw that B getting captured by Four Suits Esports, ABC went into lockdown mode. They stopped overextending, and that's the kind of adjustments you need to be bringing on. You can be cheeky, but you need to know when to stop.
You're right. Timing is everything, and those strategies, if they're not working, they have to change it up to start playing more seriously. And they were able to make the adjustment just in time, in the nick of time, before they would have to pay for it. But right now, we're going to see a huge dominance from the side of ABC once again as they pull out their operator skills to take out every single player of Four Suits that they come into contact with. And Four Suits, they are getting trapped here. Everywhere they go, they're faced with a player from side of ABC, and they are down in the number of lives they have left.
I mean, look at ABC go. They're just forcing them out of their own special forces base, pushing them in towards court here. And even court players are going to be slayed out. And it's, just fantastic plays overall. Now, slowly but surely, Forsuits eSports going to be squeezing on out through that special forces base. Finding the defense onto A once again. B has been pretty decently captured by ABC eSports thus far, and now the pressure onto A is just going to keep Forsuits in a very sticky position. Where do they defend? Do they want to drop by fully on that backup on A that leaves B vulnerable with a single segment to go? And this is the kind of play, this is the kind of strategic play that I've been anticipating out of teams all this while now. 2 segments on A and B, your opponents on the defense, yeah, they're caught. This is a GG.
The players of ABC, learning from their mistake in the first round, they're starting to play it more serious, and they're using these strategies against Forsuits that Forsuits have no idea how to handle. Now, 3 lives left on the side of Forsuits. Esto here trying to get a couple shots to his name, but unfortunately pays for peeking out of that window, and the last player alive is gonna pay as well as Jeff Pro finds him, and that's going to be another round to the side of ABC. Are they going to make this a clean sweep to their name? 3-0 in control? Maybe we'll find out really, really soon.
By the way, ABC is playing this, they might just end up the better Indonesian squad that has taken on Forsuits eSports thus far. Can they do it? How dominant is this going to be? We will watch in a couple of seconds. Swagsy gets shut down easy. Gonzi double, but Purifier purifies his soul. 3 lives lost now for ABC. They're going to lose the first segment off of B as well.
And now, the players of Forsuits trying to capture the second segment of that B side to maybe get the time extension later on. But they're playing this a little bit more strategically here. As you can see, they're not rushing. They're just holding their positions. 1 at mid and a couple in the surrounding areas of B as they want to get the time extension. And time extension they get. They're maintaining that 28 lives while ABC down to 22. How will they turn this around now?
Yeah, that's the problem, right? They need to really step it on the gear. They have got 1 more site to go in for the attack. They've already very neatly wrapped up this B already, and the pincer maneuver. This is the opportunity now for Forsuits eSports to go in for that surgical strike. Gonzi, Sparrow, Chari cannot undo his place just yet. But in the meantime, A is getting capped. This is Forsuits eSports just a step ahead, and they've got the lives to dictate.
Gonzi with the Sparrow causing absolute destruction everywhere, trying to even out the number of lives left, but Forsuits, they still have the advantage, and Gonzi here continuing to cause chaos around the area. The rest of the players of ABC is slowing things down, not going too aggressively, playing for those trades and sticking together. They are looking to end it in this game, but it's going to be a hard order as Forsuits still maintain the lead until now.
First segment taken away already, and here comes the step up in terms of pace. The players really need to go in headstrong to see if they can engage a little bit strongly. Forsuits eSports, they did have a little bit of a bigger advantage earlier on. The number of deficit in lives gets brought down to just now 1. As well gets the beautiful slay. Swagsy on the double as well. And all of a sudden, ABC eSports is right back in it.
Hopefully they're able to maintain it, because right now they're losing a lot of lives. 3 down, 4 down to the side of Forsuits, and now the ABC 4 lives left while Forsuits still have 8. They have to be able to win more of their gunfights, but it looks like Forsuits might just be able to push for another round as they have a huge advantage here as they try to capture that A site, and ABC not wanting to die just yet. And as I say that, Chari finds the last and final kill to get the round to their side.
Valiant effort and a consolation round for Forsuits, but can they turn that consolation into the step up for them to reverse sweep ABC eSports in this control matchup? They'll still have to go up against 2 operators this time around, so Chari needs to be really careful with the investment of his own.
Definitely have to watch out and wait for the right moment to pull that out. But let's see if any of our other players are able to build up their operator skills in time. But for now, we're going to see the players of ABC capturing that B site and trying to get as many segments as possible while the players of Forsuits are still rotating to the area. And from the looks of it, Forsuits is actually going to give it up easily to the side of ABC. And I don't know if this is the smartest choice. They might just pay for this later on.
I think they're going to pay for it right now. That's way too decent of a capture. ABC Esports lost 3 lives as they captured that one site. So they've got so many to play around with now. On top of that, they've got the 2 operators on standby. This is a devastating attack that ABC Esports is going to try to now inflict on the players of Four Suits Esports. Slowly but surely, inching their way in. You can see the 2 players rotating around from mid. It's going to be mainly the player Swagsy as well. But one gets dropped. Jeff Pro on the claw. Doesn't take the shots just yet as Joke steps on up. Easy shutdown. Nobody's inside of the kitchen side as well as he continues to sweep these players out. Stops the spawn out here from the side of Garden. Forces them to spawn out of court, but the backstab is still there. 21-11, 10 life deficit. Four Suits hanging on for their dear lives.
Unfortunately, they are going to pay for the decisions they made earlier as Gandhi pulls out an operator skill. We're not seeing it right now, but Four Suits is going to be down to 4 lives left. ABC still at 20. They're going to have such an easy time either playing for the kills or the objective. But last player on the side of Four Suits gets faced by the Predator missile, and while ABC just takes that easy win, a sweep, another donut served to Four Suits.
ABC getting it done as easy as 1, 2, 3. Beautiful plays. Control dominated as well. And yes, we did see some signs of life out of Four Suits Esports, but overall it was a 3-0 donut served up hot. I just wonder if it's a savory or sweet.
Well, probably a savory, I guess.
Yeah, it's a salty one.
Probably. But, again, this is a huge learning opportunity for them to step it up. And the fact that Four Suits even made it into stage 4 is already such a huge achievement for the team. And we just have to understand that they are still trying to make those adjustments, trying to learn from the pros and trying to take every advantage they have, every opportunity they have to learn from the best of the best.
That's true. For anybody that did follow Garena Master Season 5, even though Four Suits Esports has been phenomenal to make it up to this stage, they don't want to turn into team spender and pretty much waste away all of their opportunities. They have to put on a solid fight, and we did see the fight out of them. It's a little bit inconsistent. Sometimes it looks like they are ons, they really want to go all out. Sometimes it looks like their strategy is all over the place. ABC Esports, on the other hand, is not that at all. They dictate the pace of the matchup. They slow things down. They allow Four Suits Esports sometimes to take a little bit of a advantage just to cheekily play around that. And you did see that when they really put their minds to it, when they really soak their hearts into it, it's a one-sided matchup. The final round between ABC as well as Four Suits Esports, Four Suits really couldn't hang with them with those gunfights.
They didn't stand a chance at all. And Four Suits, they tried their best to give a little bit of a fight. They got lucky in one of the rounds of control where they were able to win over ABC. But overall, it's just a huge struggle for them as a team, and their strategies, their gunfights, they just couldn't keep up with ABC, especially when it came to the rotations and gunfights and the investments that each of these teams make.
Yeah, I do agree with you on that, Wasabi. The investments were just a tad bit off, if you ask me. But at the end of the day, it's all going to come down to whether or not you're winning out your majority of the gunfights. And even without those operator investments, you have to be on the positive already. I can't say that was the case here for Four Suits Esports. And ABC takes their second 3-0. The first one was a walkover disqualification. The second one is a beautifully well-earned 3-0 at the expense of Four Suits Esports. And that gives them a beautiful 6-0 at the top of the Group B leaderboard.
They're on top for now, but later on, when they face other giants in the next days to come, will they still stay on top? That will be the question for now. But that's 4 series for the day done and dealt with. One more to go, guys. Remember to stay and watch for that. And right now, we're going to take a quick look at the MVP of the match for the side of ABC. It's going to be Gonzi here with 1.64 KD rating with an average kill of 22, an average death of 15, and 2 MVP counts.
I mean, he was the MVP in the hardpoint as well as SND, and obviously my personal MVP of this game as well. Jeff Pro, I still love you, but Gonzi, I mean, beautiful plays out of him, especially that final second ninja execution that he pulled off there, just hiding behind that bomb console, waiting, biding his time perfectly. And it's just as luck would have it, one guy's busy planting the bomb, the other guy's got his back turned against him, anticipating a backstab, and they got both burned at the same time, right? Crazy stuff out of Gonzi's very capable player to find dominating runs out for ABC, and it was just phenomenal to see him in performance all the way through. And the average score as well, 3,200 plus. Nothing much to flex about. That's still super decent though against the team of FSE.
And now we are going to take a look at the summary of matches so far. We're done with 4 matches. First, we had Kagendra versus 4 Suits, where Kagendra won. Next was a disqualification as the players of WDC Xenon did not show up. Next, we had Powerhouse dominate over Smart Omega, and most recently ABC over 4 Suits. Later on, we're actually going to see the last and final match is going to be against Kagendra and Powerhouse. And I think this was the one that you said you were looking forward to.
I was definitely looking forward to this one. It's pretty much a rematch from last year's Garena Qualifier, but it's not really the exact same squad. Back then, Dunia Games, currently Kagendra. Kagendra is the ultimate version of whatever the Indonesian region can present to Garena, and I have got great hopes for the squad. And they take on Powerhouse International, a team that's looking to power through every single squad to earn their spot over at Stage 5, beside West Point Mamba Low Kings. I mean, West Point Mamba Low Kings pretty much have got their claim staked here for that number 1 spot throughout the whole of Stage 4. But if Kagendra can show us some magic here against Powerhouse in a very convincing manner, then I am going to take that off of the list and gonna wait for Kagendra versus West Point Mamba Low Kings. But if Kagendra cannot take a 3-0 here, and by some chance Powerhouse does manage to get a victory over them as well, I might just be a sad boy by the end of the day, because I was really looking forward to the Indonesian matchups.
Well, I definitely am enjoying watching them right now.
True.
Because we don't often get to see them play against the players of SMP, but
Yeah.
finally we are seeing it now, and it's been really, really fun. I mean, we've seen a really strong teams from the side of Indonesia.
I mean, no doubt about that at all, right? I think Kagendra started off really strong earlier on. There was an opportunity for an upset, and they took that opportunity really, really well. The team that they did go up against, 4 Suits eSports, you did see the attempt, but the hard point was super one-sided. A little bit of life from 4 Suits in that SND, but Kagendra, just like ABC, kept it so fresh, you know, round after round after round, just keeping them guessing. Not as decent as what ABC did earlier on, which was a little surprising. Kagendra just, you know, performing a little bit worse than them against 4 Suits as opposed to what ABC could do. But Control was phenomenal as well. Now, you take all of that and you throw it into a matchup against Powerhouse International. I don't expect a one-sided match. If I do have a one-sided match coming up, Wasabi, it would shock the life out of me.
Definitely would be a huge shock if they do.
Yeah.
But again, guys, that will be happening later on. I believe we're going to be taking a short break before we see that last and final match. So guys, stay tuned. Wait for that. That's going to be an interesting one to see. Don't forget to like and subscribe and share the live to your streams as well, to your friends as well. We'll be right back. And we are back for the last and final match for the night. And I don't know about you, AJ, but I am definitely getting a little bit hungry. But we are going to have one final match before the night ends. It's going to be Kagendra versus Powerhouse.
Nothing's cuter than a girl hungry, because this is exactly when all of the Sims come out of the woodworks. They all want to feed you. They all want to buy you dinner. But Callie will be waiting there with his Callie sticks, okay, ready to melee anybody that steps up, all right? I know you're hungry, Wasabi, so am I. But I think we're going to wait, because this next one's going to be a pretty dragged out matchup. We've got two powerhouse squads, one Powerhouse International, the other one Kagendra, the team out of Indonesia. But representing Powerhouse is going to be the lineup of Bingo, their backup player, FDX, one of the best players out there, alongside Captain Incendio and his crazy matchups, as well as 180s through those snipes. Clutch King Irfan J, shut up, the backup sniper at this point of time. When he feels it, he knows how to get down and dirty with it, alongside Skirt. And Skirt has just been that fundamental player that has kept all of those aggressive plays glued together for Powerhouse thus far.
This team is one of the best in the SMP region, but they are going to be going up against giants, or one of the best in the side of Indonesia. That's going to be Kagendra. For now, we're going to take a quick look at Powerhouse as they get ready for their next matches. Couple smiles, all of them with their headsets on, getting ready for the time that they need to communicate with one another on the strats that they're going to pull off against Kagendra.
Recently, in order to announce that the team has been taken over by Powerhouse now powering up this squad, I actually had a stream with these guys on my Facebook page, and something hilarious happened there. I wish I could share it with you guys, but unfortunately we are a little delayed on the edit, so please keep an eye out for that one. Kagendra, on the other hand, ooh, look at the eyes, man. Me6 staring dead right into my eyes, alongside Fran, Chloe, Reeves, Zen, as well as Zeze X. This squad surely knows how to put on a good show. I am not expecting a one-sided match. I am not expecting a shutdown from either side. A 2-1 scoreline is what I would be agreeable to walk away from. If it is not a 2-1 scoreline, I'll demand a rematch.
I won't even settle for a 2-1 scoreline. I want a close game in every single map.
Oh yeah.
I will not accept a 3-0 as well. I mean, these two teams are absolute giants, and they have to be able to adjust to one another if they want to have a chance of going up into stage 5, where they're going to be met with even bigger giants.
Kagendra, the legendary Garudas of Indonesia. Let's see if or not they can take down one of the biggest powerhouses of SMP. A one and only Powerhouse International. Now, if you really go back in time and you look at the performance of these squads, obviously Powerhouse International is the one that has got a slightly better advantage when it comes to the achievements. But if you look at Kagendra, this is a pretty decorated team with over 22 awards and 16 podium finishes, all under their old form of Dunia Games as well as Kagendra. So this is no amateur squad that they're taking on. And check out these KD ratings and matchups here, Wasabi.
Yup. Right now, you can actually see that if you take a quick look at it, when it comes to the KD rating, Kagendra's going to have a little bit of an edge over Powerhouse. But you have to also consider that the teams in SMP, there are way more giants or teams to watch out for in SMP compared to the Indonesia region. So when Kagendra did have to face off with ABC and a couple other teams, but they weren't as big of a threat compared to the other teams that the players of Powerhouse had to face up against.
Shut Up was the star player against Smart Omega earlier on. Kagendra thus far has had an easy start against 4 Suits Esports. No disrespect, 4 Suits. But Powerhouse International has met one Titan already, taken down one Titan. Can they now go for a 2-4-2? Arsenal, Meltdown, Raid. I love these two. They are bringing some sort of creativity into the picks this time round. And we get Arsenal for the first time ever. A very daring push coming through from both Kagendra and Powerhouse.
Now, we have a little bit of new maps here. We have Arsenal and Meltdown compared to what we've been seeing in the last couple of games. But come on, guys, raid again. Like, please.
We'll take the small wins. We'll take the small wins.
Could we have gotten something else? But you know, you're right. We should be grateful for not getting the same maps again and again. And finally, we're going to see Arsenal here and Meltdown as well.
I mean, Arsenal is just that kind of annoying map where if you think your early rotations to Hacienda are going to punish you, yeah, Arsenal will punish you even worse, right? Because this is the kind of map that focuses on early rotations, and there's no such thing. Okay, maybe 20 seconds is a little bit too early, but if you miss out on it and you get slain, you're going to be in trouble. If you miss on controlling the spawns and you get forced to spawn on the opposite side of the map, you're going to be in trouble because it's like traveling all the way from Philippines to Malaysia on foot. That's exactly what it feels like on Arsenal.
Yep, but we're gonna take a quick look at the operator skills right now. We're all gonna have War Machines, Claws, Sparrows, and Purifiers, but a little bit difference in the last one is gonna be Gravity Vortex and Equalizer on the other side. And those are going to be slight changes between the two teams, but again, it's going to be down to the person who handles each of these operator skills.
That is very true. I'm looking forward to seeing both teams play this down to the T. Like you said, I want it to be close matches to each other. I want it to blow my mind. I want it to be as close as what it was between Powerhouse International as well as Smarter Mega back in Garena Masters Season 5, where that hardpoint matchup had a single point of difference. I want that sort of a game between these two.
That's what I want to see, as well as overtime in search and destroy, maybe a 2-2 standing and control. I don't know, but I want it to be a close match, and they have to give us a lot of action because everyone is expecting a lot from these teams and they know it. So there's a lot of pressure right now, but if there's anyone to pressure, it's going to be these two teams.
That is true. And it's of course going to depend on a little bit of those strategies executed as well. Kagendra might not have the advantage in that S&D because they've already executed their plans against Four Suits eSports, which were very cheeky. So Powerhouse now knows what to anticipate either on the attack or defense. On the attack, I don't anticipate Kagendra overextending, but on the defense, when Kagendra is on the defense, Powerhouse must anticipate a rush towards their side in at least a couple of those rounds. So how they play this is going to be crucial, but of course, we'll keep that for the S&D later on. As we start things off on Arsenal, it's going to be Kagendra opening up the hill, soaking up the first point, but they get met halfway as the players on the side of Powerhouse hop on in, but they get slain where they stand.
Contests coming in from the side of Powerhouse, but not enough to get the point just yet. They get a couple points on the scoreboard, and it's going to be a back and forth in the early rounds of this game for both of these teams. And this is what we're talking about. There are two teams that are in par with one another that it's going to be really difficult for any of them to really put a gap between them and their enemy.
Yeah, strong start off of here. Kagendra, 16 points already. Powerhouse finally getting the capture. And you can see the stronger side on the right hand out of Cafe, just being the power for Powerhouse to make themselves just arrive a little bit better on this P1 when it comes to the stats picked up before we move onto the second hill. Early rotation done here by Powerhouse as they lose the scraps off of P1. This is going to be the opportunity to recover, but 4 of their players spawning out of that showroom. This is going to be a little bit of a scrappy fight unless they rotate around from the labs.
Well, they have to think of that strategy before they can do it, but looks like it's not going to happen just yet. They're going to go back and forth for the current hill right now, trying to get as many points as possible, but still a very close game between these two teams. None of them really pulling away just yet. Kagendra at 29 points, Powerhouse at 19. Slight advantage on the side of Kagendra, but not big enough that they should be lenient, and Powerhouse, who's currently holding the hill, has the opportunity to catch up right now.
There was 2 things done right by Powerhouse here, winning out those gunfights, and also player number 4 pushing towards batteries and taking over the spawn from the side of Kagendra. And this forces Kagendra to spawn all the way on the opposite side of the map, allows Powerhouse to soak up those points and catch back up with Kagendra, and now we've got an equal fight. As they now pull forward, winning out a couple of the gunfights as well, they're going to be forcing Kagendra to spawn down at the bottom, and they're going to force an elimination on themselves. Smart play by Powerhouse there. Not winning out that gunfight will force them to spawn on the opposite left-hand side of the map, which is the next hill. So this is a GG IQ play out of Powerhouse.
It's going to give them a huge advantage as long as they're going to be able to maintain that spawn as well as to hold on the hill. And so far they're doing that as the players of Kagendra are pushed to spawn far away. But the pinch play from the side of Kagendra is about to come in. Right now, Predator missile to clear out the area from the side of Powerhouse as well as investments into operator skills. They're gonna maintain a good and strong hold on this hill for now. 30 seconds left for Kagendra to push, and with the use of smokes, they're blocking off the side to get a perfect timing.
You need great communication to play a map like Arsenal because those rotations are going to be super annoying. Winning out your gunfight is going to be crucial as well, and that's exactly what player number 5 does. Me6, a little bit of a slow start, but he wins out those crucial gunfights. Backstab now, and the CBR4 in the hands of Irfan wins out the hill for just a couple of seconds before he gets traded out by Zen, and this is just Kagendra powering their way back through into this hill, and then the Slay comes right back through. It's going to be courtesy of Fran as well, and a couple of those points towards the very end soaked up by Kagendra. And Fran did a great job there. Now on to batteries we go. This is going to be that P4 on the play. And a little bit scrappy if you're going to take a straightforward attack. What the players on the side of yellow need to do right now is just to wrap around a little bit. And you can see the play number 2 in yellow. Reef doing exactly that.
Kagendra Clove here though with the Purify clearing off the area, but still being contested by the side of Powerhouse. It's going to be a back and forth of who's going to be able to get the advantage. Goes to the side of Powerhouse, now Kagendra, and it looks like the players of Powerhouse forced to spawn a little bit further, giving time to the side of Kagendra to hold down the hill. Everyone on the point right now because they know that if they don't stack up on that point, they're going to pay for it. The players of Powerhouse causing so much pressure trying to push in. They are really forcing Kagendra to stay all stacked up in one area.
Ask and you shall receive. A close match. We wanted a close match. We get Powerhouse now in a position to fight this right back. But Kagendra has had a great hold onto P4. Pretty dominant. And Powerhouse with the early rotation into P5 on the other hand. They could barely nick away a couple of points off of P4 there. Looking at how Kagendra just blazed their way through. A total of 22 points in terms of difference now as Powerhouse opens up P5.
You know, even if Kagendra has the 20 points difference, Powerhouse had that for a while, but it just goes back and forth between these two. It's no way of telling of who's gonna really win this. But right now, Kagendra, Reef is pushing in with the Sparrow, gets taken off that, but the rest of the team comes in right in time to back them up and hold down the hill. 100 points to the side of Kagendra, trying to maintain the lead that they have, watching every single entrance possible. But Skurd here, bringing out the claw, clears out the area just in time for them to push in. And unfortunately, a wasted investment as he gets taken down. Now we're going to see a back and forth between the two teams. Powerhouse finally able to claim the hill to their side for the scrap time as the players of Kagendra start rotating.
Yeah, Powerhouse with a smackdown towards the very end there. But now the scrap points are going to be soaked up by Kagendra as P1 is set up by Powerhouse. Second rotation off hills. This time Powerhouse early on the setup, but they're not taking the advantage. Right-hand side is going to be the Gravity Vortex on the play first, coming through courtesy of Powerhouse. The rest of Kagendra on the other hand, around, and that backstab will give them a couple of seconds on the hill, but they get slain out either way. Play number 1 scared. Big fights for him. Can he stay alive at the same time? Me6 staying alive and stopping the bleeding for the side of Kagendra as well, waiting for the backup from the rest of his team members, but FDX is the one to get him off of the hill, and Powerhouse once again claim exactly what they wanted to be theirs.
Powerhouse trying to catch up to Kagendra now, only needed 15 points to do so, and with 30 seconds on the hill that they currently hold, as long as they maintain the power positions and the hold on this hill, they might just be able to do with that. And now Kagendra forced to spawn in the further ends of the map. They're gonna take some time to rotate before they can push in, and that's just enough for Powerhouse to catch up and take the lead. Now they're preparing for the push of Kagendra to come through, and Kagendra pushes in right now as they're trying to take the hill from the side of Powerhouse. Unfortunately, to no avail, they will be forced to rotate to the next hill.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if you're wondering exactly why would anybody pick Arsenal at this point of time, all you do get to do is ban maps. The one map that is not banned by either side is the map pick. Both of the teams forcing this power play. Both of the teams forcing this power play to see exactly who is the better side. And as you can see, it's exactly like what we anticipated. It is an equal fight. Powerhouse going up against the powerhouse of Indonesia themselves, the mighty Garudas Kagendra, 134 to 140. Here comes the equalizer, courtesy of Incendio now to stop it, but the war machine gets down and out, but the rest of the players are there for the recovery. And the spawn off of the left-hand side taken over by Powerhouse as well. This is going to force Kagendra to spawn off of the backside of the map. This is not advantageous at all. 21 more seconds. Me6 bringing out the claw. Shut up will put an end to him. Zen showing up with a double. Kagendra stepping onto the hill for just a single second. But as those plays get those wins, this is now the opportunity for them to soak up the final few points. Powerhouse will choose to remain on this hill for the rest of those points. And this time they make that mistake. They slay out Kagendra, forcing Kagendra to spawn off the opposite side of the map. So P3 early setup for the Indonesians.
10-point difference between the two teams, and this hill is going to be a big one. If however is going to be able to hold us down, is going to be the one who takes the advantage. Kagendra with the early rotations and Reef on the Sparrow is going to be able to clear out the hill for the early half, but Powerhouse deciding to smoke their way into the side is gonna make their way into the side, and the big plays from FDX with the gravity vortex gun to clear off the area, but not enough for Powerhouse to get the hill just yet. They have to push a little bit more, investing into those operator skills. Will it pay off? Because Fran here with the war machines gonna clear out the area, taking every single player off, but Powerhouse maintains their hold.
Grab Vortex just managed to take only one player on the side of Powerhouse, but it was a very decent takedown because the player that he took out was Reef on the Sparrow. That operator could have put the hurt on, and just because of that one operator win by Powerhouse, they're right back in it. Kagendra hot on their heels, taking away all of the scrap points, will be able to equalize 177 to 177 as we move on to P4 for the second time around. Powerhouse rotating downwards towards P4. Earlier on, this was the home of Kagendra that they just absolutely slayed out Powerhouse on, and now the backstab pincer maneuver for Powerhouse to get the shutdown, and they claim the huge points.
Now shot up here, pulling out the Sparrow to clear off the area. They know that they want to take the lead and try to make it big because they were in the tie earlier and they don't like that. But Kagendra with the same idea, they're gonna pull off a couple operator skills. Unfortunately, wasted investments there. Incendio with the war machine blocking off that entrance. Little did he know that there's some pushing from the side as well, and just in time he adjusts for that. Powerhouse starting to pull away now, first to reach that 200-point mark, setting themselves up, Scared with a huge Predator missile. They're able to clear off the area, and Kagendra has to find another way to contest, and losing this whole hill to the side of Powerhouse, they'll be forced to rotate to the next one.
Oh, they take away the scraps, they take the early rotation as well, and the setup for P5 on Showroom now is still gonna be beautiful. The main reason why they were dominating P4 earlier was because of the position that was being held down by Irfan J. The entrance from Subway absolutely knocked out. The guy anchored down the spot for so long. He got slain out. Incendio took over his position, and as long as you're going to be able to lock down all of these angles that Kagendra is going to be appearing from, obviously you're going to be walking away with the point. Powerhouse stacking the hill, 3 objective players covering each other, just like that P1 on takeoff against Smart Mega. They show up once again strong against Kagendra. Final 6 seconds, the players on the side of the Indonesian squad not near enough. Pretty finds one hunter killer drone out, but the game is over. Powerhouse 250 to 179, power through Indonesia.
Powerhouse just started to step up their game in the last couple of hills when they saw the finishing line, and they were able to finish first. They knew that Kagendra couldn't keep up with them, but Kagendra is still putting up a huge fight against them, especially in the earlier and mid half of the game.
I mean, beautiful stuff out of both teams. We wanted a close one. We got a pretty close one. I think the fights were amazing on both sides. Look at what Kagendra forced out of Powerhouse here. A minute 41 on the hill, courtesy of Skurd. A minute 25, courtesy of his partner Irfan J as well. These two monsters could not match up to what FDX was doing. But the main reason why you see the amount of time clocked up by Powerhouse is so phenomenal here is because finally, after a long time, we're starting to see a team of Powerhouse that truly understands if you want to dominate some of these hardpoint matches against the bigger squads, you really need to stack on that hill. It comes with its own fair share of threats as well. If you do get wiped out, your whole squad is going to be spawning off of the opposite side of the map. But it's the way they stack the hill. Each and every single player covering each other. And even if two players get taken out of the equation, the third one is still there to either pick up those points or stop the bleeding long enough for the rest of the Powerhouse players to rotate around. But that's only three. The other two players protecting the perimeter, that is the golden touch of Powerhouse that undid Kagendra towards the second half of this hardpoint match.
It worked especially well because the hard points in this map specifically are so big, and Powerhouse just used that to their advantage. Whereas Kagendra, they were doing really, really well at first, but you know, at the one point, Powerhouse just got the whole hill, and then it just snowballed from there, which allowed Powerhouse to claim the win. But nonetheless, Kagendra and Powerhouse, this was the close fight that AJ and I was talking about. We wanted to see action, and they brought action. Hopefully, the next two games will be the same story.
Powerhouse, fighting birds trying to win the game. Here come the Garudas, only to lose the hard point. I mean, it was a great game, right? Arsenal, I think the rotation was really sharp from both of these squads here. Kagendra, initially with the P4 hold, I really thought that they were going to smoke out Powerhouse, but Powerhouse woke up, you know, and it was mainly not through the operator investments. The operator investments from both sides were just to equalize each other. It was how the positions were held down. The overextensions, and courtesy of Irfan J mostly just guarding the perimeter to make sure none of his objective players are touched in those situations. That was just such a beautiful play from them, and how they just rotated those roles between their players so seamlessly in such a heated battle. And the timely rotations executed on Arsenal, we've seen so many times, unfortunately mess up, as it's a pretty new map that has been added into the rotation. Powerhouse didn't struggle on it at all, Wasabi.
They really prove that they are a good team here. And,
Yep.
you know, as you said, it's a new map. Most teams struggle with it, but teams like this one, like Kagendra and Powerhouse, they definitely know exactly how to cause damage when they're placed into the map like this.
Yeah.
Whether it's new or not, they know the strategies that they need to pull off. But we're not going to keep you guys waiting any longer. We're going straight into the next game. Search and Destroy starting right now. And they are rushing towards that middle side. Powerhouse going to try to play a little bit aggressive despite being the defending team.
Powerhouse pretty much up in the faces of Kagendra. FDX trading out Zen, finding the Punisher for taking Irfan J out of the equation, but Kurt's KRM could not pop off. Fran finds the trade on him. Beautiful stuff. In a 4v3 now, the attackers have the advantage.
And they have to try to maintain it, but the thing is going to even out. And right now, we are going to see the playing field pretty even between these two. But Incendio here gets knocked down by Clove, and we're gonna be down to one player. FDX is gonna be the last player alone, but Masek spots him from behind and gets the kill with the sniper. First round going to the side of Kagendra, and now we're just gonna see if they're going to be able to keep up the momentum here, or will Powerhouse be able to do the same thing and turn things around, actually win a round against Kagendra. Now we're starting the next round here, and it looks like Meeseek's trying to get the shot there. Does not line up just yet. Maybe the grenade to follow, but not shooting his shot just yet. Now, as we take a look at the mini-map, you can see that the players of Powerhouse, on the other hand, they have a couple players on A, a lot on mid, and one on B. That just gives them the information that they need to be able to know where exactly Kagendra is pushing towards. And from the looks of the minimap, it's going to be heavy on that B side, and Reef going with a sneaky plant as well.
Beautiful play thus far. Attackers disadvantage in terms of numbers, and the disadvantage grows even bigger. Reef finds a trade back, and all of a sudden we are equal in a 2v2. Shut Up finds Me6. Make that a 1v2. Zen. Clutch time. Shut Up circling around. Pincer maneuver. Look at the stack by Irfan J. Great positioning. Shut Up's gonna get caught out. He backs away first. Beautiful tricks out of him. And that, my goodness, rechal. Unexpected out of Shut Up. That takes his Indonesian brother out of the equation for the defusal courtesy of Irfan J. A 1-for-1 now in this S&D.
the scores are going to be tied, but again, it's going to be early into the game, and as we saw in Hardpoint, it's just going to be back and forth all the way, and it's just going to be a matter of which of these teams are going to be able to put the metal to the pedal. And right now it looks like they're going to have a play towards that middle side. A lot of people stacking up there, but no one getting their shots just yet as the smoke is blocking their side.
Beautiful snipe. Ran out of the equation. Beautiful trade makes it into a 4v4. The attackers do not have the bomb. So Kagendra in a sticky situation here, but Zen close enough. Switchblade picks it up. Clove punishes Scared for showing up. And now the numbers advantage for the attackers as well. If this grenade connects, Incendio does not get tagged up by it. Manages to walk away. And Irfan J now just slowly circling around. This is going to be a punishing move if Incendio can find a snipe out of this sniper's nest.
Well, it would be a huge advantage for his team if he's going to be able to do that. But right now, the bombs will get planted on that B site, and Incendio slowly pushing in, gets faced by Clove. And Incendio is going to be able to line up his shots, getting a double kill there. Big 2-piece for him. Now, it's going to be a Reef versus Irfan J and Incendio, and Reef's gonna be able to land one of his shots. Now only has to face Incendio, and Reef able to clutch it up. That's gonna be another round win to the side of Kagendra.
If you've got Incendio, I've got Reef, says Kagendra. Beautiful plays out of the captain for Powerhouse. But Kagendra manages to recover. Great plays. Even Clutch King Irfan J could not manage that fight against Reef. So that's gonna start a feud between the two for sure. Let's see this time as the attackers move straight in towards the big chimney. It's going to be a double stack, and Clove and Zen step it up. Instantly, the numbers advantage to Kagendra.
Now, things slow down, but the bomb's getting planted already at that A site as the players of Kagendra stack up there. But 3 players left on the side of Powerhouse now. They're pushed against the time, and they have to rush in, be able to get those trades if they want to win. As they know that it's very hard to go into that area, but 25 seconds after, look at Fran's gonna be able to land one. FDX gets one as well, and Fran to end the game with a huge double kill gets that round to their side.
What was that out of Fran and that R90? Goodness me, that shotgun and the aim from the guy, unreal. 3-1. Kagendra, beautiful advantage taken. Bomb's going to be stacking B this time around. Distraction out of Reef. He needs to execute the distraction first before the bomb does move on to the site. Play number 3, circling around. Clove will be able to punish FDX. Skirt taken out as well. Beautiful double courtesy of Clove. Can he get the third one as well for the team? Backstab, shut up, shows up! And the Punisher is there as Clove is traded out finally. But the Punisher, is it enough as the bomb still hangs back?
3 versus 4. Now the advantage is on the side of Kagendra as well as the bomb, which allows them to dictate where the plays are going to happen. But shut up here. Spots them just in time but pays for it as Mi6 gets a snipe on him. Irfan J tries to even out the playing field, but he's left all alone. And in 1v3 situation, he's being chased by a couple of players, and he has been forced into a corner right now. The players of Kagendra is gonna let him live for a while to get the bomb planted before pushing into that area.
Irfan J showing us some rare moments of sniping. Let's see if or not he can take Reef's head off first. Surely does have a little bit of information on him by this time. Connect backstab. Reef is looking at the correct position here. Down mid, nothing is found, but the shots, no trigger discipline. Grin, the flash does catch him. Quick scope does not find it for Irfan J, but the switchblade in hands of Zen. But no more time for Irfan to do much.
And well, he does get killed as well, so really no chance to do anything. But that is going to actually put Kagendra on 4 points, and Powerhouse struggling to win rounds only at 1 point so far. Now we're going up to 7, which makes Kagendra relatively close, but it's not over yet, and Powerhouse definitely has an opportunity to turn things around as soon as they step up their game.
4 rounds thus far by Kagendra. Incendio not happy with that at all. Numbers advantage to Powerhouse. Grenade lined up well. Does he connect? Yes, he does! Reef and Clove, God nades, courtesy of both of them. Fran once again, R90 Punisher. Shut up, down in the corner. If they show up, he's gonna put them down. Clove finds Shut Up. Too late for that R90. Skirt, KRM versus Fran, and Kurtz punishes.
Ooh.
But no clutch for him as Me6 hits the double on the snipe. What a play by Kagendra.
Kagendra has just been so good with the plays that they've pulled out in the search and destroy match. I mean, you can see that majority of their players stack up on that on either side that they're going to, but they always have someone over at mid to watch the area in case to get more information or to even land the snipe, and it's worked out so well for them that they've always been able to secure the round so far. And now the players of Powerhouse, they are struggling to counter the plays that Kagendra has been pulling up against them.
Incendio wraps around Clove in a lot of trouble, but he does not overextend. Keeps the confine. Oh my goodness, hit mark, and Clove punishes. Irfan J gets the God nade off of Me6 out of nowhere. Refrated out as well. My goodness, the numbers fall for the side of Kagendra as Powerhouse tries to power their way back through. But the numbers, turntables already. Skirt, solo, KRM in hand. Clove the only one here as Skirt drops one. Clove circles around. Fennec. 18 seconds on the clock. Powerhouse. They have the advantage. Skirt just needs to play for time. He doesn't do that. Match point for Kagendra.
Kagendra very, very close to ending this game. And Powerhouse, unfortunately, it's not as close as we were hoping. It's not as close as the hardpoint match either, but they have to step up sooner because right now, if they let this go through, Kagendra is going to end the game and Powerhouse won't have an opportunity to fight for the search and destroy map win. But for now, we're going to see a heavy push towards that A side for the players of Kagendra. While Powerhouse, on the other hand, they're playing it slow, not going very aggressive just yet.
Valiant effort thus far by Powerhouse. What they don't understand is Kagendra is powered by Mojo Jojo. Kagendra, oh, beautiful. As the sugar and spice in Incendio helps a beautiful quick scope shut down onto Clove. Me6 circles around Incendio. Can't find one just yet, but deep down inside of the chimneys, two players on the side of Kagendra are going to be stacking at Powerhouse with the bomb this time round. Have a decent advantage, and the plant on B is going to be pulling out all of those Kagendra defenders, and then they wrap around beautifully. Player number 5, Me6 out in the open. No Punisher coming through from Powerhouse just yet.
But Shut Up here, causing a double kill on the side of Kagendra. And now you can see that we are going to be down to a 1v3 situation. Reef, the last player alive, and he unfortunately has to get pace for it as he faces two players.
Some people are asking, who the hell's Mojo Jojo? If you don't know, then you don't need to know. Match point, Kagendra still held onto it. Sorry, Wasabi, what is that?
They are a little young if they don't know him.
You calling me old? You calling me old, Wasabi?
Well, I know him also, so that means I'm also old.
Skirt, trophies first. Bomb is going to get planted here over at A. Two defenders outside, just waiting for a little bit of a flank around as FDX gets punished. He does get a little cheeky here. 4-man defense coming on through. Beautiful flash. Panic shots.
Ooh.
Shut Up is punished. Gets the double. All thanks to that flash initially. And he gets the triple. Can he get the quad? Yes, he can. And the defusal. What a play, Reef.
That was almost an ace for Reef. I mean, he got 4 kills and a defuse. He could have made it an ace to end the game, but they weren't risking it. And nonetheless, Kagendra, they're going to win the search and destroy map. And now it's one game for the side of Powerhouse and 1 game for the side of Kagendra. And it's all going down to this control match.
This is what we were expecting, a 2-1 scoreline. We get exactly what we want. Beautiful performance out of Powerhouse at hardpoint. Kagendra with a shutdown on SND. For a 1-4-1 scoreline thus far, like you said, Wasabi, winner takes all in control later on. But let's take a look at some of the stats here as Irfan J picks up the MVP for the losing squad. 9 eliminations in total. But the one to grab that final second victory, Reef, with the 10 eliminations, 3 plants, 1 defusal, then 1 final defusal came through in that final round, giving him a little bit of a boost in points to grab that number 1 spot. But apart from him, Clove was definitely putting the hurt on the squad of Powerhouse, and Fran was doing the exact same as well. In fact, all of the players on the side of Kagendra looked super threatening. Even Zen, although 3 eliminations, we saw those fights that he was taking, fundamental, crucial eliminations, as he was the backup player for the squad of Kagendra at that point.
Reef and Clove is a superb duo that every single team has to watch out for if you're going up against Kagendra. And especially in this search and destroy match, you can see how deadly they can be when you put these 2 players together. They definitely made the players of Powerhouse really struggle in that match. As you saw, they weren't really able to win that many rounds to their side, and unfortunately, Powerhouse didn't stand a chance against them in that map.
Crazy stuff as usual from both teams as anticipated, but, you know, nothing could stop that R90 earlier on. I mean, this was that shot. Beautiful. I mean, it wasn't a spray transfer. It's just mechanical switch in terms of that flick towards the right. You could have missed that. The shotgun will punish you if you do not have such accuracy in close quarters combat. But the spread of the shotgun does give you a little bit of an advantage in such a CQC position. So big brain plays once again from Kagendra, even in situations like that. And Reef, I think he got really lucky with the engagements. The flash, of course, was very beautiful, but the counter of that just wasn't on the side of Powerhouse. Kagendra took advantage. And what a beautiful series we've got on our hands. Once again, control at rate, winner takes all. Either way, we are enjoying what we see.
Definitely, I'm having fun with this match as well, but I hope this control match is just as close as the hardpoint match, a little more action than the search and destroy match. And once again, we are going to be going into raid. This is a map that we've seen, if not, I think almost every single match tonight for control at the very least.
Yeah.
Which just means that this is a map that these teams are comfortable with, and it's understandable considering how balanced this map is and how they're able to really use their positionings to their advantage and really use that to make this game interesting. But right now, we're going to take a quick look at the operator skills for tonight before we head into the game.
You know, one of the greatest things about the whole play from Kagendra was the pace of movement towards that final bomb site, right? But before that, we've got something for you guys, a redemption code. Thank you so much for sticking by on this broadcast and all of your love in the comment section as well. Please hit the like and share the broadcast out as well before you take the screenshot, huh? Because, you know, we give you some love, you give us back some love. It's only fair.
Smile. Smile for the screenshot.
Posing for the screenshot. This is a smart one. This is a smart one, huh?
Hey, everyone's taking your picture. You might as well smile.
I've got too many photos taken of myself. I really don't care if I look like a clown at this point.
Yeah, I've seen a couple that the other casters have posted. AKA
They have
Kali.
paid big prices for that. I mean, okay, going back to my point. Great plays from Kagendra. But this is the main reason why you don't waste a lot of those trophies in the early game. Unfortunately, not many of those played post-bomb plant. And when you've got so many defenders on the opposite side, you have to anticipate some of those tacticals and lethals. And the final break there was that flash. When the flash popped, everybody staring up at it. Everybody got blinded. Nothing that they could do. You know, one guy was just, I mean, instead of crouching down, he could have just proned, acted like he was dead. Maybe he could have stood a chance and maybe Reef would have missed him. But either way, great plays out of Kagendra. You got to love it. And we've got a 1-for-1 now. And I will take nothing less than a 5-rounder control Wasabi.
Well, we'll have to see because, you know, Powerhouse, they didn't really step up in that search and destroy match.
Yeah.
A little bit disappointed there. But hopefully, considering this is sort of more of a respawn game mode in control, hopefully we'll see a little bit more action between these two teams and maybe just as close as that hardpoint match.
I hope to not see a fast-paced match. I want to see a very methodical approach by both teams on the offense or the defense to really conserve their lives and not play like, you know, a trashy respawn matchup, right? Because anybody can do that. I want to see how these teams are going to match up against the skills of, those players who are already waiting on stage 5. You make it scrappy, those players, they definitely have got the mechanical skills to punish you for those plays. But I think Kagendra and Powerhouse are beyond those scrappy plays, right? They have got the strategy. The question is, do they want to show that right here, or are they going to keep it for a later point of time? Either way, they're still going to go for the victory for sure. But I want to see some brilliant plays.
Well, you won't have to wait any longer because we're going in right now, and just as soon as we get in, they get 2 kills off each, and early captures from the side of Kagendra as they get 2 segments already.
Beautiful. 26 to 24, 2 segments like you said. The clearance is there for Powerhouse. The recovery, beautiful. And this is how you gotta keep it snappy. Kagendra doing it and perfectly executing this flip towards the side of A. But nobody is inside of kitchen though. This is gonna hurt them a little bit. Access comes on through, and it is gonna be Scared with the initial Punisher, but that has been traded right back. First segment pulled away, and you can see player number 3 in yellow, Clove, can easily circle around towards B to find this Punisher. And as long as Kagendra keeps them guessing which side are we gonna go to, they have the advantage. I love what Kagendra's doing out there.
Kagendra, very big strats, but they are losing a lot of lives doing so. Although, I don't know if they'll really need it because they're very close into capturing both of these sides. 2 segments done and dealt with for each of them, but Powerhouse undoing that A site just in time before it gets confirmed. And Powerhouse, on the other hand, they're winning a lot of their gunfights as they try to defend the B site as well as the A site, but they are going to lose that B site, giving a time extension to the side of Kagendra. 12 lives left on the side of Kagendra, 16 on the side of Powerhouse, and the A site to capture.
Oh, beautiful stuff. 11 lives now, Kagendra. And the second marker did not get completed, so the clearance is going to be a little punishing here. Kagendra needs to turn this into a team deathmatch a little bit, and Reef has got the memo on his side. Manages to take a double before traded out by Irfan J. And the back lines here preventing a spawn trap executed by Kagendra. And beautiful stuff out of Irfan J is anticipated. And look at the whole squad of Kagendra wrapping around ever so slowly. The smokes are going to be laid out by Zen, CDR4. And it blocks the opportunity to find the spawn trap. Brilliant counter by Powerhouse. This is what I'm talking about. Strategies available on both sides. And this is the kind of beautiful control it births. 5 more lives left on the side of Kagendra. And a few options to take the attack.
5 lives, as AJ said, and now they're starting to slow things down because they know that their lives are numbered and they're not going to be able to come back into the battlefield till the next round. Reef, though, gets taken down, and FDX getting a huge triple piece there, trying to make it a 4th, but not getting that kill. One last player on the side of Kagendra. Me6 here hiding, trying to stay alive. He's gonna be able to get one before getting taken down by Skurd, and that first round is gonna go to the side of Powerhouse.
You gotta love it. Powerhouse, what a recovery. And the defense didn't really look like a mighty big advantage that Powerhouse had, based on how Kagendra was just keeping them on their tippy toes, circling around from A to B, B to A. But they did find that adjustment, and a double Sparrow investment from both sides coming on through. Shut up, getting the job done. And it will be a masterful use of that operator. Clove's going to get shut down as well. So that defense quickly breaks down over at A. But that's just the distraction. Shut up is the decoy. Everybody else attacking B. And here comes the attack. Player number 1 in yellow. Fran has to back away with the LK-24 first. And he waits for the backup. The rest of them a little bit slow. The first segment gets ripped away. And Incendio brings out the War Machine as well, just to torture the souls of Kagendra.
Incendio clearing off the area, trying to capture that second segment for the side of Kagendra. Right now, they're going to be able to get a couple kills, and looks like they're trying to get that 1-minute extension early off. The players of Powerhouse just gonna give it to the players of Kagendra, not wanting to go into that engagement just yet, giving Kagendra 2 minutes on the clock. Now, Kagendra has to defend that A side, and the players of Powerhouse, they're going around trying to capture it. They have the numbers advantage, they have the response advantage, and they are trying to push in, but so far they haven't been able to capture any of those segments just yet.
And now Fran, Annihilator on the place. They have got one more site to defend. And very smartly, Powerhouse, they've got a lot of time to waste. They're just backing away. They do not want to engage with this Annihilator. Finally, timer runs out. Here comes that circle around from Powerhouse. You can see Incendio already setting up the laundry side. They want to take the overextension and perhaps spawn trap, but Reef denies it instantly. Beautiful play. Shut Up does have the ready to this open up the side a little bit more if he wants to.
But look at this, things are starting to slow down. The players of Kagendra staying in their areas, as well as the players of Powerhouse, they're not pushing just yet because they know that the numbers are going down and the time is going down as well. But now Me6 going for an aggressive push, gets a kill there, FDX as well. And the players of Powerhouse stacked up and milled will get burned by Clove as he brings the Purifier into the match. 10 lives left on the side of Powerhouse. Kagendra with 12. But the A side still hasn't been captured by the players of Powerhouse. They're looking to do that, but also looking to stay alive, so they're trying to bring things to a slower pace.
Ready, eats one up. Incendio follows that up with a beautiful shutdown onto Reef. And now this just opens up the safe side for them. Clove will find the trade though, and that instantly puts this right back into the balance. But two attacking players already on the side, slowly clicking away at this. But Clove will find the Punisher. 4 more lives left here for Powerhouse. Can they find the clutch? 25 more seconds. They need to pause the clock. They need to take the lives. They do exactly that, but only 2 more left to take the balance.
Players of Powerhouse trying to stay alive, hiding in the corners, but will they get spotted? Now Irfan J is going to be able to get 1, Scared 1 as well. That brings Kagendra to 3, but Powerhouse at 1. And now Irfan J spots 1. He's going to be able to land a kill on Clove. Will he be able to get the last 2 kills? But unfortunately, Zen spots him first. Gets the kill, and Kagendra and Powerhouse at 1 point each.
So far, it's going according to the script that we have written for the players, Wasabi. Good job.
Yup, they're trying to extend it to a game 5 just as you want, AJ.
Let's see if they will be able to keep this up. Powerhouse, advantage this time round on the defense. And earlier on the defensive round, won by Kagendra as well. Both teams really solid when it comes to protecting their control site. A little bit of an overextension coming through from Kagendra. First segment on A has been capped. Overextension by Shut Up! And it will be punished by Reef, who holds the Sparrow. Skirt will find Zen. Clove taken down. The Sparrow still alive and kicking in terms of the Punisher. Me6 will be able to deliver. Second segment clocked away as well. And this time the attack towards B might just be a sound execution for Kagendra.
They might just do that, as you can see a lot of the players on the side of Kagendra, 3 of them going towards a B side, as they know that the players of Powerhouse are stacked up at A. But they are going to pay for that as they get taken down, and now it's going to be a back and forth between these 2 teams. 19 lives on the side of Powerhouse and 21 on the side of Kagendra. Kagendra trying to capture the B side to throw off the players of Powerhouse and force them to move to that B side. Now you can see this is the same play that they played earlier, where they get 2 segments on each of the sides, and it worked really well for them last time. Let's see if they're going to be able to pull it off again.
Should have worked a little bit better, but this time they focus on fully pulling away Bravo because they already have the double markers on A. So brilliant play from Kagendra, but the prevention is there coming through from Powerhouse. Purifier burns down the other players though. Clove is going to go ahead and overextend towards the compound of Powerhouse. Spawn trap fails. He could have just captured the final segment here at A. That overextension is not going to fare the team of Kagendra well at all. A 2-life deficit made into 1 all thanks to Me6, but Shut Up keeps the balance and advantage. Fran finds Skirt. Back and forth we go. But A is going to be ripped away. And Powerhouse doubling back down to play the full defense on B purely as they spawn out from the Special Forces base.
Now, this is where we're going to find out who is going to reach match point first. Powerhouse, 8 lives left, and Kagendra 7. It's anyone's game right now, but Irfan J playing a little sneaky, hiding in this corner with the Purifier at hand. Gonna be able to get 1 on Me6, trying to play more, but not able to find anyone. Wasted investment there. Shut Up, on the other hand, pulls out the Sparrow, gets a couple kills to his side before getting taken down. Kagendra down to 3 lives, while Powerhouse still has 5, and they are going towards that B side to protect it from the players of Kagendra.
Highly probable victory here for Powerhouse. Just purely through the numbers. Sends out a Hunter Killer drone. Hunter Killer. Easy takedown. Incendio's not going to break a sweat over that. Wrap around coming through. It's going to be courtesy of Me6 as well as Fran. Clove already down middle through pillars, finds the slay onto Incendio and quickly backs away. They need one more. 30 seconds to play. Nobody wrapping around from the side of Gallery. And as I say that, Clove goes ahead to do exactly that.
He knows that it's a good strategy if they play it right. But right now, the players of Powerhouse going to be down to 3 lives. Fran pulls out the Annihilator. Not able to spot anyone yet. Gets taken down. Me6 gets Irfan J down to 2 versus 2. And 10 seconds left on the clock. Who's going to be able to spot who first? Skirt gets the last and final kill. Powerhouse now at match point.
Annihilator investments by both teams. In those final few seconds of that round, Kagendra couldn't get a single one. Powerhouse nicked one. And when your lives are that low, even that single kill does make a huge difference. FDX opening up with a double this time round. Powerhouse starting off hot. They want to end this right here, right now.
And they definitely should try their best to do so, because if Kagendra wins this round, they are both going to be in match point. But I think that's what you want, right, AJ? But right now, we are going to see the War Machine going crazy, trying to clear off the areas. Incendio goes into that A site. They're going to try and capture one segment right now, but the players of Kagendra come right in time for the cleanup. And the players of Powerhouse not able to secure the segment just yet.
4 life deficit for Kagendra to work around from, and Shutup's just going to make that gap grow even bigger. Take a look over at B. Powerhouse already capping the site, and an overextension by Shutup is going to make sure the players do not come out through their spawns and make any sort of play here. But the long wraparound by Clove, CBR4 inside of Gallery should be a game-making play, but the hill is captured. And Clove's wraparound could perhaps give a little bit of pressure here just to slow the attack down from wrapping around towards A.
And well, let's see if that actually works, because right now Powerhouse, they have a 4 life advantage over the players of Kagendra, and Kagendra has to be able to find a way to continuously defend that A site if they want to stay alive and push for a game 5. But for now, it's not looking very good for them, because the players of Powerhouse, they're going aggressive towards that kitchen, and Zen getting kill after kill is gonna try to even out the playing field. And so far he's doing great, but the rest of the team has to be able to keep up and do the same plays as well. Now the players of Kagendra, they're stacking up over at that kitchen area, at that A site, making sure to defend it well. But while one player, Clove, goes in for the backstab, trying to catch the players of Powerhouse off guard.
16 to 15. Zen finding Irfan J makes it all equal. Kagendra on the defense, Powerhouse. 2 operators to play around with, but it has to be a timely investment. Needs to be saved as well for a rainy day. That rainy day might just be an extended into round number 5, because Kagendra has got 3 in terms of investment here on standby. They might bring one out. Me6 running. Oh my god, running out of the open. Clove! Purifier had the hit mark on him, traded out by Skirt. The Purifier didn't really do much at all. And this is just gonna be an opportunity now for Kagendra to pull this off. 27 more seconds on the defense. They've got the advantage in lives.
They have it, and they have to maintain it if they want to be able to win this round. 20 seconds left. All Kagendra has to do is stay alive and eliminate the players of Powerhouse. Powerhouse down to 4 lives left, and they are trying to get their kills on the players of Kagendra, but to no avail. Irfan J going to be one of the last players alive, and he is going to be the last one here in this bar. But squish between the players of Kagendra, he's going to falter, and now we are going to see round number 5 of this control match between Powerhouse and Kagendra. Whoever wins this will be the winner of the series.
These matches are rigged. Wasabi and I are the script writers. 2 to 2. Round number 5. Let's go, baby. Kagendra on the defense. 3 operators make that 4 on the standby for the side of Powerhouse. Kagendra with the 3. 1 has been invested already. It's going to be the Sparrow. Sparrow still alive and kicking. Finds the first one. Traded out instantly as Reef goes down in the hands of Incendio. 26 to 27. Kagendra. They have to be a little careful on this B here. But it doesn't seem like Fran has got his game on check. And the first segment just get ripped away. Powerhouse, beautiful plays at the start of the final round.
They have to have beautiful plays. I mean, it's the final round. This is their last opportunity to do so. But right now, Zen is going to be pulling out that War Machine and going absolutely bazonkers with it. But unfortunately, not landing any of his shots, just clearing out the area, giving Kagendra the opportunity to actually get 2 segments on that B site. Now things are starting to slow down as they try to find a way to counter the plays. Powerhouse down to 16 lives left.
16 lives for Powerhouse on the attack at B, and 2 segments cleared off. They're trying to play the strategy of Kagendra. But brothers, have you trained enough to execute it? It seems like they have. A 3-man stack onto A. First segment almost pulled away. Shutup's going to be overextending. Clove. No, Clove shuts down the rest of his team members. Shutup just doesn't have his eyes on the right spot here. Will be able to take 1 down. Second one on in a row. Make that 4 overall, but Clove does manage to find the denial. And they will go ahead to capture B to give themselves a little bit more time to strategize their way through. Or else it's going to be a Kagendra series victory here. Look at the number of lives, Wasabi.
It's a huge difference, but Powerhouse, they still have their operator skills. I'm wondering when they're going to wait to pull those off. But right now, they're going to be down to 3 lives left. I'm not sure why they're not investing into that. But now, last player alive on their side. Incendio has to be able to run away. But 15 lives left on the side of Kagendra. It looks like they might just be able to take this one out. And they're using their boxing gloves once again. Incendio getting 2 kills before killing himself.
Oh my God! That's just one of the few times where you see a player from the side of Powerhouse running away from an execution. That's Kagendra, baby! That's Indonesia out of Garena for you. Beautiful plays by the Garudas of Indonesia. And it was such a fun match all the way down to the end. A 2-1 victory for the Indonesian Giants. And my, oh my, that final one could have been even more hilarious. A little unfortunate that Incendio took himself out with the War Machine there.
I mean, he really just said, I'm not going to die to Kagendra. I'm going to kill myself.
No, it was an accident.
Like,
he was right. He was flooded.
No, he didn't want to give the players of Kagendra the opportunity to kill him. So he exited the game by himself.
Nah. I mean, you're looking at those shots. I mean, 4 players on the side of Kagendra were just swarming around him. And that's the problem with the operators like the War Machine. One wrong move, you take yourself out of the equation. Of course, expecting a 1v13 at that point, of course, is a little bit too much to ask for, even though we have got the greatest of plays out of Powerhouse all the time, even in clutch situations. But at the end of the day, this is how the cookie crumbles. It's going to be Kagendra soaring up high in the air. And it looks like the power has been taken out of the house of the MYSG squad.
A little bit of differences when it comes to the kills on each of these teams right now in the post-game breakdown. But nonetheless, it was such a close game in this control match, going up to 5 rounds in total, where at the very end, Powerhouse just really faltered, didn't put those investments into the operator skills, and unfortunately that was just an opportunity given to the side of Kagendra to take home the win.
I mean, lots of opportunities initially, but you can see one player has jumped out of the equation. Irfan J doesn't want to show us his score. Skurd only picking up 17. The team definitely struggled, but Fran picking up 22. Can see a little bit of a slight skew towards the right here when it comes to the engagement numbers. And in control, that's all you need, especially in a close match. I think the reservation for the usage of the operators really bit Powerhouse in the butt. They were stacking up 4 operators. They had that, but they just lost their lives. The investment came through so late. We talked about early investments, useless investments, but then you can't really run out of lives and not use your operators that you've already brought into activation. I mean, operators are just the OP way of getting eliminations, and they matter truly when it comes to the game of control.
They could have turned around that last round if they pulled out those operator skills. Unfortunately, I don't know if it crossed their mind to do so, but as you were mentioning a while ago, Irfan J did leave the match a little bit early, although we were still able to see that he ended up with 25 kills in that round. But either way, it was such an intense match between these two teams. So you can see here some of the highlights of the match that happened earlier.
It would have been the greatest thing to see a member of Powerhouse get executed out here on stage 4. I swear to God. I mean, when you troll the king of trolls, that's when you know the party's about to get started. This is stage 4, baby. This is what Garena is all about. It's a video game at the end of the day. These are all pro players, but they sure as hell know how to have fun in the game that we all love.
And we are going to take a look at the MVP of the match. It's going to be Clovey here with a 1.9 KD rating. 23.33 average kills, 22 average deaths, average score of 2,761.67, and 3 MVP counts. That means he was MVP for every single map that they played against Powerhouse. But guys, you have to consider, even if the KD is a little on that lower side compared to the last couple of matches we saw, you have to consider that it was the closest game among any of the matches we saw tonight.
A total of 3 MVPs picked up by Clovey. The guy has got that veteran capability, and overall Kagendra just showed up really strong against Powerhouse International. Initially, it was a fantastic start at Arsenal as well. They got out-rotated, outplayed, outmaneuvered by those beautiful operator investments that Powerhouse International brought into that matchup. But at SND, things changed. Meltdown is the home of Kagendra. And unfortunately, Powerhouse just could not take away that map from them. Only 2 rounds went to the way of Powerhouse International. And of course, we do have to acknowledge the attacking round starting off on the side of Kagendra, that's deadly. So this is something that teams really need to take note of, especially when the Indonesian squads have the bomb. They're going to go a little insane. And sometimes they're even going to overextend past the bomb side and get to your own compound to torture your dear life. And, thanks to Powerhouse, thanks to Kagendra, we at least walk away without having to eat the 5th donut of the day.
That is true, and we'll just take a quick overview of the matches that we saw for today. First was Kagendra versus 4Suits eSports, where Kagendra just sweep the floor over and took 4Suits out. Next, we had a disqualification. Unfortunately, the players of WDC Xenon did not show up due to a technical issue with one of their devices. Following that, we had Powerhouse just dominate over Omega, and after that, we had ABC win against 4Suits again, sweeping the floor against their opponents. And lastly, the most interesting and fun game for me, and I'm pretty sure everyone else, was Kagendra versus Powerhouse, where it was such a close match between the 2 teams.
And by the end of day number 1 for Group B, ABC Esports is at the very top of the charts, all thanks to the DQ walkover victory that they did take against the WDC team, as well as the victory over 4Suits. Kagendra right down below them. And if it wasn't for that one map given away to Powerhouse, perhaps this could have been a little different. Powerhouse stacks himself into the 3rd spot, followed by 4Suits Esports, Smart Omega, and WDC Xenon right down at the bottom, since they unfortunately did not show up for their matchup. Smart Omega now could have been placed in a little bit of a better situation, but unfortunately, they just did not have that second match to play. We will have to wait for day number 4 of the group stage.
Yep, you'll have to wait and see what exactly is going to happen to all of these teams, all 12 teams that we have up on the screen right now, guys. So don't forget to follow and subscribe to Garena to keep updated with this tournament and find out which of these teams are going to make it into the playoffs. Don't forget, tomorrow's matches are going to be West Point Mamba Lokings versus WDC, 3ED versus Scadi, WDC versus Wolf, Scadi versus Broke Boys Club, West Point Mamba Lokings versus Wolf. And those are going to be, again, tomorrow's matches, so don't forget to watch out for those.
I mean, every single match is going to be a hot one. 3ED do have a opportunity to step it up against Scadi, but Scadi has been pretty scary in the recent times, so I feel bad for 3ED. I'm hoping to see like a ridiculous amount of change from the squad by the time they step in tomorrow, because if you see the exact same thing that they started off day 1 on, it's going to be pretty torturous. But what's not going to be torturous is your capability of taking another screenshot with Wasabi's beautiful face and my clownish face.
Time to smile. AJ is just not taking it. But guys, we are going to have another redemption code for you guys right here to claim a vinyl wrap backpack for your Call of
Dora.
Duty mobile characters.
Backpack. I love myself a good backpack anytime, man. But of course, when it's a little bit too fat out there, I prefer to keep it. You know, the one that they released, I believe in the first year for Valentine's Day, the heart-shaped bag. That's the only backpack I wear in Call of Duty Mobile. The only one, Wasabi.
Because it's unique.
And also because it's got a tiny little profile, so I don't want to stick out. I'm the guy who's always proning and camping in battle royales. That's me. If you
I
got a
don't
big
bother
bag,
putting
you will
a
get caught.
backpack.
What?
I don't use a backpack.
Seems like the smarter move.
I mean, you said you wanted the lower profile. Just don't use one.
Seems like a smarter move, but I'm a clown. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, my name's AJ. I'm the Mustachio down here with Wasabi. That brings us to the end of day number 2. Hope to see each and every single one of you guys tomorrow as well, because those matches are going to be hot as firecrackers. Thank you so much for joining us. Good night. And on behalf of production, thank you so much. Good night.